Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to do a deep dive on the Courtney Clenney case coming up in December. Her trial starts December 1st. And before we get to that, we still have... Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. Let me just make sure that audio works. Audio works fine. Before we get to her trial, though, we're going to do some deep diving on her. So we have in store for today... There's a lot on her. We've done a few pre-trials with her. Excuse me, let me get myself situated here. We've done a few pre-trials on her with her, and but today we're going to focus on her arrests. She's had many. She's had many encounters with her boyfriend Christian, but we'll get to that. And then we'll get to some hearings from 2022. So this goes far back as 2022. So that's going to be just for today. All in all, we have like about 11 hours or so to show. But for today, we're just going to deal with about 6 of those hours. About 6 hours. So let me get us over here. And let's see, who is with us today? Michelle, good to see you. And Nomad, Joe and Jedi Platypus, thank you for joining us. Kelly, good morning to you. Mama C, good morning to you. Elizabeth and Mike, saying hello. Sparkling Princess. Anna, good morning to you. Sherry and Trixie. Angelique and Fran, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Deviant Croissant, good to see you. Hellrider, thank you for joining us. Katie Cat, thank you. Mike, gotta admit, she does have a good bod, though. Well, that's why I guess she was as popular as she was, right? JRN saying hello, and Nomad Brett, thank you for joining us. Brenda, 13th juror. See, I can't go back all the way. Let me see. Let me come over here. Sherry M and Hellrider joining us. Arwen, Richard in the kitchen, and Willow. Let's see. I think I got everybody. If I missed you, I apologize. Shirley Roth, thank you for joining us. Okay. Iowa Backyard is with us as well. Red Snap, Nomad, Jags Girl in the house with us. Cool. Ed Ginn. Is it Geen or Ginn? I heard Geen the other day. Ed, is it Geen or Ginn? I always thought it was Ed Ginn, but I heard Ed Geen the other day. All right. Charmaine, thank you for joining us. And Aaron. Carla, good morning to you. Ellen, afternoon as well. All right. JMS, Courtney Clenney without makeup looks like a totally different person. That I agree 100%. She looks, and when she's at her pre-trials, she looks way different than when she's doing her OnlyFans. All right, so deep dive time. And we're keeping an eye on another trial, but it doesn't look like it's going to be streamed. We're really bummed about that. But we're hoping maybe it'll kick in at some point. But I'm kind of bummed about it. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's move on. Florida versus Courtney Clenney. So this happened April 3rd of 2022. She is charged with second degree. She stabbed Christian Obumseli, her boyfriend. So August 10th. So this happened in April. So August 10th, she was arrested, right? So it took a while for them to arrest her. So August 10th of 2022, OnlyFans and Instagram model Courtney Clenney, who was 26 at the time. She's now 29. Christian was 27 at the time. So she was arrested in Hawaii. Now, this took place in Miami, Florida. So originally they're from, I don't know if originally they're from, but they were in Texas at one point, and then they moved to Miami, and then she got arrested in Hawaii. So she was arrested in Hawaii in connection with the deletion of her 27-year-old boyfriend, Christian Toby Obumseli. He was stabbed April 30th in their apartment in Miami, Florida. Now we're going to watch some body cam. He was actually alive. He wasn't TV'd there in their apartment. He was actually alive, and then he passed away later. So prior to Obumseli's death, there was a history of domestic incidences, which we're going to show, that were filed in Austin before the couple moved to Florida. So there's the Texas. I'm not sure where they were born, if they're originally from Texas. She is? Okay, so she is originally from Texas. So prior to his passing, okay, there was a history. Courtney claims that the stabbing was in self-defense. And then police actually initially did rule that it was self-defense. So you're going to see some video, especially in an elevator, of how she treated Christian and how he reacted to her. So, and there's some other videos that we'll watch. You guys make your own decision. I'm sure the prosecution is trying to have these come in. I don't know what the ruling is yet, but we're going to watch a lot of pre-trials over the next. We're not going to get to all of them today. We're just going to get to the ones in 2022. So, with all that being said, how familiar with this case are you guys? This is scheduled to go to trial December 1st. How familiar are you guys with this case? Let me know how familiar you are. Alice, good morning to you. Moki saying hello. Let me know if you guys are familiar with this case or if this is brand new to you. How familiar are you with this case? Let me see who else is coming in. Amy, good morning to you. Aaron Q, Crunchy, good to see you. Mama C. Shirley says not at all. Michelle, I've heard about it when it happened. Okay, Nomad, not at all. Candace, I know a very brief history. Mary, I know nothing. Texas is very familiar with it. JRN, not familiar at all. New, not familiar. Okay. Bella knows nothing. Vicky, not very familiar. Mama, I've not heard of it either. Perimenopausal paralegal, the first I've heard of it. Alice, brand new. Joanne, brand new. Okay. Angelique is familiar. Moki, I know the background. Nanny Goat, somewhat familiar. All right. Sharon, good morning to you. Richard, she claimed to be a model, but really she's yeah. Nosy Rosie, I don't know every detail, so pretty new. Trixie, I don't know anything about it, but I've heard of it. All right. MB3R, good morning. I know nothing about it. Elizabeth, first. This is the first of me hearing about it. Good. All right. Charmaine is familiar. All right. I just when it happened, filed for a bid. I appreciate the deep dive. Susan says she's seen the video. Tina says somewhat. Little Lulu, vaguely remember hearing about it. Michelle, I know the basics. All right, cool. McCormick, I've watched a few. McCormick family, watched a few things on it. Amy saying good morning. Kathy, I know just a little bit. Red Snap, a little bits and pieces. Joe Schmo, I remember the extensive body cam footage and headlines, not much more. All right. Nicole is very, very familiar. Okay, cool. All right, so it seems like we've got some people. Hellrider, I know about it. Sparkling Princess, wow, going to be a good one with people not knowing about this one. Carla, pretty familiar with it. It's disturbing. All right. She was not, well, I don't, she was on OnlyFans, which is a, all right, hold on. Well, let's look up OnlyFans. What exactly is OnlyFans? OnlyFans is an internet content subscription service based in London, England. I didn't know that. The service is widely known for its popularity with porn, although it also hosts other content creators, including athletes, musicians, and comedians. Content on the platform is user-generated and monetized via monthly subscriptions, tips, and pay-per-view. Creators are paid 80% of these fees and earn a yearly average of $1,300. That's US. The company launched a free Safe for Work streaming platform in 2021. OnlyFans grew in popularity during COVID, which makes sense, right? Nobody could go out. So as of May of 2023, the site had more than 3 million registered creators and 220 million registered users. In August of 2021, a campaign to investigate OnlyFans began in the U.S. Congress, and it was reported that from October of 2021 onward, OnlyFans would no longer allow explicit material due to pressure from banks that OnlyFans users. I'm sorry, let me read that again. So, October of 2021, OnlyFans would no longer allow explicit material due to pressure from banks that OnlyFans used for user payments. However, this decision was reversed 6 days later due to backlash from users and creators alike. So it's a British subscription-based video-on-demand service and social media network. It acts as a video hosting service, allowing content creators to upload videos and garner subscribers to their content. So the company takes 20%. So OnlyFans is mainly used by porn creators, both amateur and professional, but it also has a market for other content creators, including chefs, fitness trainers, and musicians. So, a 2022 study published in the Archives of Behavior, S-Behavior, found that OnlyFans users were predominantly white, married males who identified as heterosexual, bisexual, or pansexual. The study found that the attitudes of OnlyFans users were not significantly different from the general population. Okay. The company employs approximately 1,000 people, 80% of whom focus on content moderation and support. In 2021, it had revenues of $932 million, and it was led by its CEO, Kelly Blair, and owned by Phoenix International Limited, which itself is majority owned by Leonard Radvinsky. So, in 2016, Tim Stokely founded OnlyFans as a platform for performers to directly monetize their content and interaction. Stokely's startup capital was £10,000 on a loan from his father, Guy Stokely. He had previously founded the websites Glam Girls and Customs for You. So, initially, OnlyFans banned explicit content from its platform and sought to attract musicians and influencers. However, by 2017, OnlyFans lifted its ban on that. 2 years later, Leonid Radvinsky acquired 75% and became one of its directors. OnlyFans gained a pop culture reputation for being a hive of corn. All right. Amateur and professional workers drove OnlyFans' early growth. S workers, a process further accelerated by COVID and then the recession. Between March and April of 2020, the user and creator content base grew by 75%. Wow. So in like 1 month, it grew 75%. The site grew rapidly after it was mentioned by Beyonce and Megan Thee Stallion. Traffic increased by 15%. Cardi B, Tyler Posey, Munchies, media companies like Munchies joined the platform. So by December 2020, OnlyFans had 85 million users and more than 1 million creators. All right, so that kind of gives you a little. So Aaron has injected that Courtney started out as a bodybuilder. She was on Instagram, still is on Instagram, and then she went over to OnlyFans.
Yeah, so she didn't start out.
So she did not start out as OnlyFans. So she was a bodybuilder. That's why she has a fit body. All right. So that gives you a backdrop on OnlyFans.
And Christian also had his own money too. He wasn't running off her.
Yeah. No, Christian definitely has money as well. So they both come from money. All right, you guys, we can't use PORN. We can't use that. We're going to get in trouble. So let's use corn instead. If you guys want to post that, use corn instead. But Richard says, if you search Google her name, she's on just about all free. She was also in some videos. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, we're going to hear a lot more about Miss Clenney here. All right, let's get to it. So this is the now infamous elevator. Hold on, let me put my... Where is my camera? There we are. So this is the infamous elevator video that we're going to show, and you'll see. All right, so first up is going to be July 27th of 2021. Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, I had to delete it. Just so you guys know, YouTube does not like, that's one word that they do not like. Just use corn instead. Good morning, Tammy. How are you? Queen Olive Ruth Ann, good to see you. All right, Chasing Sunshine. What did Chasing Sunshine said? It's so sad to see selfishness, greed, ego, and undeserved fame to come together in a perfect storm of disrespect for others and themselves and others. This was senseless unaliving. I agree. I totally agree. Totally agree. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. We have this is from 2021. This was a Las Vegas incident, or an incident in Las Vegas, I should say. And so let's see what. So we're going to start off with Miss Clenney getting interrogated or interviewed.
What's going on today?
Things got blown out of proportion, like to the max.
Okay, do you have any ID? Is this your stuff?
Yeah.
Do you have any form of ID here?
Just
passport? Yes. Okay, perfect. Hey, I'm gonna read you something really quick. All right, you can sit down.
I was just wrapping the blanket.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with an attorney before questioning. You have the right to the presence of an attorney during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed before questioning. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Just like the movies, but you're not going to jail at these points.
Okay.
All right. Could you verify your first and last name?
Courtney Clenney.
And your middle name?
Sorry?
Your middle name?
Tailor.
What's your date of birth?
April 21st, 96.
And your social security? Your phone number?
12.
Say it again.
512-745-3582.
And your current address?
Well, what I have listed is 12477 Fairfax Ridge Place, but it's not my actual address. That's my permanent address.
Where do you live? If I'm to send you, Cosmo's gonna say, you know what, we realize that we owe you $100,000 because of this game. We want to send it to you, but you need to sign for it. Where do they send it to? You need to know where do you live.
Address.
Okay.
12477.
I'm sorry, say it again.
12477 FAIR-FAX Ridge Place.
FARR?
FAIR Fairfax.
Okay. Is there an apartment number?
No. Austin, Texas 78738.
And where were you born?
Midland, Texas.
Say it again.
Midland, Texas.
How do you spell that? M-I-T-H?
MIDLAND.
M-I-D-L?
MIDLAND. My bad, I'm tired.
It's okay. I understand. Have you ever been cited or arrested before?
Yes.
For what?
DUI.
Okay. Anything besides DUI? Anything violent?
No.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce your first name? I'm sorry, I hate butchering
Courtney.
people. Huh?
Courtney.
Courtney. All right, I'm sorry, I was reading your last name. All right. And your last name, how do you pronounce it?
Clenney.
Clenney. Okay, that's the one that I needed to figure out. So, why am I here? What's going on?
My boyfriend and I just got into like a loud argument, calling each other names. The way that it started was really just like, he was upset with me because I fell asleep before dinner last night, and so he was just calling me names, and I woke up, and we were going back and forth, like getting really loud, and I decided to call because we were getting really loud. It wasn't because I was like scared or anything. He wouldn't hurt me, but I felt that we were either going to get kicked out or wake people up or something because it was just like escalating. That really is the main reason that I called, is because I didn't want, the embarrassment of getting a call about it. Or
So you called once again for what? Why did you call for help?
because we were getting really loud.
Okay.
And I thought it was going to disturb everybody, so I felt the need to have him removed from the room.
So you wanted him. Why were you guys arguing about?
Well, like I said, I think it was just like him being upset with me over me falling asleep last night.
So who started the argument?
I'm really trying to think.
Okay. So let's backtrace a little bit and just start from tomorrow. What did you guys do yesterday? Just the major things that you remember.
We went to the pool downstairs,
Okay.
got a day bed, ate mini burgers.
Okay.
And
Sounds pretty cool.
I got 2 tattoos. You should never get tattoos when you're drunk.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked it.
Just like the movie. Okay.
Yeah. Got tattoos, and then that's what happened. I got really drunk at the tattoo shop and ended up falling asleep. And we were supposed to figure out a place to go to dinner, so he was upset with me.
Okay, got it.
Oh my god, okay, I remember now. As soon as I woke up, I was like...
This is today, right?
Yeah, got like 4 or 5-ish, I don't know. As soon as I woke up, I like asked, I was like, oh my god, we were supposed to go to dinner last night, right? And he was like, yeah, Courtney, I'm like, you hate me, don't you? And he's like, no, I don't hate you, I'm just disappointed in you sometimes. And he just kind of was, I don't know, it was just making me feel bad. And I was like, damn, can you like give me a break? And he was like, did you give me a break? God, it was so stupid. Like, he was just hurting my feelings.
Okay.
And I ended up responding, like, it just got louder because my feelings were being hurt. Obviously, we're going back and forth. He was already upset with me. I was getting upset with him. We were getting loud. And I was like, oh my god, we're gonna like do damage to the room or something. Not damage to each other. Like, I really want to like.
But why would you
highlight
think
that.
why would you think that you were gonna do damage to the room?
I like throwing something, or like.
Did you throw something?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Did anybody throw anything?
No.
So why would you think that there is damage to the room to be made?
Because I've done that before in our house, and I.
What have you done?
Thrown a glass at him, plate, and I could just see like the way that things were going. We were either gonna get loud, or I was gonna end up throwing something, or like get in trouble somehow. So I was like, you know what, I'm just nipping this in the bud.
Did you throw a glass or a plate at him today?
No.
Okay. So if
No, this is before.
Okay, so when I go to the room and I see a broken glass on the floor, where did the glass come from?
I don't know. I literally couldn't even remember how the fight started.
Okay, well,
Was there?
yeah.
Maybe I did.
Okay.
I'm being completely honest with you. I really like when they were asking me questions outside of the room. I feel like my brain is scrambled eggs right now. I'm starving. I just woke up. We've been drinking for we got here Friday.
Okay.
I didn't even know how to answer.
And how long have you guys been dating?
Since Friday. We got it at 6 p.m.
No, how long have you guys been dating?
Oh, almost a year.
Do you guys live together?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys live together on this address? 12477?
No, that's my parents' address because I move apartments pretty much every year. That's
Okay, so if you guys live together, where do you live?
We live in Austin together.
Okay.
You want the address for it?
Well, when I asked you earlier, I said, tell me the address where you live, and you told me
No.
12477.
Right, but I did tell you that was my permanent address, and then you
Okay,
said,
so where do you-
if
where
the
do you-
Cosmo owes you $100,000,
Where do you
send
live?
it? 1300 East Riverside Drive.
What's the
I
zip
just
code?
wouldn't want stuff being sent there because I'm gonna move in a few months.
Okay, what's the zip code?
78741.
And is there an apartment number?
Yes.
What is it?
1101. I'm not trying to withhold information when you said what's the best
Okay.
address to send things to my parents.
You guys have any kids together?
Not yet.
And this is a silly question, but I have to ask you. You have been dating for a year. Are you guys intimate and there is an expectation, a mutual expectation of affection between both of you? I assume yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sets the line between two friends that are just having sex between a couple that is dating. I have to ask these questions.
Not a serious relationship.
Okay. Did anybody punch, hit, spit, throw anything at each other? Did he hit you or you did at him?
Well, I'm guessing that I threw a glass.
Did you remember throwing a glass?
No, I don't. But that sounds like me, so. Oh, by the way, I just want to say, somebody mentioned earlier about there being a chair on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
That was there. I don't know why we hadn't picked it up. That had nothing to do with a fight. We weren't throwing furniture at each other and stuff.
All
I
right.
just wanted to make that clear.
Do you require medical attention at all?
No.
All right, give me a few.
All right, so we heard a lot of good things there. We heard that they had been dating for not quite a year. So this happened July 27th of 2021. So we'll figure they got together maybe October. We'll find that out later. But for now, it seems like they got together in 2020. She was violent. They're in Las Vegas. Apparently there was broken plates, or at least one broken plate. And okay, so now next up, and she's okay. She doesn't have a scratch on her. All right, so next up we get to Colorado. So this is them in Colorado. And this is a friend of theirs recorded this.
Watch.
All right, so this is Vinny. This is on Court TV.
No, I was sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because of you. But you're hindering my progress.
You need to sit down. You need to sit
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Come on.
Let go of me.
Okay.
Come on, boy. Let go of me. I can't even, I was starting to hit him later. Get the off me.
You don't want to hit me?
Christian, he saw me, and I know he's looking. I'm fed up with you. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with how you treat me.
What are you?
Oh, yes, I'm not mad at you.
You let Malala say some line that affected you.
I didn't let her say anything.
I didn't say
You did it.
Hey, let's go to Malone right now. Let's pull up.
No, I'm just gonna hear the scenes.
No, she's in the group chat. Let's put her on the phone right now.
I dare you.
Yeah, you dare me? Keep saying
You
it.
do it.
Then stop saying it then.
Do it.
Then stop saying it then. Then stop saying it then.
I'll catch you
Come
up.
on.
Let me get my.
Ask her. Ask her, did I touch her
Do you
breast
see
yesterday?
how instigative he is?
No, you're telling me I touched her breast yesterday when I.
You did. I didn't say touch it.
You said I did.
You were leaning. Yo, you were dumb as. I actually don't agree with you. Actually, I'm done.
Okay.
Can you send him home?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm done.
Okay, fine.
Done. Because you're you're costing me money. I didn't do. He's like, got to this house because of you.
You let Malone say some line that.
No, because of you. Flirting with like 3 girls the whole time.
What 3 girls? What 3 girls? You?
Well, maybe
You
it didn't
and you?
matter.
You
It was
and you?
Milan.
Milan? I was flirting with Milan?
And she said, hey, come get your mans. He's trying to come home with me.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're lying. She said, come get your mans that I was trying to hit on Milan? Come on, baby.
Okay.
That doesn't even
So,
sound right.
Christian, you're fired.
It's fine.
Hopefully,
I'm fired.
shut up.
You'll never
Hopefully,
see me again. You are the most
Good bitch. Good.
ever met in my
Hopefully,
life.
you will.
You, Courtney.
Too. Get the out of here. This isn't even my house.
Yeah, cool.
It's not my house. Really. You're just like my boyfriend. Get the out of here.
Just like your
I can
boyfriend?
actually get like done if you're not here.
Yeah.
Get the out of here.
Okay, I'll remember that next time.
Get out of here. No, that's not even the next time. Get the
Stop touching
Get
me.
out.
Don't touch me again.
good thing. Get out, bitch. Get out.
Bitch.
You never loved me. The way you talk, the way that you treated the girls last night, you embarrassed me. I don't want anything to do
I'm
with you.
embarrassing you yesterday. You're really just self-conscious. You always talk about, oh, Christian, you like this. I say, what did I tell you before? You're the baddest person in this bitch. No one has anything on you. I tell you this every day. I have text messages that you say, Christian, thank you for the content.
Shut up, but you don't do it the next day.
Why are you screaming? There's people in this house.
Get out, for real.
Yeah.
I never want to see you again.
Cool.
So difficult to watch those young people struggle. Clenney is being held without bond.
All right, so that's those 2 in Colorado, and all we can think of is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, right? So to me, it seemed like Christian was sober, right? He wasn't really slurring his speech at all. I was going to say Amber. Courtney sounded at times she sounded like she was slurring. At other times she did sound sober. So I'm not quite sure if she had been drinking or not. But she clearly is the more aggressor. Really, the only time he keeps backing up. Really, the only time he goes after her was when she says you're fired. So he worked with her, but Aaron was saying no. He had his money. He had money from crypto, but he was employed. I guess she employed him at some point. So she's like dismissing him. So the only time that he really shows any anger towards her is when she says you're fired, and he kind of goes after her, and he gets his finger in her face a little bit. But she definitely hits him several times. All right, so that was from. We're not sure when that was from. That was in 2022. Shot in Aspen of 2022. All right, so next up, what do you guys think so far? Patsy, so immature, grown-up bodies with child mentality. Psychosaurus Rex, Christian seems far too accustomed dealing with her aggression and intoxication. Mike, she needs to be medicated. Sorry if that sounds rude. There was a can of Modelo. I saw that. I'm sure there was more. Well, here, let's go back to it. Let's go back and see if we can find out more. Yeah, there's the Modelo for sure. I saw that as well. So there's the Modelo, which is a beer. I'm not sure if there's anything else in there that we can discern. Is there anything there? It doesn't look like there's some kind of decanter there, but it looks empty. And the person filming this is just chill. They're just sitting there just filming. So it doesn't look like there's any like serious like bottles of bourbon or vodka or anything, but there's that, and there's water there. That's probably the guy who's filming. So it's hard to tell. She sounds like she's slurring her speech a little bit, but is that just the way she talks? I don't know. Yeah, that's a decanter of something. You think that's Patron?
Yeah, I think that's Patron.
Let me see if I can.
I don't know.
Here, let's see if we can zoom in on that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. All right, hold on. So I'm not sure if that clear decanter there is.
I thought it was.
It could be some. Yeah, I'm not sure. So anyway, so that's that. All right. Dwayne, yeah, may miss some comments. You really want to watch this toxic relationship. This is definitely going to be one of those of like these two should not be together. They should have broken up well before any of this. You think, yeah, that's Patron, CH says. That's what Aaron was saying. Yeah, Michelle's saying Patron as well. Patron, everybody's saying Patron. That's what Aaron was, yep. And an empty one at that. Yep. That's what we're saying here. Trixie says empty, probably had rum. Looks like a Patron bottle. All right. All right, so those are two. We've seen now two that we know of, two that are on camera. So who knows how many times these two had this kind of situation when the cameras were not rolling, if you will. All right, next up is this elevator fight. This is quick. This is only like 56 seconds. So this is pretty quick. But you'll see this is where the thumbnail comes from. Yeah, so this is surveillance footage. So this is being shown at one of her hearings. This is one of her hearings. So this is from February. All right, so this is February 21st. All right, so far we've seen the Las Vegas, which was July 27th, 2021. Then there's the Colorado one, which was 2022. I'm not quite sure what month that was, but now this is from February. So I'm not sure if Colorado was before or after that, but this was shown at one of her hearings. All right, so I counted like 25 times. I counted that she hit him she swung at him 25 times. She hit him probably about 21 or 22 of those times. She spits at him at least once, if not twice. This is totally Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, right? He's just trying to like get away from me. You know, he's just like protecting himself. She gets into the elevator and smashes the buttons. But this is so like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I mean, Johnny's so lucky that he survived. So Erin gave us some insight. She says that her parents say that Courtney was trying to stop Christian from going into her apartment. So this is one of those situations where the elevator opens up into your apartment. So she was trying to stop him from doing that. So let's watch that again. Now that we have that. So if that's the case, let's watch that in that light. If she's trying to stop him from coming into her apartment, let's look at it in that light. rewind that. He actually gets her pretty good there. You see her head bounce back a little bit there. Let's watch that. So I mean, he's innocent, but he's also right here. Well, he gets her in the headlock. All right, sorry. I'm going to pause it now. Now that we watched it through, I want to pause this. Okay, so she's getting in. She's clearly hitting buttons here. She's holding the door. Her left hand is holding the door. So if she was truly trying to get away from him, that's not a way to get. That's not the way to get away from somebody. You don't hold the door. So she's clearly holding the door. Then she's tapped that. Then she gets mad. And he's just like, chill out. There's punch number 1. Punch number 2, 3, 4. So he actually has a key or something. He's got some kind of key there. And she starts grabbing him. I wish we could hear what they're saying. Okay, so there's the headlock. He just like, headlocks her. He's clearly just trying to keep her away. Just keep away. Right there. All right, that's probably what the defense is going to say. Well, he was abusive to her. So that's not a punch. That's just a push away. So he just kind of pushes her away. He doesn't like punch her. So I'm sure the defense is going to say, oh, well, he's abusive to her, but that's more just like that to me is more just a push away. There, she spit on him. There, she just spit on him. So this is her spitting on him. And then he gets her again. So there's the push away. There, she spits on him. And he smacks her. All right, I mean, she spits on him. He smacks her. You can see, she definitely spit on him. And he smacks her. Although that really wasn't a smack, that was also another push. So that's a pretty good push. And she spits on him, he pushes her. He just keeps smacking him. And he pushes her again. All right. So I'm sure the defense is going to come back and say, well, he was abusive to her. You know that's probably what's going to. But I don't see, palm face. I agree. To me, those are all pushes. Those are all just like he's just pushing her. He doesn't once do one of those. We've seen many of those, unfortunately, those elevator situations where unfortunately I think it's like football players, where they're wailing on their girls. So. She's worse than a gnat, Sharon says. Yeah, Lori, totally toxic. Absolutely. This is like one of those relationships, it's just not going to end up well. At some point, something bad is going to happen. Moonchild says it won't turn away because he knows if he does, she's going to injure him badly. So clearly he's defending himself. Yeah, I agree. Katie, I would expect to get smacked too if I was spitting on people. Right? Jay, she deserves to go to prison for sure. Deviant, the only thing I spit on is my pillow when I'm falling asleep. Yeah. Psychosaurus, I guess my question is, how much is he supposed to take until he has the right to defend himself? I agree. I mean, he's clearly a big guy. I mean, look at him. He's not a small dude. One punch and she's going to be probably knocked out. So that being said, how much does a man take before he hits a woman? I don't know. That's one of those things of like, what do you do? Is it his right because he knows he's a bigger person to retreat? Is that what he should do? Is that what he should do is retreat? Because what if he just wound up and clocked her after she did all that? Would we be like, oh, he needs to be in jail, or would we be like, oh, he was defending himself? That's a really tough question. No closed fists. Yep. Moonchild, he was defending himself. Funk, can we look up where they lived? Yeah. We'll I'll get their. It's a body cam. We'll find that in a second. JMS, yes, her parents were arrested. Yep, we're going to show that. Are we showing that today? I don't think we're going to get to that today. No, Dad testifies. Yeah, we may get to that today. We have that on our list of videos to play. I'm just not sure if we'll get to that today or not. Mike says, my mom gave me relationship advice one time. Just ghost her. It will drive her crazy. You don't usually get that kind of advice from a mom. Jenny G, this is so toxic. It's upsetting to me. I had a brother who was in a DV relationship with a woman, and she still somewhat has her claws in him because they have a child together. Yeah, that stinks. Rich Auntie, they were so toxic together. He pushed her away, but should have left, not to victim blame. I agree. You know, it's that woulda, shoulda, coulda. You know, if only he had walked away. She reminds me of Sarah. Absolutely, Kelly. Yeah. He should have. Yeah, there's the shoulda, woulda, coulda. Right? Should have just walked away. But it's hard to know how deep they went. You know. Is there police interrogation? Yes, there is. Arwen, we will get to all of that. Brett, all the moves I saw were defensive, stopping her from doing something to him, 100%. I think they were in Florida at that time. Could be wrong. Nope, you are correct. They were in Florida. They were in Miami at this point. So sad, Hey Mona says, he obviously was addicted to her and she was addicted to drugs and alcohol. Yep, Julie D, they were in Miami. Force has to be equal. He knows he could cock her, but he exercised good judgment. All right. So yeah, he was pushing. I just saw him pushing. He was pushing her away. He had her in the headlock at one point, right? He did kind of headlock her, but he let her go in like a second. It's not like he had her and he was like, you know, really holding on. He just did that, and you know, so her parents are not in jail. Her parents are not in jail. Dwayne, she's toast. The jury will come back in 2 hours. Carolyn, she's performing for the camera, right? All right, let's move on. Thank you for your comments, you guys. Good stuff there. Good comments. All right, so that's the infamous elevator fight, which they will show. Okay, so this was 2 days before. So this is 2 days before. And is this the one where they're in Miami? Let's see. Well, we'll find out. I know. Police get called to her, to their.
I love food. I think about food every.
All right, hold on a second, guys. I just want to find something. Hold on.
See, there is.
All right, so the video I wanted to show you was on a channel that we are going to get in trouble if we show it, but instead I found this. So this was just a few days before. This may not be the entire clip, but at least it's something. So let's check this.
A model arrested for the stabbing death of her boyfriend.
The police body camera video shows her pleading for help just days before the murder. Here's Local 10's Sanel Sabovic with the video.
By all accounts, Christian Obumseli and Courtney Clenney have had a very violent and toxic relationship. Police were called to their luxury apartment on multiple occasions, including 2 days before they say she stabbed him to death.
We asked her, I said, do you want him to leave the property? She said no, she don't want him to.
I did not say that. I said
okay,
yes.
hold on.
No, but
Hold on, he's talking, then you talk.
You're looking at police body cam video from Friday, April 1st. One Paraiso building employees called Miami police in regards to a domestic disturbance between OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney and her boyfriend Christian Obumseli, 2 days before investigators say she stabbed him to death. Clenney is in the lobby. The employee is the one who actually called police and tells them.
Her boyfriend comes charging towards her, and we actually try to get in the middle of it.
Clenney is visibly upset. She's on the phone with her dad while telling police Obumseli is stalking her.
Right now, like, I have not always been a victim, but like right now I'm a freaking victim in the situation. I'm scared to go downstairs and walk my dog.
Then says,
I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli.
Officers checked Clenney's apartment and Obumseli wasn't there. They let Clenney know that if he's been living in her apartment and has belongings there, they cannot kick him out. Also informing her that she's not being clear on what she wants.
You want this person to completely disappear from your life. At the same time, you have him in your apartment here for 2 months with a ton of stuff in here.
But no, I know.
Clenney goes back to her apartment. Officers then go to the employee who made the original call, telling him she never disclosed that there was violence that particular night.
When she came down, he went charging at her.
That's fine.
That's my whole thing.
Right, but she didn't mention none of that until she says she wants to do something about it, that's where we step in, where it's a criminal activity, but she needs to mention something about that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't do anything.
Authorities say Clenney's story of self-defense has inconsistencies in it. She is facing a second-degree murder charge. Meantime, the Obumseli family attorney says that this video is self-serving and that Clenney is trying to rewrite history. Her attorney is also speaking out, saying that the system failed her as a woman seeking help from an abusive relationship. That is the latest here out of Miami. Sanella Sabovic, Local 10 News.
All right, hold on. We're going to, Aaron found something. Just give us a second. So let's see. Clearly, her boyfriend finally decided to defend himself, Moonchild says, much defensively, and it scared her because she's always gotten her way. That's why she's scared of her life. I call BS on her part. Michelle Phillips, that's a bunch of crap. Patsy, she was the abuser. Yep. Her flirting with the police was so cringe. Sinbad says. Let's see. Snowcat. Let's see. You see on video is not the Courtney you'll see in court. Two completely different people. Yeah, we're going to get to some court. We're going to get to some hearings. So you'll see her in court. So we're just trying to give you a little background. Yep, she was on OnlyFans JMS. Lori, there was a lot of drinking and drug use during this time. They were so codependent on one another. Jennifer, oh yeah, I remember this video. She can't even control herself in front of the police and so manipulative. Drunky the Bear, I'm not always the victim, but this time I am. Psychosaurus Rex, oh, gotta love it. An attorney playing right into the hands we've created, that men are to be held accountable for toxic, abusive women, simply because men. All right, is it posted? All right, so Aaron found this text message, which I'm going to pull up now. Let me come over here. And, all right, so here's a text message. Let's get this. All right, so this is from October 9th of 2021. Now, remember we saw the July 27th, 2021 of Las Vegas. All right, so this is from Christian to Courtney Clenney. The crazy thing about all of this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and you saw how bad it was hurting me and I couldn't walk, I couldn't do and you were telling me, I wish I could take your pain away. I wish it was me and not you. The next morning, I still woke up happy and still gave you a good day, even though my leg was hurting because my girlfriend stabbed me. So you're telling me you can't do the same thing the next day and say, whatever happened last night, today's a new day, because that's what I do for you. I woke up happy. I took you to Las Vegas to get drove right back, helped you shoot, drank with you, did blow with you, just so you're having a great day. And I'm doing all this while my leg hurts so bad. Did I make you feel like for stabbing me? No, I just sucked it up and hoped tomorrow will be better. So I guess they went to Las Vegas a couple times because that arrest in Las Vegas was from July 27th. And this is from October 9th. So that's one. Do you have All right, so that's that. So she stabbed him. She already stabbed him once. All right, so she stabs him once. Let's see, there's another one. All right, so Aaron found two more. All right, here's a couple. Here's another one. Oops. Sorry, I just sneezed. All right, so not sure when this is from, but they have to take me somewhere. My shirt was off walking through the casino so I wouldn't get blood on it. Can you open the door, please? And you were pounding the phone on my head when I was done. It's okay. Can you let me in? So clearly he's locked out. All right. No, I don't think I'm allergic to the cats. I just, something flew up the old nose there. All right. Courtney, can you open the door? I don't feel good. There's a bump on the back of my head. Can you just let me in? I'll be on the couch while you're in the bed. I don't want my nose to bleed, and going back and forth downstairs to the restroom is making me nauseous. I'm getting anxiety, and you know how I get. Can you please let me in and help me, please? So that's some clear evidence that he's trying to get back. He's locked out of the apartment. He's trying to get back in, and yeah. All right, so let's see. All right, so now this is the night of. All right, then we're going to get to the interrogation. We will get to the interrogation, and that's the longest thing for so far. That's almost 4 hours. All right, so this is the body cam from the night of. Patsy, yeah, he sounds reasonable. Sinbad, codependent, toxic relationship. Richard, the power, yep, I hear you. Funk, this is so sad. We've seen this often. We've seen this with George Torres. We've seen this with Johnny Depp. You know, I just don't understand. Well, I guess it's hard sometimes to break away from certain people.
Get up!
All right. All right, so this is day of. So Aaron found some more text messages. Let's go and find those. Let me see. So here's some more text messages. Courtney, can you let me in? You hit me in the face with a phone, then continue to hit the back of my head with the phone. Now I have a lump. I'm bleeding, throwing up think I got a mild concussion and have anxiety. I slept in the restroom for 2 hours and I'm just lost beyond words. All I hope for is a better tomorrow. You can let me in or not. I apologized before. You said you were kicking me out and you spit on me. Seems like she likes to spit on people. And no matter how mad and tough gets, you don't treat the one you love that way. State fair is tomorrow. Be ready. Courtney, can you come and get me? I'm not feeling too hot and I need to lay down with this ice pack. I can't see straight. I've been sitting in the restroom for an hour. Courtney, I don't feel good. Open the door for real. This isn't cool. I have a lump on the back of my head and I'm dizzy and anxious and I can't keep walking up and down when my leg hurts. Come on. All right, so now Courtney says, well, I'm really sorry, Christian. I hope you're okay. I'm sorry for spitting. I can't read these. Spitting you in the hitting you in the face and the back of your head and spitting on you. Is it right? No, you just me off, but still love you. I don't know about the fair anymore. Maybe I'll have a change of heart after some rest. The latch will be off. I'm going to bed. Don't say anything until the morning. We can talk then. To which she continues saying, I just read these texts. I'm truly very sorry for responding like that while you were in pain. I should have let you in clearly. I didn't realize you might have a mild concussion. I should have just come back with the medicine. I love you. I'll be back soon. So those are some more text messages. All right. Hey, Missy, good morning to you. Trixie, that's when he should have called the police. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of us saying that in this trial. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of like, wow, he should have, would have, could have, if then, Serenity. Yeah. Love bombing. Moonchild. Yep. George and Sarah vibes for sure. He's begging like George. Yep. So he never called the police about any of this? Doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. Nomad, why would he continue to stay in a toxic relationship? I don't know. There's many reasons. There's many reasons. Hey, Marsh, how you doing? Jennifer King, yep, everything in hindsight. Kelly, yeah, she has zero fear that he will be violent toward her, none. Yeah. All right, so this is the night of. This is him getting stabbed.
Leave, get up right now. You get up right now.
Why you have to keep him up right? I just want to keep him
Get
up
up right now, mommy.
What happened?
Listen, get up right now.
Baby, wake up. What's
in your Courtney? Courtney.
Just keep him sitting up right. Leave.
Courtney, listen to me. Get up. Get up, come on. You gotta get the dogs in.
Okay.
Get up.
Please go. Please.
Listen to me. Get up right now. You can drop it on the floor. I'll help him out. Get up.
Oh, no. No, I can't.
Get up.
I can't let this. Okay.
Let go.
Wait, it wasn't. Guys.
Relax.
Why? No, guys.
Relax.
Boss, what's going on? Wait. You good? What do you have?
Relax.
What's his name? Daddy will be back.
What is his name? What is his name?
Christian Obumseli.
What's his name?
Christian Obumseli. Obumseli, please.
Listen, sit down. Do me a favor, sit down. Do not
Why
move.
are you yelling at me?
Do not move.
Why are you yelling at me?
Do not move, sit down.
Okay,
we don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened.
I'm terrified
So
for him.
right now, yeah, don't worry. They're helping him. So just sit down. Don't move, okay?
All right, so that was a real quick shot there. Hey, real happy. Good to see you. Good morning. Nessie, yeah, that was pandemonium for sure. I hear dogs can sense evil. They definitely have a sense about them. I don't know if it's evil or not, but well, they can sense when you're being friendly to them. They can sense when you're being mean to them. Katie Cat, she's geeked out of her mind. Yeah. Kathy, she's a brat. Funk, is that blood on her face? I think, and her arm. I think this all in here, that was all red. I think that was his blood. She was terrified for herself, Michelle says. They should have better body cam. Sherry says. Kelly, yeah, that's after. That's after. Yeah, she had blood on her for sure. She definitely had blood. All right. Next up is going to be her interrogation. So this is going to be her being interrogated. She says that it was self-defense. They let her go. I guess they arrested her. They did put handcuffs on her. They didn't necessarily arrest her. They did put handcuffs on her. All right. So this is 3 hours and 42 minutes. There's probably some moments where I can zoom through here, but this one is this is her interrogation. And there's definitely moments where I can fast forward through. So let's I can do this too. You don't need to see that. All right. So this is her interrogation.
Recording, right? You make any water or anything?
All right, hold on. No. They didn't arrest Christian. No, they arrested her. And her defense is Frank Prieto and Sabrina Puglisi. So Frank Prieto and Sabrina Puglisi. That's her defense. And then the prosecution is Shawn Abuhoff and Kathleen Hoague, I believe, that's how you pronounce it. And then the judge is Laura Cruz, I should say. So her defense, Frank Prieto and Sabrina Puglisi. All right. And no, they did not arrest Christian. No. If I said that, I misspoke. No, they arrested her.
Like I'm assuming I'm the blue chair.
Yes, please. Just do this for me so I can take that off.
Is like a paper towel or tissue or anything?
Yeah, we'll give you everything.
I've been crying a lot. Thank you.
I'm so sorry because
Complaint is divided. They still have visual. We can go outside of the complaint.
Negative. The police are fluent tonight. They finally stopped and they lost visual of you. Was not in the stop.
Okay, kids, yeah. Still on it.
You're on the 329 here. On the 339, pulled up to the neighbor. You left the 329. On the 339, pulled up. The power is full.
Need the water right now, okay?
Thank you.
We're going to close this, okay?
Is somebody coming for me?
Yeah, he's coming right now.
Please, God, please, God, just let me, my dog, please. God, Christian, be okay. I don't care what you're doing. I just want God, I couldn't know it. So I just lost me. But I'm not. I'm this kind of person who knows God. Please protect Christian. Please protect me. And please protect my daughter. And please God protect Brother Ramírez. Somebody can come in.
Yeah, we're gonna start talking soon now. I'm just getting everything set up.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be like, I'm just like, I just cannot believe the way my day went.
Yeah.
It's way worse than, I really want to get to the hospital.
Yeah, we'll talk to you now.
I desperately want to get to the hospital.
Right. I mean, either way, so you don't rush, you still wouldn't be able to see him at this point, obviously.
You still what?
You wouldn't be able to see him at this point, so that way you don't have to, because you're still working, you're still taking care of him, it's a process, so they don't
I
let
just want to
anyone
be
in.
there when I can.
So, yeah, once we'll talk about we'll talk about that, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you. You're working on him. You're fucking working on him. Please, God, don't take Christian completely away from me. We're not going to work out with God. Just let me talk to him again. Let us both tell each other that we're sorry. apologies for being absolutely fucking covered in blood.
Listen, you don't have to apologize, okay? I completely understand. All right? Things happen, and you can't control it. Okay? So, you don't have to apologize for it. All right?
What's your name?
Detective Prieto, okay? And this is my partner, Sergeant Rodriguez. Okay? Today's Sunday, April 3, and the time is 7:36 p.m. All right? What's your first name?
Courtney.
Courtney. Can you spell it for me, please?
C-O-U-R-T-N-E-Y.
Okay. And your last name?
Clenney. C-L-E-N-N-E-Y.
Okay. What is your date of birth?
4/21/96.
It's almost your birthday. 19.
It's oh really? When is your birthday?
The 13th.
My boyfriend's just the 12th.
Oh really?
He turns 28.
Super close.
Assuming that he is.
Well, he's still in the hospital right now, so okay. Just take a breather, okay? I know this must be very rough for you right now.
No, we were supposed to go in the park with my dogs today. Like, this is not how I expected this to be. Sorry.
Really?
That's not what we're talking about. You asked me my birthday. Okay, what's the next question?
Okay. Are you currently living there?
Yes.
Yeah? The address is 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue. Okay. And what apartment was it?
2201.
2201. How long have you guys been living there?
Since the first or second week of January.
Of this year? 2022.
Yeah, we moved here January this year together from Boston.
From Boston?
From Boston.
From Boston. Oh, okay. When did you guys come to Miami from Boston?
We visited last year in March, and we loved it. And we travel all the time together. We like the beach.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to live here. So he was like, he wanted to move to London. I wanted to move here. And I said, maybe we should start in the U.S.
Yeah,
and he was like that, and we did it. So.
Okay. How long have you guys been together?
About 2 years.
About 2
years? A year and a half to 2 years, yeah.
Okay.
Is he okay?
He's still at the hospital. They're still,
I know.
monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response.
That's all I have to know. Thank God.
So
that's all I need.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
And once we're done, I'll go talk to them again and see what's the update. Okay. All right. So you said 1.5 years to 2 years. Okay. And you said that today you guys were supposed to go to the park.
We were. Well, I'll just let you ask questions and I'll answer.
No, you can tell me whatever you want. You can tell me whenever you want.
Yeah, we had just gotten back together. I had broken up with him, and then he came back the last 2 nights, and everything was perfect. And then into an argument, and I ended up getting scared, and I think that I overreacted, or not overreacted necessarily, but reacted, and I just didn't know exactly what might happen. Yeah, we were right before anything happened. We were going to walk my dogs down to this park over by the Paramount, which has the beach volleyball and basketball court and all that. We're gonna walk them over there and let my dog Ranger play soccer. That was my plan for the day, and then go.
How old are you
to the movie? Or to go to a movie tonight in Miami Beach. My dogs are 8 years old.
8 years old? Oh, okay. Both of them?
Yes.
Oh. You've had them all 8 years? Since they were babies?
Yes.
Oh. What breed are they?
Mini Aussies.
Mini Aussies? I love those. Super smart.
Yeah.
You guys lived in Austin before here, right? Between the first and second week of January, you guys moved to Miami. You guys stop anywhere before coming to Miami, or did you move somewhere else between Austin and Miami, or you went straight to Miami?
We took the U-Haul from Austin to Miami. Took us like 2 days. I didn't drive one bit, because he went the whole way. So like a day and a half, 2 days. No, we just stopped a bunch of places on the way.
Does he have any family?
He does. He has.
Yeah.
He has his mom and grandma. He's closest to.
Mom and grandma?
Mhm.
We're here in Miami, or?
They live in Dallas. I think his grandma they may still be in Nigeria, because they visit a lot, but I think that they're back in Dallas.
Okay.
He has a brother that lives in I think Houston. I don't know where his sister lives.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head their phone number, or?
None of theirs, no.
No?
No.
Do you have it on your phone number, on your phone, or?
I think that I would have his mom on my phone for sure, and then maybe his grandma.
Oh, okay. What's his mom's name?
You know, he told me. I think I'm terrible. I really didn't tell him.
That's like remembering.
And I met her multiple times, and I've been to her house, and I still didn't tell you. That's pretty bad.
I mean, how many times have you seen her?
I think 4 times.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's spread apart, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't imagine to like remember somebody's name that easy. So I'm really bad at remember names too. So again, how about his brother? You know his brother's name, or no?
He is very like not, I guess, like too thorough with talking about. I mean, that's not really probably like the word, but not like too thorough. I feel like I calmed down a little bit once you told me like they're just like talking to him. Okay, so I can talk to you. They're like, he's not really like that thorough or something. He doesn't really talk as much about his family as I do mine. I talk about my family all the time.
Okay. Where's your family at?
In Austin.
You're all in Austin?
All in Austin, yeah.
You have a big family, small family?
I am the most. I'm the closest with my immediate family. My mom, my dad, and my little sister.
Okay.
So not really that big of a family.
Oh, okay. What's your mom's name?
Deborah.
Deborah. And your dad's?
Kim.
Kim. What are their last names?
Clenney.
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 And your sister?
Morgan.
Say the last name. Do you ever need us to take a break? You know, because I know it's rough, you know, with everything going on. But when you can take a break, let me know, okay?
Yeah. Thank you guys for giving me water and tissues.
Oh, definitely. Okay, so do you guys work here in Miami, or do you guys have your own business? Or?
I do social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess is what call it. Yeah, so I'm an influencer. And he does stocks and crypto.
What do you focus on, like Instagram or social media apps?
Instagram, OnlyFans.
Okay.
It's just, yeah.
It
pays the bills.
What's your Instagram?
At Courtney Tailor.
Huh?
At Courtney Tailor. Taylor spelled T-A-I-L-L-R.
T-A-I-L-L-R. L-O-R. And what is it that he does?
Stocks and crypto.
Stocks and crypto.
He just has stocks and does crypto.
Yeah, so he's pretty good with numbers and all of that. Huh? Yeah. And he's done that since you've known him, or?
I mean, as far as I know, he's done it since he was 19, and he's 27.
Okay.
So he's pretty damn good at it. Definitely, I guess, compared to other people that do it.
Yeah. And how long were you guys planning on being in Miami, or before going to London, or?
I don't think London was ever really going to happen. I don't think I would ever do that. But yeah. We were going to move into a house.
Mm-hmm.
So, have an apartment, and then we were like, maybe just move here for a year. And then once we got here, we were like, no, this is dope.
Yeah.
So, we have the dog picked out. It's a golden retriever. We're going to name Mello. So we're going to get a house. So we can have a backyard. Because I have 2 dogs, and then we're going to have 3. So we're planning on staying here for a while.
Okay.
I just hope we get the opportunity to do that. Sorry.
Once again, you don't have to apologize.
Hopefully I'm over freaking out and like I'll be able to see him or whatever. But I don't see it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I will keep it together.
Okay. So how about before we go into like the details of what happened today, okay, I have to swear you in and read you a couple other paperwork. It's just normal process for everybody, with victims, witnesses, everybody. Okay, so
well, I got a chance to talk to Christian today.
To who?
Christian.
Who's Christian? Oh,
the victim.
They haven't told me his name yet.
I don't know if I'm the victim.
No.
He's definitely the victim. What'd you say?
No, he didn't know his name, so he was confused. I was the one that went to the scene.
I just assume everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, yeah, that's okay.
Not always.
Will I get a chance to talk to him?
We'll see once we're done with everything, talking and with the scene and seeing what's the update with him, and then we'll definitely get you an answer later. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, this is an investigation into, what do we call it, a domestic dispute, which occurred at 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue, apartment 2201. In reference to case number,
yeah, sorry. It's going to be 22-0403 00-23743.
The City of Miami Police incident number. Okay. This statement is being taken in the City of Miami Police Department, the investigation office, which is located at 400 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Miami-Dade County, Florida. Okay. Okay. Do you raise your hand, your right hand? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down. Real quick, have you taken any alcohol or medication or narcotics today?
No.
No?
I have just like medicine that I do, but nothing that was mind altering.
Oh, okay. Like what?
I actually don't know what it's called. Taking new medication just for.
What's the medication for? If you don't mind me asking. What is your level of education? Was it last grade or did you graduate?
From college.
From college? Okay. What college was that?
ACC and Santa Monica Community College.
Santa Monica. Okay. How long of school did you do there? Approximately.
It's like at each one, well, ACC about a year and a half, I think. Santa Monica like a semester or two.
Okay.
It was never for me.
Okay. Do you have you been diagnosed with any mental disability or anything like that? No? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna move over to this one. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer or for advice before we ask any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Can you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would I be able to talk to my father? Because he's pretty much acts as my attorney with, like, I mean, not like for stuff like this. Obviously, I've never been in this kind of situation.
Is he an attorney?
No. He's just.
Well, we'll give you a chance.
We know what to do.
We'll give you a chance to talk to your father later. Okay.
I mean, before I'd like to speak to. I just feel like I don't know. I mean, I think it'll be fine. I think Christian will be fine, and I will be fine. So maybe there's no need, but I just would like to talk to somebody.
No worries. I'm gonna be able to give you some time to talk to your dad or with anybody that you need to talk to. Okay.
And I want to go home and see my dogs, and I want to go to the hospital. Will I be able to do that tonight?
We took care of the dogs. We found someone. I believe your mom mentioned that's taken care of them before when you traveled. So
love and thoughts.
Yeah. So we got able to get a hold of them, and they're actually gonna be taken over there. Just so you know. So they're taken care of. They're in good hands. They're probably actually already there now. Okay. So we took care of those because I know they were seen. They were going back and forth. They seemed a little, I know how dogs are. We're all dog lovers here. All three of us, we also have dogs. So that's like family, and we took care of them. Just so you know.
Yeah, the female officer that was over there was talking to my mom and trying to get the one that was able. Thank God.
So they're in good hands.
Thank you. I want to talk to my mom for an hour on the phone, and I want to go sit at the hospital. Am I going to be able to do that?
So for right now, I can't give you an answer. Okay, we just have to go through everything. Because remember, this just happened, so I can't really give you a straight answer. If I do, I would be lying to you, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to lie to you.
Okay.
Okay. Just as well as I don't want you to lie to me. I don't want to lie to you. We want to be able to understand everything that went down today. Okay, as truthful as we can be. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
Yeah. If I don't, what happens? Yeah.
It's your choice. It's your right. But at the end of the day, we just want to figure out what happened. Okay? We just want to hear your side of the story and what occurred, so we can piece this together and come to an understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately we weren't there, you were, so there's no better person to tell us than you.
And it took so long for, I don't know what, I honestly, it was such a blur. I was on the phone with my mom. I don't know.
Is that for me right over here?
Yeah, you can reread it. Take your time, reread it again. Same thing you read.
This is where I would like to call my dad and say, can I just do this? Or should I have to get a lawyer? Because I realized, how very serious this is. Like, I was sitting there in a freaking puddle of my boyfriend's blood, begging him to, like, please not, like, fucking give up on me. Like, man, like, this shit is fucking serious. So, I don't think I'm necessarily in trouble, but, like, I just would like to. Can I just talk to him? This happened, and the whole situation happened, and I haven't talked to anybody who means anything.
No, I understand. Right now,
okay,
you
know what? What?
No,
I've never been in this kind of situation.
You can talk to him later, because.
But before I talk to you guys. Why can't I talk to him beforehand?
Well, because I would like to understand what's going on.
I know, but like if I say, hey, is it cool if I sign a constitutional rights waiver when my boyfriend has
not
like
a lawyer. Yeah, if you're an adult, if you were a minor,
he would be the one who would.
If you were under 18, if you were under 18, then yeah, I would provide you a phone call to your father. But you're over 18, so
I don't feel like it. I don't want to talk to my parents.
Yeah, I get you. But I feel the same way with my parents. You know, I still go to them too for questions that they've dealt with in the past.
Okay.
You know?
My dad handles my. I'm so freaking out right now a little bit. Like I wanted to go to the hospital and I want to just call my fucking mom. And I know that I do not get that right. I know it. But here's the thing, is that this is constitutional rights waiver. My dad handles my lawyer. I'm not going to take a court-appointed lawyer. My dad handles my lawyer. I would not be calling my lawyer. So my dad is the first person you got to call, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been in a situation like this where somebody's in a hospital.
Yeah.
I've never been in this kind of situation. That's why, like, I don't want to do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day. But
what happens if not?
If not, then that's it. We don't talk about what happened to them. We just have to take the stories that we've been told from the people next door and previous situations, and try and narrow it down to what happened today.
You get a much better picture, a much better idea coming from you who was there today than us trying to piece it together
from other people as well.
In there, you know. There's no better story to get than yours who was there. So which is why we prepare for you. But you know, like you said, it's your decision if you want to or not. But for us to obviously proceed and make a better decision for all of us, it's getting your story. You know, you were there. You know, you were. So you.
My boyfriend is not dead, is he?
Well, he can't talk to us right now. Either way, he's in the hospital.
Jack is his homicide.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's like the Jack survived. All of those things are like.
To you on scene. It's Sunday. So Sunday domestic violence units don't work. So we handle their calls anytime we get any type of domestic violence calls. We handle it for them.
Okay.
And so that's why we were raised from the beginning.
Can I go and come back?
No, unfortunately, no, I can't. It's steps, you know. Once we handle this, and we'll go to the next step. And
is there a chance I'm going to go home tonight?
I don't have a definite answer for you right now.
Okay, well, I'll just.
Okay. So the time is.
I need a.
8 p.m.
There's blood up in my.
Alright. So let's start from the start. You guys were supposed to take out your dogs to the park, right? And then what happened after that?
Like I said, a little bit blur.
Yeah.
I was doing laundry and watching a Christina Randall, or listening to a Christina Randall video, and tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time, And then he came back with a Subway sandwich. Before he left, he recited exactly what I wanted. And I said, I'll text what I want to you. And he said, I know what you want. And I said, no, you don't. And he recited it to me before he left. And he got it perfectly right.
Okay.
And then he left. I guess he went to go bike over there. That's just what he said. I don't know if he walked or biked, but he told me he's going to bike personally.
Like a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came back. And I said something about like, oh, are you going to like reshare your location with me? Like, did you unshare it? And he said, yeah, I unshared it. And I was like, oh, when did you do that? And he goes, the other day, like when you were done with me. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. Like, reshare it. And then he told, it kind of like turned into like a little like argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, okay, yeah, I will. And then I didn't do it immediately. He asked me about it again. And I don't know what I was thinking, but it just said something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want me to be?
Okay.
Which I wouldn't have been. I love him. But just like, maybe you don't want to know where I am. I guess maybe that would just like hurt him because he was pressing me. And he ended up pinning me against the wall. And then, I said like choking me on the floor. It's just like, look at my neck, and I was like, I'm not saying like choking me like, whatever. But he had my like neck, like and this happened twice before, where I couldn't breathe and I was on the floor. Yeah. I could not breathe, and I don't think that he is trying to kill me, but I was scared, and all 3 times I have been scared. So yeah, I'm on the floor, and he had me pinned and lets me up. I'm on the get my mom on the phone. And I'm just trying to really remember. I hear my mom on the phone, and I remember she was standing like against the couch. Like we were obviously it was a big deal at this point. So this happened like over by the door, and somehow moved like over in the living room. He was standing by the couch, facing toward the kitchen, and I was in the kitchen. And then he just like, I could see like all the whites in his eyes, and he was like coming at me. And so I grabbed one of these knives. My mom got me for Christmas. I grabbed one of them, and I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I grab and be like, don't come anywhere closer to me. Because, earlier, that was happening 2 other times, I couldn't fucking breathe. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like this kind of thing where I was saying, like, do you know if he's okay? If he's choking me and he's angry enough, he might, like, this is different, I think. But if he's, like, choking me or, like, pinning me or something and I can't breathe, he might go too long. So I grabbed my knife and I said, don't come anywhere closer to me. I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom, and he's coming at me like he's going to grab either the phone or, like, the knife or something. And so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer. Coming at me, and I threw it. And I meant for it to go.
How far away was he?
I was by my fridge, and he was like by the edge of one of the chairs of the sofa.
Okay.
Like
comparing to what
10 feet. I'm trying to think in my head. I'm trying to make the.
Was he closer than I am?
No, but just further.
So like what? Like the length of his room?
No, further than that.
Okay.
Oh well, if I said yeah, you're right. It was more than 10 feet. Then it was definitely further than this.
Okay. It isn't closer. It looks a lot smaller than it is here.
It was further than this.
Okay. So then, you were by the fridge and he was by the couch? You were by the fridge and he was by the couch?
Yes, I was in front of the fridge. He was by the couch.
Yes. And then
behind my island.
Then what kind of movements did he make that he at the moment? He was gonna walk
running
up?
At me.
Running? Okay.
Well, charging, aggressively walking, something.
What was he doing? Like, was he doing something with his hands or?
Doing he had his hands up. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Was he yelling at you at the time?
Yes.
Yeah. What was he saying?
Well, I'm supposed to put my hand up, so I really need to think. So. Yeah, I remember one of the things, but I don't think it's relevant.
No, go ahead, tell me. It might be relevant. It might help me understand this a little more.
He said, why don't you go find one of the fucking guys and do guidance? Because I had said something about that when I broke up with him like a week ago. Out of anger. I didn't say it because I want that, because I love him. But that was just one of the things that you said.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you or earlier in one of the arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me.
Okay.
Or whatever.
So he gets...
So no, not right then. I couldn't tell you exactly what he said right then.
Okay. So...
But I swear to God, I was scared. I mean, after like what I was scared. And I was on the phone with my mom and it was still happening.
Yeah.
I was scared.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
Let me go.
Uh-huh.
Let me go, and then I started swinging on him because I had been against the wall.
Okay.
I started trying to hit him.
Yeah.
And then he put me on the ground.
He dropped you to the ground. What did he do? Did he lift you up, or did he grab your hair? Did he just kind of rotate you onto the ground?
I really couldn't even tell you.
He pushed you.
If I could have been given all these questions, before, I could be like, please let me think about it. Or when I'm trying to remember a whole situation of where I was very upset about something, which I've learned this in therapy and whatever. It's write down all the details so you don't forget. Just write it all out clearly, so it makes sense to you and makes sense to somebody else. But I haven't had a chance to have a pen and paper or my phone to write down exactly what happened, and I haven't really even fully thought about it.
Yeah.
So honestly, my answer is I don't remember.
That's fine. So he has you on the ground. You end up on the ground, and he has his hands over your neck. Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then is he saying something to you at the time when he's on the ground on top of you, or?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth. I don't remember what it was.
Like what?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth, with the white to his eyes,
okay.
but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. And then he at one point he stops, right? Sorry. And what, you get up? You go to the bedroom, or what do you do?
I get my phone from the kitchen. When I got my phone from the kitchen, I called my mom. I was talking to her, and then he was following me around the apartment and acting we shouldn't be together.
You guys have a history of domestic violence?
Yeah.
You say you've been together how long? Sorry.
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2
year
years.
and a half to 2 years.
So how many incidents you think you've had?
I don't know, but we shouldn't be together.
We say 1 or 2, or just too many to...
Oh my God. Oh my God. I haven't touched my ankle. It's what?
We're good.
Like, I just want to take a shower, God. Okay. No. We can.
I'll get you
I'm not trying to interrupt, but.
No. You keep on.
This is absolutely the most insane shit that I think I've ever been involved in.
I think anybody that
No,
goes through this
without
would
a
be
doubt.
just insane.
What'd you say?
I think that if anybody goes through this type of situation, it would be pretty insane for them. So.
Okay. You said
have you
domestic violence.
have you made a report before?
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas actually about a year ago, and he was detained.
And what happened there?
He had pushed me in the lobby, but it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal. And he ended up getting taken to the hospital or jail or something.
Yeah.
Which I don't think it was necessary, but yeah, he had been. And then also I had been arrested for as well in Vegas in August.
Oh.
So he and I each had one.
Okay. What happened in Vegas?
We just got in an argument in the hotel room, and what I guess made them arrest me was that I said I had thrown a glass at him.
Oh, okay.
Like a glass of, like a drink.
Okay. Yeah, you splashed
Which I
it.
think until that point it was like fine, I guess. Like I didn't, whatever, but they asked like, yo, did you throw something at him? Because I guess they went upstairs and they said, did you throw a drink at him? And I said, yes, I did. Because what's the point? Like, I guess it's whatever. So, yeah. They went up and they said, I guess they asked me about it, and I said yes. And they said, okay, well, that's DV or battery or something, not assault or something like that. And so I got arrested and I was held for 12 hours. That wasn't fun. But yeah, those are the two incidences for. I don't know what the incident for him was like.
About how many incidents have you guys had here in Miami since January?
What do you mean?
Like how many times has the police been called to your apartment, or you called the police since January?
Okay. Police have been called once because I called them because my boyfriend was threatening suicide.
Okay.
I'm sure there are records of that or whatever. I don't know how.
Why was he threatening suicide?
I don't remember exactly what the situation was, but he was he had taken a knife. He grabbed it in front of my face, and then I got scared, and he was kind of waving it at me, but it wasn't for me. And then he took it into the extra room and slammed the door. And he has a history of self-harm. So I was kind of just like, okay, well, let me go in there and chase him, regardless of whether or not what's going on. And I tried to open the door, and he wouldn't open the door. So I got really scared that he was doing something in there that I couldn't control, so I called the cops. And he wasn't very happy with me about that, but I was really scared.
Did he say anything that he was going to do to himself, or?
And he's threatened it many, many times, but I don't remember if he did it right then.
Does he suffer from anything?
No, that's what he's told me.
Yeah. And have you had time to call police?
Okay, and then this, I mean, the police were called because of us, actually because of us, twice. I mean, if I'm being correct. It was that time when I called, and then this time when it was obviously absolutely necessary.
Okay.
I was the one who called 911. Because I was literally asking him, what is our address, because I could not think straight. Baby, what is our address?
Today?
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, it was today. Okay, so there was that one. But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely no reason. Absolutely none. They harassed, not the police, but security guards from office, like young security guards. Came up for no reason. Bothered him, bothered me. I was about to go to the pool. They said, do you want us to keep him out of here? And I said, I mean, yeah, but y'all have been letting him up all week when he hasn't had a key. Yeah. But, I mean, no. Do you want us to call the cops? No. It's fine. Like, I didn't want him to get arrested. Like, there's no reason for that. And so, whatever. So I said no. And then he, I guess he just wanted to call the police or something, because right after that he goes, well, we saw you shove him, which he was referring to downstairs in the elevator. My boyfriend had followed me into the elevator, and I didn't want him to come in. So I go, stop following me, and I did this. And we were like, I mean, Christian will attest to a lot of stuff. Yeah. But that just didn't happen. So it's like he moved from Christian to me. It seemed like he just wanted to cause trouble. Yeah. So the police were involved yesterday when there shouldn't have been. And then I think there was like 1 or 2 times where I don't think the police were called, but maybe security, well, if you're talking about police, that's definitely the only times I can remember. Okay. Security have been called for noise complaints, for sure.
Because of arguments, or? And what do you guys usually argue about? Or is it always a different issue?
I don't even know.
You don't even
I mean, I know, kind of, ish. But I don't even know.
Okay. Do you mind telling us about those arguments, or no?
I don't think there's a point. I cannot remember everything, so I don't want to remember part of it.
Okay.
Would you say it's jealousy related?
For sure, for some of it, yeah.
So, you think you can tell us the story one more time, just so I can make sure that I didn't miss anything?
Didn't you write everything down?
No, he's writing it down for me. But I just want to make sure that you can explain to us one more time the story.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can see how I am. Okay. Well, he went to go get me Subway. We wake up. We've broken up. I broke up with him about a week ago. My mom came into town. She was in town because of it. And I told her, like, what am I saying? Anyway, she came into town because of this. She was there for about 6 days. My boyfriend was freaking squatting in my elevator, like, little room. But I didn't want to kick him out because he said he wanted to be close to me. I'm like, okay. I eventually feel like, okay, I got this under control, you can go home.
Okay.
Then she goes home. That crap with the security guard who I guess just had an agenda. That happened yesterday.
Okay.
Or was it the day before yesterday? Honestly, I really don't. I can't think of it. It's the day before yesterday or yesterday. So...
Which security guard is this? Do you know his name?
I don't remember his name. I could point him out in the lineup in 1 second. So after that fact, I was like, wow, you just tried to cause a problem for no reason. I thought it was his fault. I was like, why are you doing this? Like, just because, like I said, that we're over, blah, blah, blah. And he was trying to talk to me, and I just didn't want to talk to him. I really let him have it over the phone. And I let him come back and spend the night, and then he explained the whole thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is definitely too nice for you. Yeah. He explained the whole thing, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let's agree. We will never, like, touch each other again out of anger, and he will never gaslight me again. Those were the two, like, main things. And this was a very late night. So the last couple days have been, he was just great. He was happy to be back in the apartment. I was happy to have him back in the apartment because I missed him. And been waking up telling me, good morning, I love you, touching me. Like, it's just, I felt very, very loved when I woke up this morning. That's why I'm so, like, heartbroken. It's just like, why? Why? Like, I should have just left the apartment. Come to think of it. Okay, so anyway, he went to go get me Subway, or he went to go get himself Subway, then got me Subway. He rode his bike, or I guess, whatever, walked something, came back, and then I was trying to look for his location, like, while he was gone. Not because I was wondering where he was, like, sketchy.
Yeah.
But just, like, trying to see how far he was, because I was...
He was on his way back? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. So, I couldn't see it, and he said that he would change it, like, before, I think, I don't know. And he was he asked me if I would change mine back, and I said something along the lines of, what?
What?
Oh, it said something, I'm staring at your yellow paper because it's in front of me. I cannot read one thing, so I don't know if you think like I'm...
No, you're good.
Okay, so the Subway thing, he comes back. I asked him about his location. He said he'll change it. Asked me about mine. I said something mean or unnecessary about, even though I wasn't anywhere, saying something like, oh, well, you wouldn't want to know. Something like that. And he ended up getting upset. And that's kind of like where I went from there. Got me against the wall. Don't remember exactly where it went from there. And I was on the floor. Let me go. I called my mom.
So he had you against the wall. He was holding you by the neck, right?
Yes.
And then he let you go. You start swinging at him, and then he ends up putting you on the ground. Correct. And then
oh yeah, when I was up against the wall, I mean when he had me like this, I was just trying to get it off.
Yeah, you're trying to get it.
But it wasn't. I didn't feel.
You felt the pressure.
It wasn't a long time.
Yeah.
It wasn't a long time, and it wasn't extremely hard. It was kind of just like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay. And then he put you on the ground after that. And then he said something that you don't remember what he said.
Gritting his teeth.
Okay. And then he let you go.
Yes.
Okay. Then you got up, and then what happened?
I went into the kitchen. I picked up my phone from my charger.
Okay.
To call my mom. Actually, at that point, I walked into the living room. She was sitting on the couch. I didn't say this before. I walked in the living room. I called my mom. You could see I was calling my mom.
Okay.
That made him angry. I went in his living room, took us on the couch. He came in there and tried to get the phone out of my hand. So I went back into the kitchen. And at that point, I was sitting there and I grabbed the knife, which...
Did he ever get the phone out of your hands or
no? No. He just came over to me and was trying to get it, and then we went into the kitchen and got the knife. I do not think that this was... I don't know. I really don't know if this is justified at all. I actually don't know.
Well, that's what
I really don't know, because I know I was scared, but I really don't know.
So you got the knife?
Because I grabbed a knife. I grabbed a knife, and I said, like, pretty much just, like, don't get any closer to me. And then, came with me, said something, came with me. And then I just threw it. And I really
How exactly did you throw it? Did you just throw like that?
How many times?
No, how exactly did you throw it? Like, you threw it like this, or kind of like flung it at him, overhead, or how did that?
Oh, I just flung it.
You just flung it over your head, or from like
this?
Okay.
So from like beside your head. Holding it, yeah. So not like, okay, like I'm holding it like this. This is not the knife, the
blade to it?
Right, the blade. I'm not, I for dang sure did not stab him. That would be insane. I mean, I didn't even think that this would touch him. But I mean, I thought that I would scare him by just grabbing it. I thought I would scare him by just grabbing it, but that didn't work. So, anyway, comes at me, and then I just flung it. Okay. And I was kind of just trying to fling it past.
When you threw it, when you flung it, how close was he at that time?
I mean, I said 10 feet, but if this is 10 feet, it was definitely more than 10 feet.
Okay.
And I mean, if somebody goes into my apartment, they can see how far it was.
Yeah.
But I did not want it to actually injure him.
Mm-hmm. And what did he do? What did he do after you flung the knife out? Did he walk around, or did he fall right then and there, or what happened?
He fell down.
He fell down?
Yeah.
He didn't walk around or anything like that, or still try and chase you, or what?
No, because it hit him.
Because it hit him?
You know where the knife hit him?
I think it was like right here.
Okay. And what did you do after he fell?
I ran over to him and grabbed him, and like it was just like a blur, but I ran over to him and I grabbed him, and I just said, "Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?" Like I'm like the worst person to be around. What do I do? And he said, call somebody, and I was on the phone with my mom.
He said that?
He said, just call somebody, and I was like, okay, I'm on the phone with my mom. I said, Mom, what do I do? She said, call 911. I think I called 911. I actually don't remember. Mm-hmm. That's obviously the easiest thing y'all can look up. Is if I call. I really don't remember. Why did I end up taking him closer to the door? I don't remember. I think that he walked closer to the door because we ended up closer over there. I think, yeah, he fell down close to the couch.
Yeah.
There's probably blood all over that white couch. I bet you anything is everywhere. We somehow ended up over like by the extra bathroom in our like little like laundry closet.
Yeah.
And there was like, he was just bleeding a lot. And I was holding him. And he said, put pressure on it. Because I'm just thinking, I was like, he kept trying to lay down. He kept trying to lay down. And it looked like he was losing. And like, oh my God, God forbid I fucking lose Christian. Like, I'm so okay with like us breaking up at some point or now, or obviously, whatever. I don't give a shit. But God forbid anything happens to him. God forbid. So, yeah. I just like, he just kept trying to lay down, and I was like, please fucking Christian, please don't do this, please don't fucking do this to me. And he kept sounding like he couldn't talk or something. Like he was just like closing his eyes, like, wake up, open your eyes. And I was talking to him about his mom and his grandma, and it felt like everybody was, every second was like a freaking minute.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, he was the one who told me to put pressure. I'm just like a freaking idiot. So I'm like trying to keep him upright because he keeps trying to lay down. I'm thinking blood flow, right? You don't want to lay down if you're losing blood. That's what I would think. And he's saying just put pressure on it. So I don't remember what I got, but I got something and I just like put it on it. And I was like holding him, and he kept trying to lay down. He's a freaking big man, so I was trying to hold him up and push it into him.
Was the knife stuck on him, or somebody pulled it out?
No, and I thought about this while you guys were outside. I was thinking, why did it start bleeding so much? Because if it just like hit him, I'm thinking maybe it just, I don't know, like if it was really deep or not. I don't know if it just hit him and then came out, or if he grabbed it because I almost got a little irritated with them while y'all were out there, because I was like, I swear, this is freaking rule number one. If you watch Game of Thrones or anything else, you're gonna, anything.
Yeah.
You have something in you. Typically, you don't pull it out, right? I mean, y'all would know better than I do.
Okay.
So I kind of got a little irritated because I was like, I was just assuming he pulled it out. But I don't know, maybe it just fell out.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah. What's you know your weight and height?
5'8", 150.
How about Christians?
6'1", 210.
210, so you're a little heavier, significantly heavier.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as your DV history, how many times has he ever put his hand on you before? How many times would take a guess in the 2 years you've been together?
Maybe like 5 times.
5 times. And besides putting his hands around your neck, I believe he said this is the 3rd time he's done it. As far as the neck around and the hands around your neck.
No. I mean, it's hit me in the head before. I don't remember when that was.
Close fist or how?
I'll just leave that out because I remember there was a time when he hit me really hard in the head and I was kind of discombobulated, but I can't even remember when it was. It might have just been like when we were drunk, but I know it happened, so I'll just leave that out because I can't give you exact facts.
Okay.
And I don't want to lie about anything. The last time was in Tulum. He grabbed me by my hair or something. We were both drinking. But there was a bench in front of our bed. And he threw me against the bench, and I hit the bench. My head hit the bench. And I fell on the floor. There was another time my mom was on the phone, and he threw me into the wall in the bathroom. But, I mean, I am certainly a crazy person too. I mean, not crazy.
Aggressive.
I'm very aggressive and just really particularly just feels like in the relationship, I guess.
And choking, how many times have you tried to choke?
3.
Whose name is on the lease?
Mine.
Yours? Just yours?
Yes.
Do you guys have an ID? Because it was kind of a mess inside, so you couldn't just find any ID. Do you guys have any ID?
Are you talking about the
apartment?
Yeah, inside the apartment.
Yeah.
Like where would we find his ID and yours?
Well, I saw one of the police officers with a passport, so I don't know if it was mine or his. They were looking for both of our IDs.
Okay.
And I told them that mine would be in a tan purse or a brown purse that was on the ground. And one of them came out of the house with a passport, so I think that it was mine. But yeah, I have a couple of forms of ID inside the apartment.
What about him? Where's his IDs? Or where does he keep them?
He should have them in a bag.
Does he carry a wallet or like a fanny pack or anything?
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he keeps his. Well, it could be in his black bag might be in there that he had on today because he usually doesn't leave the apartment without his ID.
Like
he had that on.
Like a side bag?
Yeah, it's like one of the off-white things. It's like a black bag with a yellow strap. And that's what he was wearing when he went to Subway, so I'm assuming it was in there.
Okay.
Will I be able to use the restroom?
Yeah, well, and then in a minute we're gonna get somebody to come over and escort you to the restroom. Okay.
Am I going home?
We gotta see everything with the scene and everything, and then we'll give you a better answer. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be take a while and see what you could photograph for that and everything.
When will I be able to talk to one of my parents?
Where is your
Because
phone?
Where's your phone? I'm there. Where's my phone?
Yeah.
It was inside the apartment.
Inside the apartment, like on the counter? Did you leave it on the counter or kitchen counter?
It was on, I think the, like, entryway table.
What does your phone look like? What type of phone is it?
It's an iPhone. I think the case had come off.
You know the color?
Space gray or rose gold. I honestly don't remember what color it is.
What about his?
Which iPhone do you have?
The newest.
The newest one?
Yeah.
The 13.
I think she has a 12.
And who do you have your
and
phone company
I don't remember what color his phone is, but he has a red case.
Who do you have your phone company with? AT&T, T-Mobile?
Verizon. But I know my family's numbers by heart, so I could call them without.
What's your phone number?
512-745-3582.
Okay, what's your social?
When will I be able to change out of these bloody clothes? I was holding him while he was bleeding. I mean, my toes.
Yeah. We're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then we're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then bring it over, okay?
Find something for me?
Yeah, from your house.
Like, change over.
I just want to change in my own clothes. I want to take a shower and change in my own clothes.
Just give us a minute so we can get everything in order, and then we'll come back with you some news, okay?
All right, so that's like her initial interview with law enforcement, and so she explained what happened. So they got up. They thought they had broken up, I think she said a week before, but they were still in a good place. And he goes out for Subway. She can't get a hold of him. He comes back. They get in an argument. She flings a knife at Christian. She said she wanted to go past him. She said it was like 10 feet or so. And then...
The doctor said, I took them to the Peace and Love.
Peace Love Pod.
Yeah. Where she answered, and I told her it was an emergency.
Were they still covered in blood?
Not so much because it rained a little bit, but I told her she's going to wash them and she has food there. Yeah.
Those are dogs? I think those were her dogs. Pizza? Did they say pizza? No, I think that was
So yeah, she sent me, she just sent me a picture of. They stayed there before.
Oh my God, is that what she sent you that from today?
No, that's from today. That's from the other day because you left them there.
Oh, okay, yeah. They take really good care of them. Thank you so much. You have no idea how appreciative I am of that.
You want to go to the bathroom?
I was really scared. Yes, I do. I'm just picking my nails. I have nothing else to do. Just picking my nails off.
All right, for now, we'll definitely fast forward through this. We don't need to look at an empty room. I guess she comes back, but I don't really need to see. When do they come back? Okay, here's where they come back. All right, we'll watch a little bit of her histrionics. Okay, she has her head down. So she says she flings the knife at Christian, and it goes into his underneath his collarbone, and goes into his heart. So subclavicle artery near the heart, just below the collarbone. So your collarbone is like right here, right? So your collarbone is right here. So just below. I don't know if it was the left or right side. I don't know, but yeah, I guess on the left. Yeah, because your collarbone is like right here. So it went in like right in here. here somewhere. It's a shame because if it had hit him like in the rib, it may have deflected, you know, because we have all ribs right in here, but it went right through, unfortunately. So, all right, I'm going to go in, fast forward a little bit.
We're almost done here.
Okay. Is there an update on Christian?
The other detective's working on it right now.
Is he okay?
We're gonna check. We're trying to reach the officer at the hospital. We have an officer and a detective there, so we're gonna try to reach them and see what updates we have. As soon as we get them, we'll let you know. Okay. All right. So we have to obviously go inside the house, the apartment, photograph everything, document everything, pick up any evidence like the knife, you know. So there's two ways we can do that. We can get a search warrant, which, you know, it's basically an authorization from the judge to give us permission to go into the house. Or we can do a consent form. A consent form is a much faster process where you give us permission, and, you know, it'll honestly kill time by good 3 hours.
Sure, we'll see that.
Again, we're not going to take anything else not related to the scene. You know, we're here for whatever happened today, just to document that, photograph that, and that'll be pretty much it. Okay, this is what a consent form looks like. You can take the time to read it. I filled in your name and what we will be doing, and then if you agree with it, you can sign and date it. And like I said, it'll just help speed up the process as well. Okay. We're also speaking to your mom. One of the other detectives, there's a few of us.
What did you say last?
One of the other detectives, the one that helped the dogs, she's speaking to your mom as well too, so we're updating her so she's aware.
Okay.
Okay. Today's date is 04/03/2022, and the timer right now is 9:12 p.m. Let me just put it here next to me. So if you want to read it, I don't know if you want to read it, go through it. It's basically what I said. You know, we're going to go into our apartment 2201. We're going to photograph and document the apartment, collect any evidence in regards to the incident, okay, which occurred today. Use your name, and obviously that's pretty much all we're going to be doing today.
So just so you know, so it's 9:12. He said Christian was stabbed around 5. I think she called him. She called 911 at 4. Hold on. She called 911 at, hold on a sec. 4:57, she called 911, 4:57. So right before, they got there around 5 o'clock, so this is 9:12. So we're at, 3 hours or so later.
Okay, so we'll be doing that, and again, it's going to make everything a lot faster. Okay? So just give us a few, and we'll come give you an update, and if you need the rest or anything, just let me know. We're recording either way, so you can just call us, or we're not going to do it.
We're recording either way?
Yeah, we have a recorder, so we have tape recorder and audio recorder.
I've been praying a lot in here.
No, I brought this with me now, but we do have the cameras as well.
Yeah, I've been really going through it a little bit, and I'm on it. Can I tell you a concern of mine?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's a very big concern because I made it very clear I was in like a pool of like.
Yeah, we saw. I was able to.
And I was holding him,
yeah.
so it's everywhere. I mean, like there's still wet blood on my ankle. So when I mean, it's like a long time in here without anything. So I'm like crossing my legs. Is that gonna like make any difference in?
No.
I mean, she said like taking photos of my hands and whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna come photograph.
I just don't want to like soak anything that like.
No, they're gonna come photograph you, and they're gonna give you like a hazmat suit. They're gonna give you that temporarily. So they'll be coming out within, I would say, the next 10 minutes, and they'll be giving you and they'll be say where they're close to you. Okay. Just give me a few minutes, and as soon as we get an update, we'll come back in here. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
right. Elizabeth, where is she putting those hand towels? I didn't actually see that part. Let's see, hold on. Tamara says, I do not want to be found guilty of anything, is what she's saying. She knows she's caused some damage because she was there. Sharon, she needs to say, I want a lawyer, otherwise she's skating around suggesting it. Abe, she's smarter than she looks. She asks some very good questions and seems to understand that non-answers mean no. Well, we didn't have it, we didn't show it, but that the body cam of 2 days before, 2 or 3 days before, I think it's 2 days before this happened, so it would have been April 1st, and the police show up and they're talking to her in the lobby. She calls her dad and she's like, here, talk to my dad. Talk to my dad, or my dad doesn't want me to talk to you, or something like that. So we didn't have that in the clip that we showed, but I've seen other clips on other channels, and they have the full body cam, which I would love to get, where she brings her dad in, and she says her dad's like her lawyer, her manager. I guess he's her representation. So he's got something, and yeah, so we have the parents. Let me see. Oh, hey Mona, we do have the knife throwing and pig carcass defense. We do have that. We have that. And the parents' arrest. Okay, we have the parents' arrest, and then they speak at. Okay, so we may not have a chance to show that today because we'll see how far we get, because I want to keep this in chronological order, so we may not get to that. But yeah, they were, so we do have both of those, the pig carcass, throwing of the knife, and then also the parents. All right, so let's get through this, because we don't need to see her with her head down for 20 minutes.
They're gonna, Courtney, they're gonna take pictures, okay? And they're gonna give you a suit so they can take that bloody clothes, okay?
Okay, where are we gonna be going?
No, you're not gonna go anywhere. It's just that they have to process everything. Okay? After that, you can wash your hands.
Okay. Since I heard nothing, now Kristen is doing.
The sergeant is in the hospital right now. When he comes back, you have an update, okay? You have a name?
No.
You need it like right now? No. He's gonna take some pictures of you, okay? If you can stand for us.
Hello?
You can stand there, right? No problem.
If you can't just have your hands to yourself.
Actually, I haven't heard from the city yet.
And turn to your right, please.
I think it's in the air because
And you should ask him, yeah.
I see a person, I had a few other people there. Like the person they're probably requesting the
Turn it one more time to your right.
that we did also.
So this side of the back?
No, just facing the wall. Turn one more time to your right. Thank you. Face me. See your hands in your hands. Maybe lift up your sleeves. Try to lift up your sleeves. No, you.
All right, so her parents were arrested for tampering with her computer. They said that they were trying to access and maintain her digital information because don't forget she's in Instagram OnlyFans. So her parents were arrested, and they went to. There was a hearing about that, and I remember that. We actually covered that, so we will have that again. But they were arrested for tampering with evidence, which was her computer, and they were saying they were just trying to maintain her digital footprint, you know, all of her OnlyFans and Instagram accounts and stuff.
Your like injuries sustained to you?
I mean, there's bruises all over the place, I think.
Yeah, so I'll photograph everything. Your legs, if you can just have any figures.
Are you looking for injuries, or are you looking just
just general photos right now, and then afterwards I'll photograph your injuries.
Okay.
Can you roll up the sleeve to hand?
Yes.
Thank you. You can turn to your left. And, well, turn to your left. Yeah, facing your left.
All right, so you guys are all saying it was his computer. So, my bad.
Face the wall.
I'm just looking at what I Googled.
That was the like in my other account. It's hard to restart to my leg.
Yes.
Is this good enough? I feel like I'm doing something wrong.
No, it's okay. Face me if you can. Facing it. Thank you. You can turn to your right. Sorry, on this one.
Do you have any injuries?
I mean, I have bruises all over the place, I think, but I'm probably just covered in blood, honestly.
Okay. Do you have any bruises in your arms? Do you have any bruises on your arms, on your neck?
Don't have any neck. I mean, you already got that. Usually there's just bruises like on my arms or my legs.
Let me get the one.
Yeah, on your arm, right here.
Yeah, that
You put your arm down so you can get, and you can turn that way so you can get the on your arm. You can look that way, yeah. And you can get it on the other one too. And the front part of it?
Facing it.
Is that from today? Or from earlier? Just starts right here?
All over the place.
Okay, I'm going to put a scale to it, okay?
Okay.
It's just a paper scale. You can look that way so we don't get more things on there. Yeah. Move your arms just one more time.
This is what I have, like, on my leg.
Okay. Keep turning just so we can see if you have any more. You don't have anything on your neck?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. And then,
where I need them, I don't have them.
You don't have any on your face from the past? No, nothing. Okay.
No. I have. I mean, usually, like, when I have bruises most of the time, like, all over, like, my legs and my butt and whatever, so, I mean, that would be where it is now.
You're just gonna swab it, okay, for DNA? It's just a cotton swabbing water. Here's your neck. Can you write this down? You're gonna do
So she had blood on her arms and her ankle and her legs. So what was she doing? I guess she would.
To change it a little bit. You can
Okay, then you can face me. We're gonna swab just the area of your neck, okay?
21, 22, neck. Just a little bit.
So her parents tried to hack into his computer, but was it shared? Wasn't it a shared computer or something? Or that's what they were saying, it was shared, so they were trying to protect her. I guess we'll get to that point.
Doesn't just swab your face, okay? Okay.
47. Anybody have the time? Or would you let me know?
9:47.
10:40, no, is it 9:46? 9:46.
Okay, this is for your left arm.
No, right.
Oh, my left, yeah. Right arm, I apologize.
21:48, right arm. Okay. Right arm.
11:34. 11:34.
Left arm.
Now the same thing too.
21:48, left arm. Top of left hand.
Okay, let me see your left hand. Just put that top in. Thank you.
21:49. Top of right hand.
Same to your right hand.
Palm of right hand. Palm of right hand. Right. Let me see your right hand, your right arm. Put it up. No, down on right. Is that a bruise?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah. You need a quick feel for that. Palm of left hand. Blood sample. 2159. Blood sample. Common reference is Is it alright? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
What is it?
Left foot.
Left foot. The blood sample from the left foot. You're gonna photograph her hand again. Focus on her hands to show that she's missing some nails.
Well, I have to make a comment on that. I was in here for a very long time alone, and when someone went to the restroom with I quit picking them up. I was missing a lot already. Missing about 3, but they just come off so easily. There are a few in here because I popped a couple more off. I just don't want.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not anything.
Okay.
Yeah, just have your hands like this. Hold on, right? What's 34 your level on? She your foot is on your right arm. Do you have
Did you take one out first? But do it out, she will go on. Okay. No, show the pain. And you're gonna focus on your side. Focus on the
to verify, this is 1226?
1126.
Yes, no, this is 1226. That's all arrival. So I'll fix your minute.
Do you have any this man? Any on this one?
I don't think so.
Put it over there?
Several times. This is the time it's not happening. Is that all? Is it gonna sit down?
We're also going to collect the clothing, I believe.
Change. I'm gonna put you in the other room that is not recording, so you can change and put the clean clothes, okay?
Okay.
And then I'll take you after to watch him.
And when I change up there, is this doing is take photos of them or no?
Just advise the detective, and if they arise, then we will.
Okay, so I'm gonna change myself. Yeah, then you can go. So you can take this off. I'm gonna put your jacket in here first, and then you're gonna your cardigan, and then everything will be changing on separately.
Thank you.
No problem. I'll open it up. Let's take it to the other room because this room is recorded.
Do you need this?
No, you just leave it there. We're gonna come back to this room.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so Aaron found Aaron found pictures of the. So this is their apartment. So that's the knife in question. Right, I think that's a knife right there. It looks like a knife. Poor Christian, man, that's a lot of blood. Right? And then here's another shot of their apartment. So he's just like, I mean, just blood spurting out all over the place, right? All right. Now let's zoom through this part. So good job on Aaron for finding those photos. Looks like she comes back. She's changed.
Yeah, they're just gonna switch. Oh, okay. Can you go in there with us? Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of photos of my hands, can I just sanitize my hands or something?
Yeah, let me get mine. Let me get my hand sanitizer and I'll bring it to you.
Okay, thank you.
That's not my best.
And thank you, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking.
So, yeah, what a fucking nightmare. So you're living in a nightmare right now.
Yes.
You know?
What this is.
So just
Why are we switching to you?
because they don't have a picture of your boyfriend. So they want to make sure that they have a photo, I think, from your social media. So they're gonna, because they don't have his ID, they don't have anything, so they need to know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they just want you to identify him.
Okay.
Yeah. And I said I don't have a problem with that. I mean, this is not a who stabbed Christian case. This is, we know what happened. Well, we know part of what happened.
I will feel so much better once they just say he's stable.
Yeah.
And I've been asking so much.
That's what we're waiting for. Okay.
I mean, I feel like at the end, if he's not, that's a lot worse for me. But if he's not, that's just a lot worse for everybody.
Of course.
Thanks. I need as much as I can get, honestly.
So they've asked for an update, and I asked them for an update as well. So they're checking to see what's going on, because they're.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I will do with myself if he's not okay.
No matter what.
I clearly we can't be together.
No matter what happens, no matter where this falls, right? It's out of our control, right? You did what you could. Oh, so anyway. This is
not polite, is it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
There's no appropriate etiquette here. But anyway, so this room is recorded, okay? So let's just, I don't want to talk about, even if it is recording right now, what we talk about is confidential. They can never use it, but I prefer that we just not talk about the case. But just talking about in general. No matter what his condition is, it's out of our control, right? We have no control. What's done is done. We can't undo it. We need to move forward, and my concern is you. Okay? I will be talking, obviously, to your family. Like I said, I still feel, confident that you're going home. I don't know about tonight, but just because the investigation is ongoing. They can hold you technically for a while. And I know your parents, while they're conducting the investigation, they can hold you, okay? But listen, your dogs are fine. I'm on it. We're going to get you home as quickly as we can, all right? I know, and straightforward with you, there are some concerns about your mental health to make sure that you're okay, because this is very traumatic. So there may be some steps taken there. Yep, come on in to make sure that you're okay, and that's it. But we're getting you home, okay?
Okay.
So, have you met the sergeant?
I have.
Okay. Come on in. So yeah, this will now be recorded. Okay. But if at any moment I feel that they should stop recording, I will tell them that. Because obviously I'm here to protect you. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Courtney, so it's 10:45 p.m. right now. Okay. Let's start off with. So I have a picture. Let me know if this is Christian or not. Okay. Yeah, that's Christian. Okay. Yeah. So we have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Okay. Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could, and
Christian is dead.
Yes.
Oh my God. This is not real, right? Okay. There's no fucking way. Christian died? Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Relax. You'll be fine.
No, we're not.
Calm down. Calm down. Take deep breaths. Just take deep breaths. You're gonna be okay?
I need to hug my mom.
I'll talk to your parents and get them over here.
I cannot be left alone in like a room by myself.
You won't be.
After this. No, that's not true. That's not real, right?
It is real.
Christian is dead.
Yes. They're not gonna lie.
I know, I just can't believe it.
I'll talk to your parents. I'm gonna get your parents here ASAP.
We spoke to your parents, and they're trying to do everything possible to get here as soon as possible as well.
To what?
To get your parents, for them to come over here. So they're doing everything possible right now to find a way to get down here.
Deep breaths. Just take deep breaths.
I've been crying so much.
Don't.
And I just can't even cry right now.
Just take deep breaths. It's a shock. Just relax. Try to relax. And
okay.
We're gonna get you somebody here. Okay.
Holy shit. No. No.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine.
No, it's not. Oh my God. I wanted to be at the hospital. If anything happened to him, I just wanted to be at the hospital. I begged, can I please go to the hospital? I mean, obviously they put me in custody of my house, but like, I begged, can I please go to the hospital? Oh my God, our friends. Oh my God. Me?
Still want to get.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be the same thing. And, yeah. And okay, that's the last time I ever talked to him. It's the last time anybody ever talks to him. Ever. The last thing he ate was fucking Subway.
Courtney, we can't undo what's already happened, so just...
Okay.
This is going to be a process.
What I was saying to that other room, I said, God forbid, when, like, from far away, what if I had accidentally hit a little bit lower and he died? That's what I said. You remember? I said, God forbid. Then a few minutes later.
So we can't change what's occurred and get him a phone. So just step by step. So you'll get through this, all right? And I will. I think the detective spoke to your mom. She's trying to get a flight to get you some support because we just met an hour ago. We're going to get you some support, okay?
So for some reason they've muted it, not sure why, but I agree. I think that like if the knife is in you, because wasn't she talking earlier about, you know, you leave the knife in, like Game of Thrones, everybody knows if you leave the knife in.
Right now. So right now everything's being photographed. We do what's called a feral scan, which is like a video, 3D video of it. So once that's done and we're done photographing, we're able to take anything out.
Yeah, I know. I'm just worried about.
What time are you supposed to take your meds?
Nighttime.
Nighttime? Anytime at nighttime?
Before bed?
So you've been taking it before bed?
You know the name of it, just in case?
It starts with an S.
She just started on it.
It's
Right. Take a deep breath.
I cannot be in here. I need to be with my family.
We're gonna get it.
Do you know where you keep your medications at?
On top of my sink. It's like a orange bottle with a blue
the bathroom?
cap. The blue cap, yeah.
Sink in the kitchen or bathroom?
In the bathroom.
We'll get this for you as soon as possible. This should be done. Eventually, we'll have a photograph of that particular area first, and get it as soon as possible.
I swear I was holding him for so effing long. And the security lady was standing right there, and I was like, why are they taking so effing long? And I was sitting there, he was bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. Okay.
We should bring in take some deep breaths. Yes, we need to move forward and deal with
what happens now.
You know.
And I do have another question. Damn, that's not fair for his mom and shooting to come and see him. And his birthday is in 8 days. Who has been called for him?
Nobody has yet. We're still trying to find his family's information.
Do you have a contact number for them? Maybe it's in your phone?
It might be
recorded. His phone?
You know his password, right?
Definitely, I do know his password, yes.
What's his password? It might be easier for us to get in there.
Password is 0412.
Well, we'll give you guys a minute. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Let us know if you need anything else.
Is there anything to take you now? You want? I mean, the water enough? Would you like something else to drink, like soda instead, or something to eat?
It would be good. Actually, you know what? I think it'll be good for a while.
We'll be right outside, okay?
What I really need is to hit a vape badly. I'm deeply addicted to it, and it's for stress. Okay.
There's no recording, right?
Still recording.
Yeah, they're still recording?
Yeah. You want, we can go to the next room so you guys want to talk?
Yeah, if you don't, come on.
All right, so that's it for this for her interview, and yeah, I don't see anything else coming back. All right, so the live trial is expected to start December 1st, and let me see what else. So then she's not arrested. She claims self-defense, and the police don't arrest her. Right? She's not arrested until August 10th. So let me show this. This is a news clip, and then I want to show where this happened. All right, hold on. Let me do this.
On the Big Island, a woman.
Okay, so this is August 10th. So that happened April 3rd. So then August 10th, she gets arrested in Hawaii.
A woman was taken into custody by the U.S. Marshals. Big Island police say 26-year-old Courtney Clenney was arrested for murder in the second degree as part of an ongoing investigation out of Florida. According to the Miami Herald, Clenney is accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death back in April. She's in Hawaii police custody, where she has a court hearing scheduled for tomorrow. Authorities are seeking to have her extradited back to Florida.
All right, so she claims self-defense. The police let her go, and then she goes to Hawaii. So, all right, Spicy Kitten, you need some kitty cam after this. Let's see. Well, there's not going to be any kitty cam per se because we're not breaking for lunch, so we're just going to keep crashing through. All right, so next up is okay. Now we get into the hearings. All right, so now we get into some hearings, and first up is Courtney Clenney seeks to limit explicit evidence during trial. So this is from September 7th of 2022. So she's arrested August 10th. This is September 7th. So not quite a month later. I'm guessing that's her parents. I think that's her parents. Trixie, this is great. Thanks for doing this. Great recap. Thank you. Was she not legally allowed to leave Florida? I don't know, Lady Lullaby. I have no idea. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat. You had a bad night but wanted to pop in? Aw. Well, I hope your day is going better. Virginia Little saying good morning. Yeah, we have Sarah and Donna. And now will we add Courtney to that mix? Will Courtney's name be added to the Sarah and Donna? So I think these are her parents. So let's check it out.
Yeah, okay. You got 85. Yeah.
No, that's an amended.
Yeah, for us, we slowed way down. Thank you so much.
Remember, the camera's on you 24/7 right now. I said the camera's on you 24/7, so just be mindful of that. Okay, and look up where I'm looking at right now. Be careful with your name. So what you saying?
I can't drink my coffee.
You can't?
This is not live. This is from September 7th. Here, let me pin. This is from September 7th. Her lawyers are paid for. These are not pro se lawyers. I'm sorry. These are not public defenders. These are not public defenders. This is a hearing from September 7th of 2022. Her trial is expected to start December 1st of 2025. Her lawyers are paid for, and this is a hearing from September 7th of 2022. So we are not live. We're just doing a deep dive. We're going through all of our previous hearings. We're not going to get to all of them today because it's like 11 hours or so. We're only going to do, what we can show. So.
She was booking on that.
We're here on the matter of State of Florida versus Courtney Clenney, felony case number 2214137. Counsels, your appearances for the record, please.
Khalil Quinnan on behalf of the State of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. Frank Prieto on behalf of Ms. Clenney.
And Sabrina Puglisi on behalf of Ms. Clenney, who is present before the court.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Scott Pons on behalf of the Miami Herald. Only granted that you can intervene.
Yes. Thank you. All right, this matter is set for today on the defense's motion for entry of a protective order and request for injunctive relief. Both sides ready to proceed?
State is ready.
Yes, Judge, defense is ready.
Just a few questions before I hear arguments of counsel. The matter is set for evidentiary hearing. At the last setting, I had inquired whether or not there was going to be any amendments or any supplemental filings. The court is under the understanding that there have not been any updated nor revised pleadings. Is that right?
Judge, no, that's incorrect. On August 29th, the defense filed an omnibus reply to both Miami Herald and the state. I do have a courtesy copy for the court.
Right.
Well, here's a
Was
copy.
that e-filed? Was that sent to the?
It was e-filed.
Okay. And from the state?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Pons?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right. So there has not been an amended declaration filed as of yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. What was that? Okay.
Your Honor?
Just 1 second. Mr. Prieto, I take a look at your reply.
Yeah, I was going to offer the color copy. It is a little bit easier to read when you get towards the affidavit.
Sure.
Sure. It's the same. It's got the stamp on it.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. I'd like an opportunity to review your reply.
I appreciate that, Judge. And next time I will make sure that Your Honor gets it copied with a binder with the relevant pleadings. I apologize. I thought you
It's
would
okay.
receive
No need to apologize. We'll take a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. The court has had an opportunity, Mr. Diego, to review the defense's reply and the attachment as well. All right? And both sides are now ready to proceed.
The state is ready.
All right, Mr. Prieto, it's the defense's burden. You may begin.
Yes, Judge, just to put this kind of in context, we're here on the defense's motion for protective order because of the influence that media can have on the fair and impartial administration of justice in this courtroom. In order to provide for the fair and impartial administration of justice for Ms. Clenney in this matter, we're requesting that Your Honor issue a protective order limiting the amount of discovery that would become subject to Chapter 119. We believe that the State Attorney's Office, beginning the day after Ms. Clenney's arrest, mobilized the media and utilized them as a tool. It's clear that the family of the decedent in this case also did the same. At a news conference the day after Ms. Clenney's arrest, put forth by the State Attorney's Office, where the victim's family was present, where the victim's attorney was present, and was given access to the State Attorney's news conference at the end after Ms. Rundle was done speaking. The most poignant part about that State Attorney news conference was the release of an elevator video that depicted a physical altercation between Ms. Clenney and Mr. Obumseli. In that video, which has been disseminated by millions now, and edited, it's not, the state attorney put it out there without any context. The beginning of that video shows Ms. Clenney trying to keep Mr. Obumseli from getting onto the elevator. It's important to note that that elevator also goes directly to that apartment. But why is that important here? The drip, drip, and drip of release of video in this case, or audio, pictures, pornography, is going to erode our client's right to a fair and impartial trial down the road, guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment and the Florida Constitution. Now that Rule 2.420 of the Rules of the Judicial Administration talk about the power that the court has, as outlined in my reply, and subject obviously to the Lewis test. We have to show that there's no other alternative other than seeking some type of closure, and in this case, a partial closure. The defense submits that we have met the burden by using the attached affidavit, which we submit to the court's evidence in this matter, and that is the affidavit of Michael Haas. But I'd like to go back. Before becoming a public record, well, let me back up. It's clear. Once the state turns over discovery to the defense, it becomes subject to Chapter 119, which has its own built-in exceptions, one of them being protecting the interests of third parties. In some cases, the defendant's confessions are protected. So these things would be redacted, and we'd like to hear from the state how they would plan to redact those items. But as a threshold matter, under the Rules of Judicial Administration, Your Honor has the power and the discretion, as indicated by the appellate courts, it's in the sound discretion of the trial judge to grant or limit criminal discovery. And that's State v. Kuntzman 643, SO2D 1172, and that's a third DCA case out of 1994. The Rules of Judicial Administration allow Your Honor to issue protective orders for discovery. Clear, black and white letter of the law. It's done very often in federal cases, more so to protect government procedures and investigative techniques, but it is done very often more so in federal than it is done in state. Why is it so important here? The Miami Herald, in their response to my motion, put forth some numbers about how many website hits that were related to the article concerning the elevator. And they're like 4,000 here, 4,000 there, 2,000 here, on their articles. Just on their articles. And no offense to the Miami Herald, but they're not this discovery, which will contain salacious materials. They want it all. To bump up the click, ka-ching, which is the money, the revenue that they're driving through the clicks to their site. That's the motivation here for the Herald, to intervene. It's not to protect the public, freedom of the press for the public. They need clicks. That, when we're countering the weight and the influence that this will have on Ms. Clenney's trial down the road, her right to a fair and impartial jury, which I submit to the court by the state already releasing that video, has already elongated the jury selection process by days. This continued drip, drip, drip of information coming through the discovery, which is listed, there's thousands of photos. They did a cell phone download of Ms. Clenney's phone, which is going to contain hundreds of this degeneration, hundreds, probably thousands of text messages. It's also going to contain content that she would use on her OnlyFans site, which has nothing to do with the events of August 3rd, 2022, I'm sorry, April 3rd, 2022, when Ms. Clenney had to defend herself. It's going to contain, this drop of discovery, I'm submitting a terabyte drive to the state, is going to contain personal text messages with her family, friends, third parties that have nothing to do with this case. And that's going to be subject to Chapter 119, and the media, through Ed Griffith and the state attorney's office, they're going to send links to the media. Here's your public records request link to this video, and it's going to contain saying that, oh, we think this video depicts the aggressive nature of Ms. Clenney, offering her own commentary, which, if you turn to the affidavit of Mr. Haas, days before. This case needs to be tried in this courtroom with the protections that I know Your Honor will give us to a fair and impartial trial. Jury, and under the rules of judicial administration, a fair and impartial administration of justice. That's why we're here, Judge. The influence that the release of these irrelevant discovery materials will have on her constitutional right to a fair trial. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Prieto? Anything further?
No, Judge, that's the affidavit is the only
That
evidence.
this court rely on your motion in reply and the affidavit of Michael Haas. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And just for verification, this court's review of the affidavit of Michael Haas, it does not seem to address the geographic location of his research, correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Okay. Unlike the declaration submitted by the Miami Herald, which does address the specific Tri-County geographic location of their research.
That is correct, and Mr. Haas attempted to garner that information to verify the local hits associated with those Herald articles, but that information was not accessible to him due to limitations and parameters set on the website that is controlled by the Miami Herald.
Okay, thank you. Any response?
Yes, Judge.
Who would like to go first?
That's not mine. I believe mine will probably be lengthier, so I don't know.
If he's going to be lengthier, I'll be shorter. Your Honor, thanks for having us today. Scott Ponce on behalf of the Miami Herald. I actually want to talk about what the law requires. Now, I won't belabor the point because I think what Your Honor just said is very important, pointing out where these views have come from. But the right of access to this material isn't driven by how many clicks there are, how many ka-chings there are, how many drips there are. It's not a numbers-based analysis. There's no bright line that says it's had X amount of views. Maybe you restrict it. If you've had less than X, maybe you don't restrict it. Once the information is given, Mr. Prieto said this, and he's absolutely right. Once the information is given or required to be given to the defendant, it becomes a public record. And the way it works, logistically, if that's the right way to say it, is a public records request is made upon the state attorney's office, and the state attorney's office then complies with the public records request, claims exemptions that you should be. That's asked first. Closure is necessary to prevent a serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice. And that's the basket in which the defendant has put all of her eggs. And what counsel is arguing is the threat to the administration of justice is that absent closure, the defendant's right to an impartial and fair trial as guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment will be violated. I think it's important to at least say for the record, and it's cited in our papers, and we've cited a couple decisions, we could have cited 10 more, about what it means to have a fair and impartial juror is someone who, even if they've heard about something, will agree to put aside any preconceived notions and agree to base their decision on the evidence that's submitted in court. That's what a fair and impartial juror is. So why did we come forward, Your Honor, with the numbers of readership, or number of clicks, as it were, of the articles and video in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties? About 10 years ago, just like Mr. Prieto argued, about 10 years ago we subscribed to my client's newspaper, but they don't. And we submit the numbers we submitted in Ms. Lippman's affidavit to show that even if this were a horse race about how many clicks there are, there's just not that many locally. There's not. And the notion that in a county, and again, the cases, we cite a lot of cases for this and a lot of block quotes in our paper, the notion that you're in a county as large as Miami-Dade County, that you're not going to be able to seat an impartial and fair juror is just ridiculous. It's just not true. And that kind of segues into the second prong of the Lewis test, because again, the Lewis test is the test we're governed by here. The second prong of the Lewis test says, no alternatives are available. I'm sorry, let's throw that there. No alternatives are available other than a change of venue, which would protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. And in the reply the defendant filed, I think it's about 4 lines, 2 sentences, really skipped over us, and this is a very important prong. In every trial Your Honor has ever conducted as a trial judge in criminal court, in every trial Your Honor did when she was an attorney, before she was a judge, we use voir dire to weed out any juror who gives any suggestion that they can't be impartial for whatever reason. They're related to an attorney, they know the defendant. It's a cruise line case and they love to go on cruises. You would would do the same thing here, Your Honor, as you would do in every case that's been in this courtroom. You're going to see if anyone in the veneer gives any indication he or she can't be impartial and base their verdict on the evidence that comes out in the courtroom. So on that basis alone, there's no reason, the plaintiff can't meet the Lewis test. And the third problem, Your Honor, is that closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused without being broader than necessary to accomplish this purpose. Defendant, and it's their evidentiary burden, there's been no indication to show the circulation or the views of any of these videos in Miami-Dade County. And indeed, if you look at some of the screenshots, it's a little hard for me to see, I don't have a color copy, but some of the screenshots are like from the Dallas News, from NBC Today show. I mean, they're not local, they're not local. And so, Your Honor, I won't belabor the point, I know the state wants to speak as well. Just the Lewis test has not been met here, and there's no basis for you to grant the relief that the defendant seeks. If Your Honor doesn't have any more questions, I will.
I do. I have one question. Okay. And what is your client's position and your position as to the defense's in the alternative request for partial disclosure?
Well, I don't know what that means. It sounds like being kind of pregnant. I mean, once the defendant gets the materials, they become public records. And the fact that the defendant is showing it to them in a meeting and then taking it back to their office and they're going to talk about it, I think the kind of toothpaste attitude, to move over to my metaphors here, I think that once it's been seen, that's gone. I mean, it's hard for me, having obviously not seen this and not knowing what's there, it's hard for me to talk about what I don't know. I mean, the defendant made the decision, strategic or otherwise, to come in and ask Your Honor for a prophylactic, preemptive relief. Just stop everything from coming out. They could have waited and said, here are the 3 things that we think for whatever reason should not be gone out, and done it in a much more targeted, specific way, but that's not what they did. You know, we're here on day 2 of these hearings. They came with what they came with. They didn't change their approach, I don't think, in the reply. You know, it was their decision to come and request this kind of blanket preemptive relief, and it's just not appropriate. There's no grounds for it.
Thank you, Mr. Ponce.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May it please the court to open on behalf of the state. Mr. Ponce for the Herald has addressed a lot of this, so my remarks will be significantly reduced. First and foremost, just to address that point, the state made an argument about rightness. And its written motion. And I did acknowledge that written in our papers that the defendant's motion was not right, but would inevitably be right. And part of the fundamental problem, and Mr. Ponce just addressed it in the defendant's motion, is that frankly, they do not know what they do not know. And they are asking this court to issue a blanket order preventing the state from complying with state law as part of the executive branch. And that's my segue first to the defendant's reply, because the defendant is operating under rules of judicial administration about court documents. As is clear in their pleadings, for example, the legislature is not subject to public records requests because the legislature has not created laws that apply to them. Chapter 119 is what governs the state of Florida and its obligations to comply. And frankly, normally these issues are contested between the state and the Herald, where there are disputes as to what is or is not exempted. The problem here is that we are unusually in agreement where a blanket order is not appropriate, and my job as a prosecutor is to be a minister of justice and inform the court of that. The defendant's motion is not proper for various reasons. One, it's asking the court to sit in excess of the legislature and say Chapter 119 does not apply because we don't like it. And that's not appropriate. Secondly, and I made this argument about equitable relief, and I think it translates also about the quote-unquote drip, drip, drip. This case became newsworthy because of a particularly bloody video that was posted on the news. Instead of remaining silent, the defendant chose to release a public statement on April 8th and released it to local news. A month later, while there was still intrigue, the defendant released another statement to Rolling Stone and Fox News. A month after that, there were more statements. Frankly, it was Mr. Prieto who both informed the press and the state of Ms. Clenney's arrest. He, Mr. Prieto, sent myself and Ms. Hoague an email asking if we had issued an arrest warrant, which at that time was under seal, and frankly, I could have been held in contempt of court had I disclosed it to anyone. And he was the entity that made it known for the state and the press. Again, I have to note, I was in contact with the U.S. Marshals in Hawaii, and they had not called me yet, because Ms. Clenney was allowed to call her mother before, who relayed the message, I imagine, to Mr. Prieto of her arrest, before the state was even aware. It was because of Mr. Prieto and the defendant's conduct that, frankly, there is such scrutiny, and as a public office, we are obligated to answer to the public. As I noted in our papers, the surveillance video that was provided, as much as Mr. Prieto would choose to argue admissibility, I will not go down that rabbit hole. But the simple fact is, that is less than 1/4% of the total discovery in this case. And as Mr. Prieto mentioned about text messages, first it was the victim's phone that we've accessed, not the defendant's phone, and that's noted in the discovery exhibits. But there are 12,220 text messages between them alone. For us to sit over those 9,000 pages on a PDF and go line by line with Mr. Prieto to decide what to disclose to the press is not attainable. First, because frankly it would push the state to have to disclose what it will and will not seek to admit in court. Besides that, one, never made, but two, of particular scrutiny. And that's both criminal and non-criminal. And I can go on for days about other cases, but I won't. The simple fact is the defendant has failed to meet their burden. They're asking the court to, frankly, allow them to control the narrative. And that's without knowing what the discovery is. More than 90% of cases close out to plea resolutions, and God only knows what this case will ultimately resolve as. But the defendant doesn't even know what they're asking the court to seal. And because of that, the court must deny their motion. It is not right. It is not sufficiently narrowly tailored. And frankly, it's asking the court to do something that is not within the court's authority. And for those reasons, we ask that the court deny their motion on the merits.
Thank you. Any final words, Mr. Prieto?
Yeah, Judge, I would like to pick up on counsel for the Herald saying, that the toothpaste is out of the tube. That's exactly the problem that we have here. Once the toothpaste comes out of the tube, we can't get it back in. So what the state is arguing and what the Herald's arguing is saying, hey, just let it all become public record, and then, Mr. Prieto, you and your defense team filter through it and file your objections or motions to seal at that point. At that point, the cat's out of the bag, the toothpaste is out of the tube. We cannot. What will happen is the state will release this under Chapter 119. The media is going to gobble it up in a room full of reporters. Ooh, look what I found. Look at this. And by that time, the defense wouldn't have had an opportunity to draft a motion, draft some type of protective order, bring it before your honor. That's why we're just trying to preempt the just dump of all these mostly so. And I take issue with this saying, we know exactly what is evidence in this case. The cell phones, Ms. Clenney produced her content on her cell phone. We know that is out there. Mr. Obumseli's phone probably had some adult content on there as well. Photos, performances that have absolutely nothing to do with adjudging Ms. Clenney innocent of these charges. This is going to turn into a circus of media outlets publishing salacious material that has absolutely nothing to do with guilt or innocence in this case. We can't undo it once it's there. Once it's justice as they should be, it prevents the defense from doing the same thing, which I'm happy to do. Something needs to be put in place, Judge, to guarantee my client's right, but also the orderly administration of justice in this courtroom. Judge, I received, just to talk about the impact of releasing these later, there's no way her self-defense story holds up. She's a psycho that needs to be locked up. This is not the only one, but this is the attention that this garnered. Somebody felt the need to go and communicate with me directly because of this video. And there is no way that the state or the defense can tell you exactly where all these clicks come from. What we know, the volume is extraordinary. Millions and millions, which in order to protect the fair administration of justice under the rules of judicial administration, when looking at future voir dire, I think a partial protective order is appropriate, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you both. Anything further from either side?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not by the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you both for your persuasive arguments. As I said before, this court has had the opportunity to review all motions filed, including the reply that was provided to the court today. I had an opportunity to review the case law that was cited in the intervener's response to the motion, as well as the declarations and the affidavits of both experts. Based on argument presented during this hearing, based on the written pleadings, the legal authority, and the declarations respectfully, the motion for a protective order and injunctive relief is denied. This court finds that although this court may have some discretion pursuant to the rules of judicial administration, this court is bound by legal authority, which is the Lewis test and the three-prong test. Respectfully, I find that the defense has failed to establish by a preponderance of the evidence that all three prongs of the Lewis test has been established. My ruling is without prejudice. At this time, just for verification, the state has not provided initial discovery, correct?
We filed a discovery exhibit, Judge, and I've consulted with our public records custodian, and the proffer of that evidence thus subjected to public records requests. As I mentioned, however, and I forgot to note it just because it wasn't on the merits of the defendant's motion, but not everything contained within discovery is subjected to public records requests. So, for example, a confession of a defendant is not subject to a public records request until the resolution of the case. That's explicit in Chapter 119. That's explicit for the purpose, as such counsel has noted, about protecting the defendant's right to a fair trial, because if we released a confession, theoretically, then the public would be tainted against that witness, or against that defendant. So private material, pornography, sexually explicit material, I imagine my office, because of my personal experience, will have significant objections to, and that's assuming we ever get to the point where the Miami Herald makes that request, which I doubt, frankly, they would. And I think, frankly, we'd be successful at that point in succeeding in the Lewis test, and that would be the state that would pursue that, not the defense. And that's true across the board. So we've provided an exhibit. We have proffered that to the defense. We are awaiting whatever digital medium they choose to provide us to give it to them. There is still a significant amount of evidence that we are waiting on, and warrants that are still pending on particular mediums, such as the defendant's cell phone, for example. And so I think we're just in the early stages at this point, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Judge, and I'm providing Mr. Quinnen the defense's check for the 1 terabyte drive so they can get cracking on discovery.
Okay. We already have future sounding and trial dates.
We do.
We'll keep those dates. If there's anything else that needs to be placed on the calendar before then, please feel free to do so, and you can coordinate scheduling with my judicial assistant. Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, thank you both. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a 12 o'clock.
Oh.
Short recess.
Theoretically, it would be a 13. Well, we did the warrant. The warrant should have been signed last week. What happens is they take the device to the Secret Service extracts it. That's assuming they can get into it, because there's stuff. There's also kind of gone from drive by, which I would imagine is giving the signature. So.
thought it froze there, but I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. Off she goes.
I'll get cracking on that. It should take about a week to transfer.
Okay, so next is her bond hearing. So this is the one I've put in chat a couple times. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney cries, judge denies bond. So let's check this one out.
Yes, Shawn. Yes, Shawn. Kathleen Hoague on behalf of the state of Florida, and Mr. Shawn Abuhoff had to be in another courtroom on a different sentencing matter, but he is also a member of our team.
And good morning, Khalil Puna on behalf of the state of Florida.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Frank Prieto on behalf of Courtney Clenney, F22-14137.
And Sabrina Puglisi.
Judge Laura Cruz on behalf of the Southern family who's present before the court.
And I do see that there are a lot of folks that come into this case. I have issued an order, and it is in writing, and I provided a copy to the state defense earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and provide you with those written copies. So I'll provide a copy of the order in court. The order does deny the permissive release, is granting the state's motion for pretrial release, denying the defense's motion for non-bond departure. I've outlined all the reasons in my written order. Because I've done an excellent job of arguing their case, but at this time we're going to go and get a signing charges.
And Judge, Your Honor said order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's on for signing. It's on for signing today,
Judge, I apologize for running late this morning. I was informed the court I was stuck in federal court. I did have a brief moment to review Your Honor's order. I just wanted to point out, I think on page 4 of Your Honor's ruling, you indicated that the defendant had ample means to leave the jurisdiction. However, I think that was negated by the bank records and testimony of Mr. Clenney. The court indicated she had millions of dollars at her disposal and the ability to make money outside the jurisdiction, but the testimony was that her contract had been canceled, she's not working, and all those monies were used for attorney's fees, the home purchase, and she basically is bereft of any kind of funds that would allow her to survive outside of the jurisdiction. And the issue, all those cases that Your Honor cited that she did not comport with orders of release for the Las Vegas misdemeanor, all these cases were dismissed. And we know, at least in this jurisdiction, it's commonplace that if an offender picks up a new charge, no bond, and if that charge is no action or dismissed, generally there's a return to the previous bond conditions. We're just wanted to point out some of the issues that we're having. We'll consult together as co-counsel and decide where we go from here, but obviously we, for the record, will object to Your Honor's ruling, and we'll see where we go from here.
The only thing I also wanted to point out was Your Honor stated that you didn't feel comfortable having her released on house arrest to her parents in Texas. There is a potential alternative that we did look into. There is an inpatient treatment program in Boca. It's called Karen Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a 10-bed, 60-day inpatient program. They often work with courts on release conditions. She could be released on home confinement there with electronic monitoring, ensuring that she stays in this jurisdiction nearby. She's monitored by the Miami-Dade Community Corrections Department on home confinement, and would, I think, hopefully alleviate some of the court's concerns. So I don't have the program here today to be able to speak to you, but I could arrange another date where we bring in the administrator to answer any questions or concerns the court has. But like I said, we did speak to them, and they did say they were willing to accept her into the program.
Judge, I don't believe it requires response. There are no conditions that will ensure her presence and the safety of the community, and we disagree with any release to any inpatient treatment.
I don't think that any form of house arrest was particularly to inpatient facility is going to alleviate my own concerns about her ability to do the jurisdiction, whether it's millions or whether it's simply substantial funds that have not been liquidated. I do think that she's going to have to instantly. So I understand what your concerns are. You can absolutely feel free to file any subsequent legal filings that you need to file at this time.
I believe we have sounding today.
Sounding today, so obviously I don't think everybody is ready. So would you like to just get these sounding filings?
I think that would be best, Your Honor, at least to give us a starting point.
Then are both sides announcing not ready?
The state is not ready, Judge.
Defense? No. Are you ready to file?
Judge, we're not.
I'm going to go ahead and give it joint continuance. I'm going to give it a new sounding and trial dates. Actually, I'm just going to give it a status date in 60 days. I'm going to take it off the sounding and trial calendar. You guys let me know what you'd like to do with it, but right now we'll just keep it in regular course. 60 day status. 2-6. 2-6. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the next lawyer for the next account.
Judge, just on behalf of the Obumseli family, just wanted to thank the court for its consideration and the time that you've given both sides in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. We know that there's support on both sides. Thank you. Anything further from anybody here? Is there anything further from anybody who's not related to this case? I'm going to go ahead and log off. Mr. Jordan, yes. George Jones, Ms. Von Walls did come in. I said also no further continuances for that same date in February that you already have one. So it was F-17. They're all F-17 cases. They're 5 years old.
Yeah, there's been a plea offer on the table, but there's been some outside things going on with the cases, but if we have a resolution, I'll put it on before that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Prepare.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so let's see. Next up, we have another hearing. I think this is, be quite, okay. This one, I'm not 100% sure what this is about because there's no backdrop to this. So some law enforcement guy takes the stand here. Okay, so this might be some text messages. Let's see what this is about. Okay, so, this one's long. All right, this one's 4 hours. All right, here's the one that's long. I knew one of these was 4 hours. Okay, so this is a hearing. This is probably admitting, trying to bring in some evidence. It looks like maybe her text messages. All right, so let's get to this one. This one is long. So this is 4 hours and 30 minutes. And that's blurry on their end, so they were having problems with this feed. So let me. So the audio is okay, but the video obviously is a little wonky here. It does kick in. It gets better. It's just the beginning here is a little wonky.
Yes, Judge. And for the record, Shawn, Abuhoff, Clenney, and Kathleen Hoague on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry Hanford on behalf of the Obumseli family representing the victim.
Good afternoon, Judge. Frank Prieto on behalf of Courtney Clenney, as well as my co-counsel Sabrina Puglisi.
Welcome, everybody. And I know that there are probably family members who are out in the audience as well. So I know that this is probably an emotional day for everybody. A reminder that if you feel the need to step out, that's absolutely fine. If you need anything from my bailiff, his name is Ali, he can help you. Reminder to just remain respectful and courteous and quiet.
For which the burden's on the defendant. Before the court, there isn't any, not even an affidavit to submit to the court. So the defendant would be unable to support its burden under the case law to meet the two-pronged test as I outlined previously to the court. Furthermore, as it pertains to that issue, there are 4 videos. I'm just going to mention the videos because I don't have them off the top of my head and I have to stop my argument to go mention them. The first video is in the lobby of a building in public, clear as day. I mean, the defense can't even on its face make an argument to that, assuming that they somehow meet the two-pronged test. The second aspect as it pertains to the 3 following recordings, frankly, defense is their point. It is by security from the outside of the building.
Really quickly, when we saw you right there, before that I watched, I didn't see a video portion to any of them under exhibit 11.
Number 1.
My computer just played the audio. So again, it's available, but I was able to bypass this time for the audio, so I didn't see a video of your attention in the audio.
Sure. Again, I can that one is, and counsel can disagree with me or agree with me as to my recommendation. The lobby of the building, it shows Miss Clenney with a dog walking up and sitting down. This room is it's reporting the camera facing up. For a while, it records Miss Clenney's chest, and they have a conversation between them. And Miss Clenney or Mr. Obumseli says it does something to the effect that it's not really hit me, and she then whispers in response some expletives. That all happened in the lobby of the building. There's no expectation of privacy there, period, bar none. So the defense would be impossible for the defense to show an expectation of privacy as it pertains to that. The 3 remaining ones, I would agree that they occurred in their apartment. Very brief snippets. You can see the apartment from the inside, either the TV or the clothing on the floor or something to that effect. So I don't disagree with that. And assuming the defense is able to make their showing of the two-pronged test, they would fail on the reasonable expectation of privacy. Explicitly, actually, the defense exhibit G, which while they characterize it as, quote, audio surveillance, I have for the court the incident report from the building that day, February 26, 2022, where the security guard said that she recorded the woman's voice. It's the last sentence on that. So it's a recording from the outside of the apartment. So certainly a recording from the outside of the apartment is different than a recording from the inside of the apartment. But the point is that if it's audible from the outside of the apartment, she does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And the very nature of her shouting and the building sending her emails about the argument, police responding uncalled by her or anybody else because of the arguments, necessarily relates that a reasonable person shouting at the top of their lungs can expect that their neighbors will hear it and possibly record it. The fact that Christian recorded it is of no consequence, Whether she consented to it is of no consequence because
Specifically asked in video number 3.
3, 5, if I'm not mistaken, it's items 3, 5, and 7, because I believe the videos are odd numbers and the metadata are the even numbers on Exhibit 11.
Judge, with respect to the lobby video, we don't have an objection to that. But it's clear that there is no video. Your Honor's correct. There is no video on those other recordings because the recording device, which is the phone, is secreted on his person. So that's why there is no video, because it's on his person. With respect to the state's argument about the security could hear outside, that's a separate incident. That is not the day of these recordings. And this apartment, and this actually is of import later on in our presentation, this apartment had an elevator that goes directly into the apartment. It's got basically its own floor, own entrance. This is not an apartment building that has multiple units separated by thin drywall. Okay, this apartment had its own floor, and the state cannot dispute that. The state also cannot dispute that this was a surreptitious recording, secreted on his person. Therefore, it's a clear violation of 934. It's an illegal wiretap. This is a two-party state. And the only thing the defense has to show is that there's an expectation of privacy and that society is willing to accept that. And that is in Canario, I think it's in Canario, I can't pronounce it, in Serrano, Sabers in Serrano, which is 473 Southern 2nd, 1272. And that is a Supreme Court case from 85. That case talks about, is there a reasonable expectation of privacy for the oral communication, which clearly it's an oral communication, and whether or not society is willing to accept it. What more would society be willing to accept than somebody, whether they're raising their voice, yelling, screaming, than their own apartment? That is clearly, we've met the burden and the standards that is elicited or is laid out in State versus Incarnati. Further, Judge, the recording, the big difference between the recording that the defense submitted to you with, I think it was G, is a recording by a security guard from the One Prieto building. Pursuant to her job duties, she is investigating a disturbance. Anything she records during her duties is something that would be, number one, it's not going to be hearsay because it would be a business record, right? Kept in the regular course of business. And so, I don't even, again, hearsay could be admissible in this type of hearing, so I won't even address that. But what is different is that was a call to security for a disturbance. Normally, there would not be anybody outside her door. There wouldn't be. So the reasonable expectation of privacy that Ms. Clenney had is obvious. And I think it's an expectation of privacy that society is clearly willing to accept in one's own apartment under the circumstances of this particular case.
So let me say this. First of all, I'm going to deny your request for not having this as a hearing because it's untimely. I'm going to go ahead and allow argument to the court so that I can make a ruling as to whether or not these recordings are going to be in evidence for the purposes of this record hearing only. I think that you can make arguments both ways as to both the defense's allegations as well as the state. So I'm going to go ahead and hear arguments and make a ruling on it. Second, the recording that is taken by the security officer at the apartment building, are you both agreeing that that is recording of the same incident that is being played under?
No, that was February 26th, Judge. Again, it took a little bit of digging because it was resaved as a different thing, so I didn't know what it was in reference to. Once I located it, I located the adjoining report, which again I have for counsel and for the court. And so it is not the same incident, but again, the premise of that argument, and frankly the fact that it's audible from the outside at this point, we can agree that it is not inaudible. We can hear Ms. Clenney screaming.
And was that also taken from inside of your apartment building?
So that distinction doesn't matter, Judge, because if it can be heard outside, it doesn't matter if Ms. Clenney is expecting someone to be outside her apartment or not.
That's not my point. My point was that were they inside the apartment when that?
Yes.
So it could be heard outside the apartment.
Yes. So the defense's exhibit G is an audio recording from the outside of the apartment. It actually illustrates the state's point as to why Ms. Clenney would not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in audio, sound waves, that are beyond the reaches of her apartment. The detective can testify if necessary, but there were complaints from individuals 2 floors above and 2 floors below. So irrespective of the private floor, quote unquote, there were 3 months worth of Ms. Clenney screaming. And again, just as a reasonable matter, a individual does not have an expectation of privacy in their sound waves being too far and too loud for other people to hear. And again, it's audible that she is screaming in the video.
Judge, just as a final matter, the way this building is laid out, and if necessary, I'm sure the detective can testify to this, and all call as a witness. The only people that can access that apartment and the landing area outside of the elevator is with a key fob type thing that has to be inserted into the control panel of the elevator. That's it. That or an employee. So a reasonable person would know that nobody's coming to my foyer landing area outside the elevator. It's a disingenuous argument. It was a very private apartment complex.
I think that is true, generally speaking, and I think for the conversations that are recorded where she is not yelling at the top of her lungs. In fact, I had to turn it down when I was listening to the lowest point of my volume on my computer because she was yelling that loudly. I think that your point is belied by the fact that these conversations had occurred previously in her apartment and had been disturbances that neighbors had called in. If they had not been able to hear her and if they had not been able to hear her from other apartment buildings, and they wouldn't have been called in, number one. And number two, the fact that it happened in February so strong notice of the fact that everybody can hear her screaming. They've already called security on her. They've already called police on her.
Well, Judge, I think they called the police on them. To be clear.
And that's true. And I'm not disputing the fact that there's an argument going on, but I think that also belies, at least for that one video. I agree with you for the ones that she's not screaming. I think that she does have an expectation of privacy there, but she's talking in normal voice. But the one where she's screaming at the top of her lungs, for the purposes of this hearing only, I'm going to rule that I'm going to allow it in, because I don't think that there is that subjective expectation of privacy, number one, and number two, I don't think that it's one that society would reasonably accept for the purposes of this. And again, it's just for this hearing, and we can readdress this at a later time. I'm going to allow in the recording of the lobby because it's in a public space. The ones where she's not going in me, I've written down, I think, videos 1 and 2. The ones where she's not going and that she is in her bedroom, I'm going to exclude because I think that she does have an expectation of privacy.
So I have them listed, judges, items 1, 3, 5, and 7. Items 1 is in the lobby.
So I think 3 is not yelling, 5 and 7 are yelling.
So with regards to that, Judge, she actually is elevating her voice.
Okay. They're the only ones, I mean, I made a distinction, and that's what my ruling is going to be. I mean, when I have to turn my volume all the way down because the voices are that raised, I can see that there's a distinction potentially there for expectation of privacy. And the second video, which was not the lobby, I did not hear the raised voices.
So then, for the purposes of the record and the clerk, item in Exhibit 11, the court is admitting item 1 and 5. Item 3 and 7 are not considered. The metadata of that obviously should be admitted just because of content. But so items 3 and 7 are not admitted.
I'm sorry, I thought she said 5 and 7.
I think the 7 was a continuation of 5.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, so. Okay, so it's just 3. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So next up for us, I think I have defense's motion to strike state's motion for compulsion. Alright, so yes, Mr. Prieto, you can go ahead and give your argument as to that. I've read your motion as well as the state's response.
Sure, Judge, our motion was very detailed. I think that we can rely upon that with much argument. I would just say, obviously, we've been scheduling this for quite some time, Judge, and at no time did the government file their motion for pretrial detention, right? It says the plain language of the rule and the accompanying statutes indicates that this is close to first appearance, but then they latch on to the at any time before trial. But we've been putting the court and the state on notice of this hearing, and clearly it's an attempt to undercut the extremely high standard of Arthur, proof evident presumption rate. And we think that based on the delay in the state filing this, the delay in not only the arrest of Ms. Clenney, but the delay then in filing this is grounds for the court to strike.
Judge, I had a motion for pretrial detention ready when she was still in Hawaii. We decided not to because it would require us to put on evidence within 5 days, and it was done as a courtesy. The case law is clear. The defendant has not been granted any bail. We are already setting to set bail where it would be proper. It's almost first appearance, but for the fact that it's obviously not just been in custody, but it's still a setting where a bail would be addressed. Notwithstanding that, the defendant's argument would lead subsection B of the pretrial detention rule superfluous. So it would basically make it so that that whole rule has no purpose if we're not filing it, at a later stage.
So I do agree with the state, limiting or reading Rule 3.32. The plain nature of the statute does say that they can follow it at any time. I do believe that the case law that defense provided is distinguishable because there has been no bond set in this, and it's not a motion to modify or revoke bond. It's been no bond set. So I'm going to deny the defense's motion to strike. Okay. Let's go ahead then and get to the substance of the argument hearing and the motion for pretrial detention. I'm assuming that you want to hear both together, but you guys can let me know if you have other ideas about that.
For judicial economy, I believe both are appropriate at the same time.
We're fine with that, Judge. Before we start, there's one objection we have, and it's to the state calling witnesses in this case. If you'll recall last week at our hearing on the 8th, the state asked if we had any witnesses to call. We talked about Ms. Clenney, the mother, and I said, Judge, vice versa, we would like to know if the state has any witnesses or exhibits so that we can prepare. We heard nothing from them. In fact, still, as of yesterday, when we filed our response, in the response, it actually says regarding the medical examiner, there's been no report or even a witness list advising he's going to testify. Yet this morning, we just were told a few minutes ago, not this morning, like here at the hearing, right before you came in, they're calling the detective and the medical examiner. We have not had any opportunity to prepare. They did not advise us of this. We just want to make sure the court is aware of that.
Yes, Judge. So both two witnesses, our lead detective as well as the medical examiner, have been listed in discovery. We have a right to call any of these witnesses, any of the listed witnesses in our initial discovery and witness list. The medical report, our medical examiner's report, was made available for copy inspection. That's not something that we turn over. They have to request it through and then pay the fee to the medical examiner's office. So the fact that they had not done that, they were advised of how to do that, that's on them. That's not us. And so we're calling those two witnesses. They know who they are. Just because they're not prepared based off of, for whatever reason that they're saying, we made them available with this information ahead of time.
Judge, for whatever reason is that they failed to advise us after Your Honor actually said, I believe at the hearing, you said, yes, everybody please exchange what witnesses you're calling. So I'm not saying that we weren't aware. Obviously, we're aware of these individuals. We have reports. That's really not the point here.
I think that as long as witnesses have been listed, then you're certainly on notice of those witnesses that can be called for the argument hearing. Typically in an argument hearing, depositions haven't happened, discovery hasn't happened. It's very close to the beginning of discovery also. We're dealing with a portion of this case that is at the very beginning. So I'm going to allow them to call their witnesses as long as those witnesses have been listed, discovery which they have. He's correct about the NE's report is something that has to be requested independently. So let's go ahead and begin. Okay, your objections are done.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, could we have some type of ruling from the court that in any future evidentiary hearings that the state will properly and timely disclose witnesses?
Well, I think that discovery only requires that they provide those witnesses as a witness list for any egg witnesses that they believe might be used at trial. So I don't know that they have any discovery obligation given that.
I guess it's just more of following the court's order, which your order was.
And I think that my order would have been, and then maybe I misspoke, is that any witness lists have to be listed. As long as they have listed a witness list, and you have listed the witness list, you know, discovery obligation witness list, then I think that everybody's in discovery obligations.
And Judge, because you mentioned it, I have to know the defense has not made any discovery exhibit list, but we are not raising that as an issue.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started.
Is this okay? I mean, it's a little crowded over here, but.
All cell phones will be turned off. Step out. Step out.
It's me, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right. I don't think that there's any place else that we can really put that without talking to everybody.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everybody that have my back. This is the court making it right.
Yes.
Your Honor, today we're as the court does on pretrial detention and incarcerated setting at this setting. As the court is well aware, you know, there are certain different burdens of proof. It is a joint hearing. I'm outlining here on the screen right now the burden of proof and pretrial detention. Our burden is only to show the defendant is charged with a dangerous crime. Dangerous crimes include both homicide and manslaughter. I'm only noting manslaughter because the defense has raised a possible lesser quote-unquote offense of manslaughter. So if they're conceding manslaughter, they're just conceding this ground. But the point is, homicide, which includes manslaughter, are both dangerous crimes. The state's burden has shown that there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offense. The factual circumstances of the crime indicate a disregard for the safety of the community. You know, obviously, a homicide kind of illustrates that, and there are no conditions of release pursuant to Florida Statute 907 at 041 that can ensure both the safety of the community and her presence in the future. This is analogous to the standards of Arthur, but the distinction between the two are twofold. One is the state's burden is greater. The state has to prove the defendant's guilt as evidence of the presumption of guilt. However, this is counterbalanced by the weight of the evidence and the light of the evidence. Where in a pretrial detention setting, the evidence is not viewed as favorable to the state. In an argument setting, it is. So all evidence is viewed as favorable to the state. Conclusions, the inferences, they are all drawn like favorable to the state. And I'm not, just mentioning that, as an inference. That is a direct quote from Arthur. It is a preposition that is set in the foundation of Arthur. As to the admissibility of evidence in both settings, hearsay is admissible, affidavits are admissible. As the court correctly noted, this is a proceeding that occurs early on in the discovery process. Availability of witnesses, compilation of evidence, much of it is reviewed, but not necessarily processed or by an individual that can theoretically testify to that, which is an expert. And I mentioned examples where a medical examiner doesn't testify, the state just admits the medical examiner's report, for example. So the state has entered into evidence 32 exhibits that the court has had an opportunity to review. I'm not going to review all of them at this stage, and Detective Prieto and Dr. Hudgens will testify to much of the substance of evidence, but I do want to highlight to the court the date of incident. Much about this case, both from the state and the defense, will be similar fact evidence, but the date of incident is the crux of the situation. Mr. Obumseli was killed
by a step into the subclavian artery. He bled out as a result of that step. Incident number 4 can certainly cloud or create a perception of what led to it. And the dynamics of that certainly are at play, as it is outlined in its motion. We're not avoiding that at all. But the date of incident, the circumstances under which the defendant killed Mr. Obumseli are particularly important. We extracted Mr. Obumseli's phone, and the day became, just woke up calmly. That was at 10 a.m. Christian's in their living room, you can see it in the background, and he's just singing, lip singing. The defendant is dancing with their dogs. Christian's just recording. Legs, and for example, the bruising that was photographed several days later, and the defense will introduce on its own, already exists. Christian is very clearly alive. So those bruises could not have been created in the quote-unquote struggle as the defense characterizes it, where he was stabbed. It's just black and white. They existed before. And the court, through the other evidence, can compare the bruising, including the photographs that the state submitted to it of the defendant on the data. But what matters is the incident. Christian leaves the apartment at 3:55. This is the state's exhibit, it's up at the bottom, 14, channel 9. 3:55. He's on the phone, and by that I mean you'll see in the surveillance video, the court can see him holding his phone, not on the phone. He's walking his dog. The defendant called Christian repeatedly, almost at a frantic call. For the record, the times are 1955, but that's in universal coordinated time, so this is local time 3:55. She called him 3 times in quick succession. Twice he did not answer, and then once was for a 40-second call. 10 minutes later, the defendant gets on Instagram Live. And on Instagram Live, she has marks on her shoulders. She has bruising. And again, we have not avoided the fact that this was a mutually abusive relationship. The issue is whether the defendant's conduct in stabbing or killing Christian was justified. So the bruising that the defense is going to try to suggest was as a result of a struggle simply do not exist. So Mr. Obumseli returns at 4:32 and 44 seconds. He enters the apartment or exits their walkway, 22nd floor, at 4:33, which is at the exact same time the defendant is called Christian. It's a 13-second call. And then 10 minutes later, the defendant calls her mother. I redacted her phone number. Those were 2 calls at 4:43 and 4:49. And we know that the incident occurred in the first call because Mrs. Clenney admits it. So fewer than 10 minutes after Christian walks into the apartment, it goes from a simple walk, relatively calm, to him being stabbed. And the state notes that in Mrs. Clenney's statement, all Mrs. Clenney suggests is that she heard the defendant yelling that Christian was lying and for him to get out. And the state notes he's entitled to be there as a resident of that apartment. The defendant had no right to kick him out. But the simple fact is
The defendant is making affirmative accusations. The defendant is making the attacks on Christian. The defendant waited 10 minutes to call, or excuse me, 10 minutes later, the defendant called the building security. It's an 18-second call. And then 4 minutes after that, she called him. We'll play the other portion of the 911 call. The defendant acknowledges her actions. She apologized. Police arrived within 5 minutes. I'm not going to air here, but State Exhibit 21 is still shot. It shows the defendant cradling Mr. Obumseli's body. The defendant is transported to Miami Police Headquarters and interviewed, and she gives herself a statement. It's inconsistent throughout. It conflates the date as a whole. It suggests that Christian had gone to Subway and that this incident occurred as a result of the Subway. We know from the key fob record, we know from the video, he was not returning from Subway. This argument happened earlier today. And it very might well has happened, as the defendant suggested, but she's conflating both of them to justify a self-defense claim.
Hold on. Seems like this has jammed up a little bit. It's not the best video, you guys. It's not the best video in the world. Yep. So clearly there.
She says, because I know I was afraid. Just for the record. After that. What's very important is actually the arch of this statement. Is when Ms. Clenney was discussing how she got up after they were arguing over the phone, went to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. She paused. She stopped. She sat in her thought. The detective interrupted and asked her some questions, but she had to get out. She did not know whether this was justified at all. Based on the totality of the evidence, based on the medical examiner's testimony, the court will see that it was not justified at all. The defendant's statement is not correct. She could not have thrown a knife that would have landed at an angle, punctured 3 inches deep, and not lacerated, for example, Mr. Obumseli. That was physically impossible. Had she thrown the knife and it entered at a downward angle, she would have had to be above it, which of course she was not. No, the defendant stabbed Mr. Obumseli. It punctured his body 3¼ inches, and it pierced through the subclavian artery. The court has those medical examiner evidence and reviewed it, and you can see the guide at a downward to his right, a person looking at him left angle. She stabbed him cross body. And the state agrees with Ms. Clenney this was not justified. And for those reasons, the state will ask the court hold. state calls detective,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, detective. Will you please introduce yourself to the board?
Detective Yermain Versino.
Detective, what do you do?
I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
How long have you done that?
A little over a year.
Before that, do you have any law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Will you please tell the court your law enforcement experience?
I've been an officer in the city of Miami for about 9 years, 4 of which I was a detective in the robbery unit, and 1 now currently in homicide.
Do you know a person by the name of Courtney Clenney?
Yes.
Do you see Ms. Clenney in the courtroom today? Okay. Let's talk about how you came to know Ms. Clenney. And specifically, I want to focus you on April 3rd, 2022. Is that the date that you met Ms. Clenney?
Yes.
Did you know her from beforehand?
No.
Having, discussed the April 3rd, 2022 day, let's walk through it. Under what context did you first meet Ms. Clenney?
It was at her apartment, just outside. She was detained at the moment.
And let's kind of walk through that. Why did you end up responding to her apartment that day?
I was notified that there was a stabbing and the victim had been taken to rider trauma and succumbed to his injuries.
So at the time that you met her, you already knew Mr. Obumseli was passed?
Yes.
So let's pierce this out. First, you met her at her apartment. Where's her apartment?
Her apartment is at 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue.
Is that Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
So you mentioned you were notified because he had succumbed to his injury. Obviously, that you're a homicide detective. That's how you got involved.
Yes.
And why is it that you're the lead detective?
It was just my turn to take the next case.
So just as a premise, you didn't ask for the case. It was just
correct.
Okay. So you responded to the scene of the homicide. You met Ms. Clenney. What did you do?
Say that again.
What did you do?
We responded to the scene. We began to check the apartment and get in contact with the crime scene. And simultaneously, we had Ms. Clenney transported to the station.
Before we get into what happened at the station with Ms. Clenney, let's discuss the events of the day. Do you know approximately what time police was called out to the apartment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would anything refresh your recollection?
No, not right now.
Okay. So you're aware that at some point police got called out to the apartment?
Yes.
You've reviewed the evidence, the body cameras, all the evidence in this case?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened when police officers arrived to the scene?
When police officers arrived, they were able to make contact inside the apartment. They saw Ms. Clenney cradling the victim. They were able to separate the two of them, provide aid to the victim while they waited for fire rescue to show up on scene.
And then what happened after fire rescue showed up on scene?
They were able to transport him to Jackson.
And do you remember approximately when Mr. Obumseli was pronounced deceased?
I would have to go back to my notes.
You can refer to the report. Let me know when your memories are fresh.
At 5:55 p.m.
So 5:55 p.m. he's pronounced deceased.
you are dispatched as a homicide detective. We already mentioned how you responded to the scene, initial check of the crime scene, contacted the crime scene, and sent the defendant over to the police department. So far as everything, I guess, per protocol?
Yes.
Okay. When the defendant arrives to the police department, at some point do you end up interviewing her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just for context, did you read her Miranda rights?
I did.
Did she waive her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Was that audio and video be recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm directing the court to the recorded statement. So I'm not going to belabor the point. The court has reviewed the recorded statement. Would you synopsize the defendant's statement for the court?
So she told me that she was at the apartment. The victim had went down to go to Subways. When he went to Subways, they began to message each other, and through text messages they got into an argument over sharing each other's location. He then decides to come back to the apartment. Shortly after he comes back to the apartment, another argument ensues. At that point, the defendant says that the victim grabbed her by the neck, slammed her against the wall. She was able to break free. Then she was gonna call her mother, and he didn't want that to happen, so he grabbed her and put her onto the ground. She wasn't able to explain how exactly that happened. After that, she was able to break free once again, at which point she goes to the kitchen. She grabs on a knife, and then she states that the victim ran towards her, and that's when she flung the knife, or threw it, and it hit him in the shoulder.
What did anything besides that? Did Ms. Clenney say anything besides that, in addition of substance, I guess, regarding this incident?
No.
So regarding the injuries,
yes.
in this circumstance,
yes.
I want you to tell the court, I guess, how you're evaluating the case. You know, where are you in your analysis of the facts thus far?
At that point, we were looking at it as a self-defense at first. But then later on, things started revealing that it wasn't what we thought.
So let's talk about that. So at the point in which you finish interviewing her, despite some of the inconsistencies in the statement, you are evaluating the case for a possible self-defense claim.
Correct.
Is that one of the reasons why you document how she looks in her injuries?
Yes.
Okay, so let's parse through that. Did you have crime scene take photographs of her?
Yes.
I'll direct the court just as general reference to the crime scene photos. Were there bruisings on her?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court where there was bruising?
She had some bruising over on her legs. She had some small bruising to her arms, and that was about it.
Okay. Do you have experience in seeing fresh bruises versus old bruises?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in this context, right? Just as a human, have you seen bruises?
Objection, Judge. This could be lack of predicate for these future opinions. Judge, I believe that the state intends to try to elicit some kind of expert testimony from the detective regarding bruising. That's clearly the purview of an expert. And this, as far as we know, this detective has no medical training. He's not a doctor. He's a detective. So I'd object to him making any opinions as to when bruises were formed.
So there's a lot of parsing to that, and he's not issuing an opinion as to when a bruise was formed. He's issuing an opinion as to whether it's a new bruise or an old bruise. As human beings, we know what bruises look like in an older bruise versus a newer bruise. Older bruise is darker versus a newer bruise, which is lighter and coming into color.
I'll object to the counsel testifying as well, Judge. He's not an expert either.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to allow that particular line of answers, but
Judge, can we approach sidebar very briefly? Judge, just as a separate preliminary matter, I believe the evidence was accepted by the court, and if it hasn't, I'm just moving all of the state's exhibits into evidence.
No, other than it was previously noted, it was
and I'll just refer to them as their sub-exhibits, and I believe in evidence there's state's exhibit 1, or 1A. Continuing a second, did you see bruising?
Yes.
Okay. And that bruising you mentioned it was on the arms and the legs.
Yes.
Did you see any bruising on her neck?
No.
Did you see any hand marks on her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising coming in from her neck?
No.
Did you see any bruising consistent with her having been grabbed by the neck?
No.
Did you document the area of her neck?
Yes.
And are those, I guess, the photographs that were documented by crime scene?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to review Mr. Obumseli's cell phone extraction.
Yes.
As part of that extraction, did you see videos from the same day but earlier, before the murder?
Yes.
Okay. In those videos, did you see bruises on Miss Clenney?
Yes.
You also had an opportunity to review the Instagram Live video that she posted between Mr. Obumseli leaving the apartment and returning.
Yes.
Did you had that opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And in that video, did you see the bruising on her?
Yes.
Now let's speak specifically. Let's speak specifically about those bruises, right? Let's separate arms versus legs. The bruising on her arms, were you able to see them in the Instagram Live video?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that video was posted before this murder occurred.
Correct.
So those bruises were before the murder occurred?
Yes.
Let's talk about the legs. You saw bruising on her legs in the earlier posted video of her death?
Yes.
In that video, are those the same bruises you saw later that day?
Yes.
So, and then the metadata of those videos were like 10, 11 in the morning same day?
Yes.
Told you and showed you how she threw the knife, or flung, as you said, at Mr. Obumseli.
Yes.
Would you please reenact to the court the manner in which she claimed she threw this knife?
She said she put it over her shoulder, and then she just flung it forward.
And I'm just noting, if we've got to talk about the record, right? So you're saying that she got her arm back and threw it forward?
Yes.
And I guess just as a parallel, it's kind of like a football.
Yes. Correct.
It was not a fling using like a flick of the wrist?
Correct.
Okay. So, after you interviewed, actually before I move on from that, did she tell you the distance in which she flung the knife?
Yes.
Okay, what was the distance that she told you?
She said it was about 10 feet apart.
Did she point to the room?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that she said when she pointed to the room?
She said the distance was bigger than the room that we were in.
Okay. And so in that context, as if the room was 10 feet, it was longer than 10 feet?
Yes.
So she was at a distance of approximately 10 feet when she claimed she had flung this knife?
Yes.
And did at any point she say whether Mr. Obumseli was armed?
No.
No.
He wasn't armed.
Okay, so she did say, but he was not armed.
Correct.
So she acknowledges that Mr. Obumseli was not armed in excess of 10 feet from her when she threw this knife at him.
Correct.
All right. So progressing from that, during the interview of the defendant, you became aware that she was on the phone with her mother during the incident.
Yes.
What did you do as a result of that?
As a result of finding out that she was on the phone?
Yeah, after, knowing that she was on the phone with her mom, and then you finished the interview, what did you do?
I was able to get in contact with the mother over the phone.
Okay. Did you do an audio recorded interview of Miss Clenney's mother?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was anyone present besides you and your fellow detective on that call?
No.
Okay. At what point did you become aware that there was someone else on that call?
When the attorney arrived at the station, her father jumped spoke on the same call, saying that the attorney was there and that they would like for the attorney to be present for any more questioning.
So during the length of your interview with her, you were not aware that she was with someone else in her person?
Correct.
As you were doing that interview, what did you ask Mrs. and I directed the court to the audio recorded statement that's in evidence, but again, will you please synopsize the contents of that call?
We spoke about the relationship between the victim and the defendant. And she explained to me that I believe it was about a week before the incident that the mother was there for 6 days because Christian wouldn't leave the house and he kept following her around. So she came down to Miami to see if the transition of him leaving the apartment would be a lot better than just them two trying to figure it out.
Nothing more than that?
Correct.
Mrs. Clinton didn't say anything about outlet hurts or any indication that the defendant was injured in any way?
Correct.
Did Mrs. Clinton tell you the circumstances of the incident, how she knows the incident occurred or under what circumstances?
On the day of?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. At any point did she tell you she knows what happened?
No.
So, having moved on from that, earlier we talked about how you were evaluating the case for a possible self-defense.
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of, on the date of the incident, what did you do as a result of where you were at?
I don't understand.
In a nutshell, after you interviewed the defendant, you interviewed the victim, or rather you interviewed the defendant, you interviewed the defendant's mother, crime scene, photographed the scene.
Yes.
They documented her, you collected all pieces of evidence. What else happened that night?
Nothing else. We finished with the scene and the defendant was let go.
Okay. Is that normal protocol?
Yes.
Okay, why is that normal protocol?
At the time, we didn't have enough to say what actually did occur, and we still needed to continue the investigation.
Had a decision been made as to the defendant's criminal culpability at that point?
Well, at first, I was leaning more towards a self-defense.
No, we discussed that. My question was, did you close the case and say it was self-defense, or was it still open?
No, it was still open.
Okay.
Yes.
So the investigation was still open, it was still pending. Okay, so what are the next steps you took in your open investigation?
Oh, okay. Well, we did several warrants for everybody's cell phones, the victim and the defendant's cell phone. We did warrants for social media. And yeah, I believe a couple of other warrants as well.
As a result of some of these warrants, did you end up briefing the state attorney's office about the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. As pursuant to that briefing, were there subpoenas that were sought?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go through things that are in evidence, but did you obtain police reports and body camera from Las Vegas?
Yes.
we're going to talk about this. I'm just going through everything. We mentioned warrants. You said on the phone. Which phones are you speaking about?
I'm speaking about the victim's cell phone and the defendant's cell phone.
Okay. Were you able to get the extraction from the victim's cell phone?
Yes.
Were you able to get the extraction from the defendant's cell phone?
Not yet.
Is that still pending and being attempted?
Yes.
From the extraction, were you able to obtain data and information?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll cross that bridge in a little bit. Pursuant to subpoenas, were you able to obtain surveillance footage and incident reports from one Prieto condominium?
Yes.
Did you also obtain lease documents?
Yes.
As part of those documents, were you able to obtain the fog records?
Yes.
You mentioned warrants on social media. Was that the Instagram warrant?
Yes.
And is that how we know the precise time in which Ms. Clenney was live?
Yes.
Did at some point you obtain the call detail records of Ms. Clenney?
Yes.
Or the defendant, sorry. Even though I lost myself on that. At some point, did you obtain the criminal history of the defendant?
Yes.
At some point, did you obtain, pursuant to subpoenas as we were discussing, financial records belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
Now let's go back again. Date of incident, crime scene process. At any point, did you obtain a diagram of the apartment?
Yes.
Was that diagram to scale and measured and documented?
Yes.
Just noting for the court, Exhibit 19. Will you please describe to the court the crime scene? Again, the court has the photos, but just outline it for it.
Okay. The crime scene is an apartment located on the 22nd floor of the One Paraiso building. It's a 3-bedroom apartment with a single kitchen and living room. You want me to explain also where the scene was located? Or?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. So let's parse that through. And actually, let's take steps of this. When crime scene enters an apartment, you tell the court the various photographs that they take, such as the initial scene, the measurements, and so on.
So before anything is done, we take all photographs from the first floor of the building to show what building we're going to. The elevator, the floor of the elevator that it stops on, the number that's fixed to the front of the apartment, the front door, and then all wide-angled and far away photos of every room in the apartment. And then initially they started taking photos, closer shots of any blood or weapons or anything that has to do with the incident.
Will you please describe to the court I'm going to separate them into 3.
Yeah.
There's the 3 different blood scenes.
Yeah.
Will you please explain to the court what that means?
So the first one that we find is where we initially found the victim, which is the first puddle of blood. The second one was more towards the living room. And then the third one was, it was more between blood spatter and droplets that were moved around not moved around, but showed that the victim was walked around the apartment.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's piece through that. So there were 2 pools of blood, which is 1 and 2 that we just discussed, and then the third where there was droplets and spatter.
Yes.
You described this one, I'm just noting it for the record. The first one, the first pool of blood is where the defendant was located, holding the victim. The second one you said was further back And it was just a pool of blood?
Yes.
Did you see blood transfer on the wall?
Yes.
Okay. What does that blood transfer mean?
Well, it can mean numerous things. But the one on the wall was it means that it's blood spattered, meaning.
No, I'm talking about the transfer. So the second pool of blood, if you recall, there was, again, I'm just noting the exhibit that's in evidence. There was blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember now.
And it was kind of filled. It wasn't spatter or drop. Do you recall that?
Not so much.
That's fine. Then we'll move on if you don't remember. So let's talk about the blood spatter and the droplets.
Objection, there's a lack of predicate.
So we were last left off on the spatter and droplets. Do you know what spatter is? Like, just, can you describe that?
Yes, spatter is more of a way that the blood kind of like just, if you stab somebody or you,
I'm not asking for objection.
If you swing any type of liquid, it makes a certain movement that it shows that the blood was traveling at a certain direction.
So how is that different from a droplet?
A droplet is it's
Objection.
I'm not asking for conclusions, Judge.
I believe it's a statement. Let's just
Sure.
stick with what it is to solve in the apartment and try to at least to some extent.
Okay. Did you see droplets throughout the house?
Yes.
What does that mean, sir?
Means that there was blood following straight down at a straight angle.
Okay. And where did you see these droplets?
In the living room, heading towards the bedroom, the master bedroom.
Just going back about the flinging of the knife. Do you have any information that the defendant knows how to throw a knife or is some kind of expert in throwing a knife?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did Mr. Obumseli go to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Was an autopsy performed on him?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the contents of that autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss that autopsy. Who was the medical examiner that performed it?
Dr. Hutchins.
Okay. As a result of that autopsy, did he determine a manner of death?
Yes.
What was that manner of death?
By stabbing.
Okay. Did he rule the death any particular manner?
No. Oh, I mean, yes. Homicide.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware that it was impossible to have thrown that knife? Or at least that was the opinion?
Objection.
I'm just asking.
Can you repeat the question?
At any point in time, did you become aware that the throwing of a knife could not have caused that injury?
Yes.
Approximately when? Like, where were you in your investigation?
That was later on in the investigation.
So let's talk about some of the other evidence that you obtained. So we discussed Las Vegas. Did you get a chance to receive those reports and review them?
Yes.
Just directing the court to the Las Vegas reports. Did at any point in time did you review the body camera?
Yes.
Not to belabor the point, but will you please synopsize to the court what was in those reports and the body camera?
In the reports that explained that the victim and the defendants were staying in a hotel room in Las Vegas. They got into an argument. Through that argument, the defendant threw a bottle of water at the victim while he was laying on the couch. And security was called to the apartment due to the argument.
Did you review the defendant's statement?
Yes.
To Las Vegas?
Yes.
In that statement, what did she say?
She says that she likes to throw things, and she guesses that she was the one that threw the bottle at him.
Does she acknowledge throwing items at Mr. Obumseli before?
Yes.
What were those items?
Plates and other items.
Was Mr. Obumseli interviewed?
Yes.
As part of that interview, did there come a time where the officer asked Mr. Obumseli a bunch of questions as to whether the defendant was violent with him prior to that?
I can't remember that right now.
Sure. I'll just direct the court to the video. Following the defendant's admission, was she arrested on that case?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the cell phone extraction. Did you get a chance to review Mr. Obumseli's cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Will you please tell the court, what a cell phone extraction is?
It's pretty much just an extraction of all the data, messages, photos, videos, and even sometimes social media saved posts can be extracted from the phone.
When you received the extraction from his phone, did you get an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the videos?
Yes.
Did you get an opportunity to review the text messages between the defendant and Mr. Obumseli?
Yes.
I want to discuss with you regarding your review of those, and I'm going to bear with me because I'm just going to be very specific in directing you. You have all the records, just so we're clear.
Yes.
When they're produced, do they produce in a PDF? How do they come out?
They're produced in a PDF.
Do you recall how many text messages there were?
It was over 12,000. I believe it was 12,220. Something like that. Yes.
Do you remember from when to when those messages were?
Yes. Those messages go back as far as 2020.
Okay. Do you remember when? November, December, January?
I can't remember the month.
So from 2020 to April 3rd, yes, the complete messages, and it's 12,000 or so.
Yes.
Let's discuss the messages from, just going to be very delicate. October 9th through the 11th, which is in evidence as Exhibit 4. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
Will you tell the court, again, just a synopsis because the court has them, what is covered in the messages in State's Exhibit 4?
Mind if I review my notes really quick?
Yeah, if you need to refer to anything to refresh your recollection, go ahead and then let me know when you're ready.
All right.
What was discussed on the October 9th through the 11th messages?
So, based off of the messages, there was an argument that occurred again. Mr. Christian writes to the defendant that she stabbed him, and he wants to get into the room, that he needs help, and she pretty much just told him, go get first aid, and pretty much just brushed him off.
Later on in those messages, does he confront her about hitting him with a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Does he confront her about her spitting on him?
Yes.
Was it in the context of all of these messages where he also confronts her about stabbing?
Yes.
Did the defendant respond to these accusations from Ms. Obumseli?
Yes.
What did she say in response? You can review your notes, yeah.
Yeah, she pretty much just tells him to go get first aid, and then for several hours she just didn't answer anymore till the next day.
At any point does she apologize for her action?
Yes, the following day.
And does she do it in the context of acknowledging the accusations?
Yes.
In those messages, were there any affirmative allegations by her to Mr. Obumseli?
Yeah, she pretty much told him that she apologizes, that she shouldn't have treated him that way. She shouldn't.
Let me cut you off. You didn't understand my question. My question was, did she make accusations about Mr. Obumseli? So, for example, he sent her a message about you stabbing me.
Yes.
Did she reply saying, well, that was because you were choking me?
I can't remember right now.
Okay. Did she make any accusations towards him at all in those messages?
She did, but I can't remember the specific accusations.
I'll direct the court to that evidence. Let's talk about January 30th to February 1st. Did you review messages from that incident?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell the court what that incident is about? That's Exhibit 5 for the record.
On those messages, the defendant was trying to reach out to the victim, and he pretty much just said, yes, Courtney. At that point, she didn't like the way that he wrote to her, and just started becoming very angry and asking him about why he said, yes, Courtney.
Were there audio messages associated with that?
Yes.
At any point in time, did he communicate to her that he had made a mistake because he was doing something?
Yes.
Okay, what was it that he communicated to her?
He explained to her that he was just trying to answer quick because he was watching the overtime on a football game.
Okay. Do you know what overtime he's speaking about?
I believe it was the Bengals versus the Chiefs.
Okay. And so you're referring to the overtime of that?
Yes.
So at any point in time, was there, I guess, did the messages continue, or was there a break in time between those messages?
There was a break.
Okay. At the end of the, I guess, argument over the tone of the messages and the next message, what is the next message that occurs in that break in time?
May I go back?
Sure. What was the first conversation after?
So the first one that I recall, it was the defendant telling him, I hope this gives you time to think about what you've done. And then she tells him, enjoy the hospital. And then he, after a little while, he messages her, I lost a lot of blood. Can you come? I need you. And then she asks him, are you having fun? And this is all between him writing her that he's losing a lot of blood and at the hospital.
Okay. Were you able to find out what happened in that time period?
Yes, she ended up cutting him with a knife.
Okay. Now, how did you figure that out?
It was all in the messages that he wrote, and she responded back to him.
Were there also photographs from that date and time?
Yes.
And how is it that you figure out the date and time that a photograph is taken from the device?
So through the properties of the photo, it will show you when the photo was created, and it was at the same time and date as these messages were sent to him.
And just so we're clear, the messages had or the photographs also had location information?
Yes.
Do you remember where the location of that was?
It was on the east side of the 195.
Okay. Was there a street that's there?
Yes, that's called the Julia Tuttle, but it leads up to the hospital. It was just it was pinpointing right at the hospital, Mount Sinai.
Okay. The state's directing the court to Exhibit 6. So in those photographs, you said it shows that his lip was sliced.
Yes.
And that the location of those photographs were at a hospital.
Correct.
Were you able to locate images of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Directing the court to Exhibit 7. Will you just describe the court to what those injuries were?
It was a large laceration that goes from the lip to the bottom of the chin.
Okay. And what is a laceration?
Say that again?
What is a laceration?
Laceration is it's a cut.
So there was a large cut from
Yes.
the chin to the lip, and there were stitches, you said?
Correct.
Did he appear to have any other injuries in that stitches photo?
Yeah, he had another small laceration here to the left, I believe the left of the face.
And for the record, you're pointing
to the, closer to the chin, to the cheek.
Okay.
As well as we noticed that on the photo with the stitches, he had 2 black eyes, or what you would call raccoon eyes.
Okay. So there was dark discoloration on his,
yes.
on his face by his eyes.
Correct.
And then at any point in time close to these incidents, was there another selfie of the defendant for comparison?
Yes.
Or not the defendant, excuse me, of the victim. State's Exhibit 8 for the record. Were there more incidents documented in text messages?
Yes.
Okay, let's discuss February 27th and 28th.
Okay.
What was documented in text messages there directing the court's Exhibit 9?
Can you go back really quick?
Sure, you can look at your notes. What was discussed in the February 27th and 28th text messages?
So, during that time, the victim, he wrote a very large message to the defendant. He pretty much started explaining is love gonna kill him. Through that message, he explained how the defendant has stabbed him several times, hit him with the phone, with other items, calls him the N-word on several occasions, and in regards to hurt him, he says that he has tried his best to work through it, and that after he goes through, after he starts his seeing a counselor, a psychiatrist, that he's gonna leave her, But then he also went into explaining that if she was still willing to work through it, that he would still want to work through it.
Following this, did the victim begin documenting audio and video recording incidents between him and the defendant?
Yes.
Were there any of these documented incidents before this text message? This lengthy text message? By that I mean secret recordings, right? He started secretly recording her.
Yes.
Prior to this text message, did he secretly record her?
Yes.
Okay. He did?
Yeah.
Okay, when did he secretly record her before this?
I can't remember the dates.
Okay. After this date, for certain, he did.
Actually, let me review real quick.
Sure, go ahead. If you need to review your notes to refresh your book.
I don't have those with me right now.
So you said you don't have them, as in, does that mean that you're not sure if you recorded her before?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not sure if you recorded her before February 27th, 28th, but you're certain that he did afterwards?
Yes.
Just directing the court to State's Exhibit 11 and the court's prior rulings. Sir, you're aware of a series of videos that the state has entered into evidence that was discussed here earlier?
Yes.
I'm not going to kind of publish those in air because the court has already had them, but would you just generally describe those three videos?
So on one of the videos,
Yeah, there's a text message while they're at a break here. There's a text message that he was, I think they were in Las Vegas. There's a text message. She hit him in the back of the head, and he's woozy and he's nauseous, and he said he got stabbed in the leg. I read those text messages earlier today. Let me see if I can find them again real quick. Courtney, can you let me in? You hit me in the face with a phone and then continue to hit the back of my head with the phone. Now I have a lump. I'm bleeding, throwing up. Think I got a mild concussion and have anxiety. Let's see, where's the thing about his? Courtney, can you come and get me? I'm not feeling so hot. I need to lay down. I'm dizzy. Let's see. Can you open the door? I don't feel good and there's a bump in the back of my head. They have to take me somewhere. My shirt was off walking through the casino so I wouldn't get blood on it. I thought he got stabbed in the leg. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me pause this for a second. All right, this is from October 9th of 2021. The crazy thing about all this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg, so October 9th of 2021, Christian is writing to Courtney. The crazy thing about all this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and saw how bad it was hurting me and I couldn't walk, I couldn't do, and you were telling me that I wish I could take your pain away. So she stabbed him in the leg in October 9th. Well, he wrote this October 9th of 2021. So yeah, he's been stabbed before. She's hit him in the back of the head. She's hit him in the face. You know, she's done a lot. This girl has done a lot.
Okay.
he had his own money. He was involved in crypto and investing, so he did have money. But she was making like $900,000 a year. So she made $3 million in like those 3 years. So he had some money, but he, I guess, ended up kind of working for her because at one point she says, "You're fired."
As we're talking about, State's Exhibit 11 includes 3 videos and the metadata of 4 videos.
Yes.
Those 3 and another one. Again, the court has State's Exhibit 11, but for purposes of our record, will you just describe generally the 3 videos that were entered in State's Exhibit 11?
So one of the videos, they're in the lobby, and the victim had just explained to her, like, "Why are you hitting me? You can't be hitting me like that." And then she lowers her voice and tells them, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." And then he continues to ask her, "Why are you doing this? Like, calm down." And that was the end of that video. The other video, she was having some sort of tantrum in the apartment and yelling to the top of her lungs. And at one point she calls out names using the N-word towards the victim. And she also even tells him, "Come here, let me slap you." And then also continues into telling him, "Find my phone, get me alcohol, get me alcohol."
During those recordings, did she also express, I guess, a jealousy of anybody?
Yes.
Okay, will you please explain that?
She, according to the video, he acknowledged somebody in the lobby or just in front of the building when he went out to I believe it was to walk his dog. And he didn't tell her that he acknowledged somebody downstairs. And then that's when she just went into this continuous screaming for several minutes.
Now that we've discussed that context, I want to talk about building-specific incidents at One Paraiso and how they documented these incidents. Did you receive a lengthy amount of records from them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many pages?
Too many pages.
Too many pages. Okay, fair enough. As part of that, did these reports contain with them photos, videos, audios?
Yes.
These photos and videos, will you describe them to the court how they looked on these reports?
No, I can't remember too much about the
sure
those records.
Were these videos and photos and audio recordings, were they original or were they like pictures of videos and things like that?
If I remember correctly, they were original from the actual video.
Okay. And are you referring to a February 21st incident?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that's State's Exhibit 10, I'm directing the court to, but will you please describe it for the court again for our record purposes?
So at one point, the defendant walks downstairs or takes the elevator downstairs. Shortly after, the victim goes downstairs as well. Several minutes later after that, the victim comes back to the elevator. It opens, it closes. I guess he went to go back to look for the defendant. Eventually they come back. She enters when she's trying to click on the on her floor, but she can't because she doesn't have the key fob. So the victim comes in. He's trying to put on the key fob, and she goes into, she begins to attack him, pull his hair. She at one point tries to swing at him with a closed fist. So he ends up kind of like holding her down so he can use the key fob and go back upstairs to their respective floor.
Let's parse that through. You mentioned earlier about having received the key fob and directing the court to Exhibit 13. How many key fobs did that apartment have?
2.
Okay. Do you recall which one was Christian's?
Yes.
Okay. Which one was Christian?
Christian's is the one that ends in it's 01027.
And then and that's the serial number.
Yes.
Okay. What was Courtney's key fob?
It was 01058.
Okay. How can you tell which one's key fob was whose?
So the defendant's key fob has been inactive because she lost it, and it's been inactive since as of, I believe it was March.
So February 21st, she still had it?
Yes.
And how do you know that she lost it? Was that a message?
It was in some of the messages.
Okay. So both Christian and Courtney had key fobs.
Yes.
And so she lost it, you said March 20?
Yes.
Or rather, March of 2022. Jesus, I'm losing myself.
March of 2022.
So February 21st, 2022, she still had the fob.
Correct.
Let's walk through that video. When she enters the elevator right before Christian does, is she holding the door or is she trying to close the door?
She's trying to close the door.
Okay. At any point does she put her hand over the door?
Just before he made it.
Okay. So she had her hand over the door right before he entered?
Yeah, right before he entered, she put her hand through the door, or on the side of the door, so it can stay open as he walks in.
Okay, and you did go to this apartment?
Yes.
So that door has the sensor?
Correct.
In the video, you said that you can see her tapping the screen.
Yes.
Did you, again, having been at the apartment, you saw how that system is set up?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay, so her tapping the button, would that have achieved anything?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because you need to scan the key fob first in order to be able to go to your floor.
So then you said that Christian walked into the elevator and kind of told her to stop banging.
Yes.
What did he do then?
He was trying to tell her to stop, and she begins to swing at him and try and pulling his hair. So then he kind of like pushes her to the side to try and use the key fob. She continues to jump on him to attack him some more. So at which point he kind of like just holds her down, like bends her over and holds her down so he can finally hit the key fob and click on the right floor.
At any point in time, did Christian exercise, I guess, affirmative violence towards the defendant?
No. He's just more trying to like keep her away from hitting him while he gets upstairs.
Now, date of incident, you received the surveillance video too from the building?
Yes.
Besides capturing Christian leaving, returning, and so on, did the surveillance video from the building capture anything?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Besides capturing Christian leaving and then returning, did the surveillance video capture anything about this incident, any violence or anything else?
No.
One second. Pertains to phase 2. I guess my question would be whether the court wants me to go into that now or wait. Sure.
At some point in time, we mentioned how the initial impression, date of incident, was that it was a possible self-defense. And for the last 45 minutes or so, we've been discussing all the subsequent investigative steps.
Yes.
Did these subsequent investigative steps change your outlook of this case?
Yes.
Okay. How did it change?
It changed the fact that I learned that Christian was always the one trying to calm the situation down. Based off of the messages and everything, he was always the one that ends up getting hurt. And the defendant is just the one that's always unable to control herself and hurt him.
As a result, did you apply for an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
Directing the court to State's Exhibit 1. As a result of that arrest warrant, were efforts taken to locate Miss Clenney, excuse me?
Yes.
Who assisted in locating Miss Clenney?
The marshals.
Okay. Why were the United States Marshals asked to locate Miss Clenney?
Because she was out of our jurisdiction.
Okay. Where was she?
In Hawaii.
Okay. Do you remember where in Hawaii?
Hilo, Hawaii.
Okay. Did as a result of her arrest, did you travel?
Yes.
To Hawaii?
Yes.
How long did it take you to travel?
It took me about 24 hours to get there.
Okay. How many flights?
3.
And actually, before we go too far down a drift, when you received the One Bariso lease records, did you receive a letter documenting the defendant's move out?
Say that again?
Did you, within that packet, was there documentation about the defendant moving out of the apartment?
Yes, they were in the process of
Okay. Did the records document that she moved out April 28th?
I don't remember.
I'll just direct the court to the exhibit for the record 28th. So the defendant had moved out of Miami, was located in Hawaii. Because she was in Hawaii, actually, let me back that up. Do you know how she was located in Hawaii?
No, not really.
So she was located in Hawaii, was apprehended in Hawaii and extradited to
So just so you know, their feed is messed up and it's choppy. Just so you guys know, I know there were some people talking about how the audio was choppy, and then obviously this video is going wonky. So I don't want to fast forward through too much of this, but I'm going to bounce just a little bit so we can maybe. It's like turbulence. We're kind of experiencing turbulence right now. I'll see if I can get out of it.
Miami. Did you, I guess, as a result of this investigation, were there subpoenas that were prepared obtaining the defendant's financial records?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss those financial records. Have you reviewed them?
Yes.
Okay. Directing the court to the financial records, which I believe are State's Exhibits 29, 30, and 31. Did you at any point in time get a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Approximately how much, and then State's Exhibit 32 is Bank of America records. Did you get a chance to review those?
Yes.
During that time, immediately before the murder, approximately how much money did the defendant have in her bank account?
I believe she had just over $2 million.
Okay. Again, just to direct the court to the exhibits, but roughly. At any point in time after the homicide of Christian, did the defendant make transfers of that money?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the court.
She made 2 separate money transfers over to her father's.
Okay. And that was 9 days ago?
Yes.
discuss the defendant's criminal history.
Yes.
Will you please tell the court the defendant's criminal history and directing the court to Exhibit 25?
Well, she has the battery out of Las Vegas, and then she has DUIs out of Texas, and then I believe also out of California.
Did the defendant, so let's talk this through, right? So she has a 2015 DUI from Texas, and then you said it's something from California.
Yes.
Was the California case, did she pick up that case while the DUI was pending, the first one?
Yes.
And then you said she had a second DUI in Texas, and then for the record, it's September 16th in 25. Did she pick up the domestic violence battery on Christian in Las Vegas while that case was pending?
Yes.
Do you know if 2020 DUI is still pending in Texas?
I believe so.
And do you know if the defendant has a warrant for that case?
Yes.
One second. Finish up the wire transfers from the defendant's account to her father. Did that essentially deplete her bank account?
Mostly, yeah. She just left some money for herself.
Stay at home for the question.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, let me just start. We've met before, right?
Yes.
And the first time we met was at the City of Miami Homicide Bureau, correct?
Yes.
And I showed up there.
Yes.
And we had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And after our conversations and after I spent some time with you and with Courtney, I believe I gave you my phone number, correct?
Yes.
You have my contact information. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I also communicated with Detective Jerez, who was part of your team that night, correct?
Yes.
At what time do you recall did Detective Jerez let you know that there's an attorney who's representing Ms. Clenney?
It was later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon?
Yeah.
And did she notify you by text or by phone call?
When we spoke in the station.
So she notified you orally?
Yeah.
Verbally?
Yeah.
What time did you start the interview with Ms. Clenney?
I want to say like 6 or 7, possibly.
And I think the interview would have been video recorded, correct?
Yes.
And in that video recording, it has a timestamp, correct?
Yes.
So the best evidence for that would be the timestamp on the video, right?
Correct.
I don't want to hold you to a time unless you know 100%.
I don't know 100%.
Okay. Would that be noted in one of your reports?
Yes.
Now, when you started your interview of Ms. Clenney, you already knew that Mr. Obumseli was deceased, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell her that, correct?
I did not.
About how many times would you say she asked about how he was doing throughout the course of that interview?
Several times.
Several, more than 3, more than 5, less than 10?
About 3 or 4 times.
And what did you tell her every time that she was asking about how he's doing?
That he was just at the hospital and they're still working on him.
And so that's not the truth. That was a lie, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've produced a report in this case, correct? I think it's abbreviated 310 or 301?
Yes.
And what kind of report is that?
That's just a brief report on the investigation.
Okay. And so you have not prepared a final homicide report then, correct?
A supplement? No.
No. And are you working on that?
Yes.
And when will that be available for disclosure?
Judge Laura.
When I, hopefully soon.
Okay. And the contents of that report are going to be consistent with what you're saying here today, correct?
Yes.
And there's not going to be anything added or anything different, correct?
No.
Prior to conducting the interview with Ms. Clenney, did you conduct any background investigation, speak to any other potential witnesses or anything like that prior to conducting her interview?
No.
Did you arrive at the apartment? Was that your initial arrival point, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to view the condition of the apartment at that time, or did you go back later?
I briefly looked at the apartment, the condition first, and then I went back later on and looked at it again.
Okay. And did you speak to any of the first responding officers prior to conducting the interview with Ms. Clenney?
Very shortly.
Did they mention to you that she was in a state of panic at the time?
Yes.
When they first showed up?
Yes.
She was covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Which was consistent with, I think, what you said. You reviewed some body-worn camera. That would be consistent with her cradling Mr. Obumseli in the living room area, correct?
Yes.
And did the other responding officers... Well, let me ask you this. What was her mental state at the time that you first spoke to her?
When I spoke to her, she was more calm than when she was at the building. But she was still a bit shaken up due to what occurred.
Which that would be kind of a normal human reaction, right?
Yes.
Now, also, I believe in the body-worn camera, let me ask you, have you reviewed all the body-worn camera of all the responding officers that evening?
Not all of them, most.
Okay. And a lot of them, Courtney's expressing her concern for Christian, right?
Yes.
And she's in a state of panic. Okay. Again, and her dogs are running around the apartment barking. It's a very hectic scene, right?
Yes.
You heard or you saw, I think when you were testifying in direct, a clip of part of Ms. Clenney's statement, correct?
Yes.
And she describes the attack on her by Mr. Obumseli, correct?
Yes.
There's nobody else in that apartment at the time, correct?
Correct.
There's absolutely no eyewitnesses to what occurred in the apartment on April 3rd, 22, correct? So your investigation, it focuses around what happened after, basically, right?
Yeah.
Now, the part of the interview that we saw, that was actually the third time that you asked her to kind of recount her. And the first time, do you recall what she said the first time?
It was about the same as the one played on the video.
Okay, so, I mean, there was an argument, right?
Yes.
And your subsequent investigation showed the text messages and some calls for, and I'm talking about April 3rd, 2022. We'll get to the other stuff later. But on April 3rd, 2022, you had the video of them in the morning. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
Right? You have some text messages and some calls that occur right before that.
Yeah.
Right before around 4:30 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Okay? And then we know things go bad, right? Yeah. We know that because some neighbors called the police, right?
Yes.
They heard screaming and yelling.
Yes.
Right? We know that your investigation also revealed that Courtney was actually on the phone with her mom, right? Deborah Clenney. And she was actually on the phone with her at the time that Christian received the wound, correct?
When he received the wound?
Yeah.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so when Courtney's recounting what happened, she talks about a physical struggle with Obumseli, right?
Yes.
How big, meaning how tall is Mr. Obumseli?
He's taller than her.
Is he 6'2"?
Yeah. Low 6.
Low 6'1",
6'2", something like that.
How much does he weigh?
I want to say about 200 pounds. Or,
okay. And how tall is Courtney Clenney?
She's about 5'8".
And how much did she weigh at the time?
About 140, 150.
Okay, so Obumseli outweighs her by about 60, 70 pounds and is much taller, right?
Yes.
Now, she describes his attack on several occasions. I think the third time, right, she mentions that he got in a crouching position, or he was crouching, and then he came at her, right?
I don't remember that.
No? That's not her statement?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying she could see the whites of his eyes?
No.
Did you review her statement before coming here to testify today?
Objection, counsel testifying. Also arguing.
I reviewed part of it.
Part of it, not the whole thing. So, again, but you're saying her testimony from the first time you asked her to recount what occurred was similar to the third time, right?
Correct.
In the arrest, did you author this arrest warrant? And I'm holding it up. It's been admitted into evidence, and Judge, procedurally, I would move to submit, try to move into evidence all defense exhibits which were previously provided to the court. I believe
I have no objection.
Defense exhibit A, I believe, was yours.
I don't have any evidence from the defense.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. I misunderstood something. Can we approach that part? Sure.
this, the affidavit in support of the arrest warrant.
Yes.
Did you author that?
I did not.
You didn't author the arrest warrant in this matter?
No.
Did you sign it?
I did.
You're the affidavit, right? You're the one swearing to this document?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you go through it?
Yes.
Line by line?
Line by line.
Did you understand what was contained in this document?
Yes.
Let's go through the mischaracterizations of the evidence that are contained in this. I believe the first one in this affidavit, you talk about, and this is going to be, and please let me know if you need to see this. This is Defense Exhibit A. I think the government also introduced the arrest warrant. And this is on page 4 of 6. This is the second full paragraph. You stated, in her explanation to the police regarding the content of the phone calls that day, D. Clenney, which is Deborah, did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant. However, investigators know D. Clenney did communicate with the defendant about the incident because investigators saw a text message from Mom on the defendant's phone reported at 5:25 p.m. that mentioned self-defense and advised her not to say anything to investigators without an attorney. In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenney, In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant D. Clenney, recorded statement also admits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call. Do you stand by those words?
Can you read the last sentence one more time?
Yeah, I was showing an objection to this characterization because he said admits versus omits.
In addition to omitting her conversations with defendant, D. Clenney's recorded statement also omits any claim that the defendant said she was being attacked by the victim during the call.
Correct.
Okay. You stand by those words?
Yes.
Okay. In your phone call to Deborah Clenney, did you ask her, hey, was Courtney attacked?
No.
Okay. So when you say she omitted it, you never asked the question, did you?
Correct.
You also, in this paragraph that I read, you indicated that D. Clenney, meaning Courtney's mom, did not communicate, or the investigator, that Deborah Clenney did not say she discussed the incident with the defendant, meaning the attack, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't ask her about that, did you? Did you say, hey, did Courtney tell you about the attack?
No.
No, you didn't ask her that, right? So any omission is because she didn't volunteer it, correct?
Correct.
Now, while you're, I guess this paragraph says, while you're interviewing her, I guess you saw a phone, a text message kind of pop up on Courtney's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to view that?
That's the answer that we already covered.
A text message popped up on the phone, and I guess you're saying this mentions self-defense?
Yes.
Did you see the entire text message?
I did not.
So your inclusion of that portion that says something about self-defense, it kind of makes it sound like that's something nefarious or somebody's being coached, right? The way you wrote it? These are your words that you adopted, right? It kind of makes it sound like there's a cover-up, right?
Yes.
And you put these words in here without seeing the full and complete text message, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the screen here, I think it's the Defense Exhibit C, right? This is the complete text message. At 4:04 p.m., which would be Texas time, so that would be 5:04 p.m.,
okay? Miami time. Please tell me what's happening. This is from Deborah to Courtney, my son Shawn. Please tell me what's happening. You have to call me! Exclamation point. Even though it was self-defense, don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. Call me, please. It's very important. Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney! Exclamation point. Innocent people get in trouble all the time. Right? That's the complete message. And this is a mother, right, that's in another state. Right?
Objection, counsel testifying, no question pending, both to everything that we just said and now.
Sure. Do you know where Miss Clenney was? Meaning Deborah Clenney on the date of April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And where was she?
Texas.
And where was Courtney?
In Miami.
Okay. So, what seems clear to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that Miss Deborah Clenney was unable to contact her daughter at least between 5:04 p.m. Miami time, and then even going into the late night of 10:46 p.m. There's no responses, right, by Courtney?
Correct.
So this could be a very concerned mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Deborah was on the phone with Courtney listening to the argument that night, right?
Yes.
And I believe she told you that when you interviewed Miss Clenney, Deborah Clenney, that she could hear Christian yelling.
I believe so.
Again, you weren't in the apartment that night, were you?
No.
Now, you testified previously that her first and third recitation of her statement of what happened that night about the attack was consistent, correct?
Yes.
This is page 4 of 6 of the arrest warrant whose language you adopted. Actually, you know what? Let me stop you there. If you didn't write this, who wrote this?
State attorney.
Which state attorney?
Khalil.
Mr. Quinnen?
Yes.
Now, in this paragraph, which is the third full paragraph, again, page 4 of 6, you say, although the defendant admitted to having caused the victim's injury in her post-Miranda recorded statement, she also provided several inconsistent accounts about the incident. Now, you just testified that at least the two of the three are consistent, right?
Mostly.
So this could be perceived to be a little bit misleading then, correct?
No.
You had crime scene, or somebody had crime scene respond to the homicide bureau, correct?
Yes.
And I think I may have been there when they came to photograph her.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
It's neither here.
But,
sorry, I'll move on. So they came. So crime scene did come out to the homicide bureau and they photographed Miss Clenney's physical condition, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to document any injuries, right?
Yes.
You don't take the photographs yourself, do you?
No.
These crime scene technicians are specially trained, correct?
Yes.
And they have like rulers that they can take out to measure things when they're taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your warrant, well, in the warrant that you signed, again, the last full paragraph, the defendant's physical body was documented on the date of the incident, and there were no injuries to her person to corroborate this account. Now, Do you recall that being included in the warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and that's, for the record and for your honor, it's page 406. Now, on the screen, which is Defense Exhibit H, these are crime scene photos, are they not?
Yes.
And these are taken by your department, correct?
Yes.
And these was then provided to the state and then provided to the defense, right?
Yes.
Okay, on the left side of the screen, there seems to be a bruise on the inside of her right arm. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Could that bruise be consistent with a physical altercation?
At some point, yeah.
Proper opinion. Is that next one?
Do you see a bruise, a visible bruise on Courtney's sorry, that's the right arm? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And on the right side of the screen, it looks like it could be an abrasion. I don't know, there's a mark there that we circled on the right shoulder. Do you see that mark?
Yes.
Could that mark be consistent with some kind of physical altercation?
Yes.
We also have crime scene photos, again, the inside of the right arm. This is, I think, the closer up view of what we saw a second ago. And in this picture, there's a ruler, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
And if you need to get up from with your honor's permission, if the witness needs to get down, thank you, Judge. And they measure that just so there's some type of kind of comparison, or if they need to describe the extent of an injury, right?
Yes.
And they take that out for something that they think is important to document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then we go on the again, another crime scene photo, lower right leg that we've taken the liberty of circling. There seems to be some discoloration there, correct?
Yes.
And that could be bruising, maybe not. You're not an expert, right?
Correct.
So these pictures actually do show signs of physical injury, right?
Yes.
Judge, can we approach that bar?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective, on direct, you testified that the medical examiner said that basically throwing a knife from that distance in that manner couldn't have caused that wound. Is that basically a summary of what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a knife expert?
No.
Is the medical examiner a knife expert?
I don't know.
Now, in the when the state was up here asking you a question that this has to be a stabbing, he motioned in a very almost a 90 degree motion, downward stabbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, is what the government, the state attorney, was that gesture, is that accurate and consistent with what the medical examiner's report says?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Detective, did you review the report from the medical examiner?
Okay. So, objection and proper impeachment. Also, it's going to be mischaracterization.
downward angle, correct?
Yes.
Bruising or marks. And you testified on direct that you didn't see any bruising or marks around Courtney, correct?
Correct.
In her statement to you, she did mention that he grabbed her by the neck or had her up against the wall by the neck.
Yes.
And have you ever seen a particular situation where somebody could have their forearm up to somebody's neck?
Yes.
And that wouldn't necessarily cause bruising, would it?
Objection, Judge, that's a speculation.
And Ms. Clenney indicated also that at some point he threw her down to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Before? And I think she said on her shoulder?
She wasn't able to explain to me how he put her on the ground.
Right, I think she said something like, and then I was on the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay, which somebody who's just experienced a traumatic experience that Courtney experienced, that wouldn't necessarily mean that she has an accurate memory, correct?
Objection. Speculation.
Detective, have you ever been in a fight before?
Objection.
You answer? Okay. Yes.
And was it a traumatic experience?
I mean,
do you remember every detail about that fight?
well, I grew up doing martial arts, so yes.
In Courtney's statement at one point, she said she was able to break free, correct?
Yes.
Or she was able to get up, right?
She wasn't able. She was able to. She explained that he wasn't on top of her anymore, but she was able to get out. But she couldn't explain exactly how.
And you testified again after looking at the crime scene, after speaking to Ms. Clenney that night, after you spoke with me, you were looking at this case as a case of self-defense, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you try to canvass the area to find other witnesses?
We attempted to contact other members of the building in the same hallway as well.
And were you able to locate the witness that said he saw Christian hitting Courtney in the head prior to April 3rd, 2022?
I could not find him.
But you heard about that witness, correct?
Yes.
It was reported to you by somebody else, right?
Yes.
And I believe that account was told to you that that person wasn't sure if it was a closed fist or an open hand, correct?
Yes.
But so you do have some evidence, right, throughout the course of your investigation that at a minimum, Obumseli also hit Courtney at least once that you're aware of.
From what I was told, yeah.
Did you also interview any witnesses, neighbors in this case?
I attempted, but they refused to talk or be involved.
When you say they refused to be involved, what do you mean?
Like they didn't want to they didn't want to talk to me or give any type of statement.
And that was all the neighbors in the building?
Not in the building, but actually, hold on. I did speak to two gentlemen.
Okay, you did speak to two witnesses, right?
Yes.
One whose initials are JS and another one's initials who are EB, correct?
I can't remember right now.
Detective, so I don't want to necessarily put their names on the record now, but one of the witnesses, JS, I guess. So the first person you interviewed, remember the first gentleman you interviewed? I don't want to play your whole interview. I have some excerpts that I'll play later for the court so we can move through this. But in substance, would you agree that that individual basically said he had seen incidents of, I think, Christian Obumseli chasing or running around Courtney's car trying to gain entry? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that same individual also, in that same interview, said basically, look, I know a victim of domestic violence when I see one, and Courtney was a victim of domestic violence, right?
Improper.
Correct. I mean,
If that person's opinion is improper, the way they express it is improper as well.
that interview, in your interview of that individual, he opined, and it's his opinion, right, that Courtney was a victim of domestic violence. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, you interviewed another gentleman. I think it was just right after that.
Yeah.
And that individual recounted the scene at the dog park, correct?
Yes.
And in that recounting of that scene, right, he talked about Christian grabbing her aggressively in the tricep area, correct? And he also told you that he stayed around and stayed in case something, quote unquote, went down, correct?
Yes.
Because he was concerned.
Yes.
And I think he also mentioned that Christian had his hands up her face, correct?
I don't remember.
I don't know what's going on with this audio, you guys. I'm going to kind of fast forward a little bit.
No, I want to go back to you never asked the questions at the and that terminated your call with Ms. Clenney, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were pretty much almost done with the call.
Okay. And in that, you never called Ms. Clenney to follow up and do another interview to get more details?
No.
You never called her husband Kim to maybe follow up because you said he was on the line? You never followed up with him, right?
No.
You didn't call me and say, hey, can you talk to Deborah Clenney and have her make a statement to me?
No.
But what she did tell you was she overheard Courtney saying, stay back, right? Stay back.
Yes.
And then we know, based upon your cell phone analysis, right, that Courtney called 911 herself, right?
Yes.
And we heard it. She's there panicking, trying to get help, right?
Yes.
And again, when the first responder showed up, she was cradling Mr. Obumseli in her arms, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also served... well, let me ask you this. Did Courtney, during your interview, she was remorseful, right?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Right? She seemed remorseful and genuine with you, correct?
Yes.
Objection calls for ability of the witness in this record.
Now, you said you executed some warrants in this case, one of which was financial documents, right?
Yes.
And those financial documents were of Courtney?
It was a subpoena, and yes, it was a Courtney.
Okay, and you got a response, right?
Yes.
And, did you serve a subpoena on Obumseli's bank accounts?
No.
Why not?
No reason.
Do you know how he was supporting himself?
Objection relevance.
Did your investigation reveal that he was a cryptocurrency trader?
Yes.
Judge, can hold line of inquiry here.
You did serve a subpoena, though, on the building, One Prieto, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the documents you returned, you obtained a lease agreement, correct?
Yes.
And whose name is on that lease agreement for the apartment where this incident took place?
The defendant.
Courtney's name?
Yes.
Is Obumseli's name anywhere on that lease agreement?
No.
As part of you serving subpoenas on the bank accounts and financial records of Courtney, did you see the payments being made for rent?
I can't remember.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Obumseli ever paid rent?
Okay, Judge, relevance.
I can explain the relevance, Judge. Did you find any evidence that Mr. Obumseli ever paid rent?
No.
Now, part of your investigation also revealed that the week prior to April 3rd, 2022, Ms. Clenney had to fly in from Texas to help Courtney get him out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, he was thrown out of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And then he came back, right?
Yes.
So, during the time that he was out of the apartment when Ms. Clenney was there, do you know where he stayed?
No.
Did you interview any of the employees of the building that said he was living in a common area inside the building?
Objection, counsel. There's two questions within that one question. One of which is testifying.
Did your investigation reveal at any point that Mr. Obumseli was staying in common areas within the One Prieto building?
Yes.
Now you discussed the manner in which you get up to the apartment in the elevator. Is it fair to say that you have to have a key fob in order to get into a specific apartment?
Yes.
And that particular fob is programmed only for that particular floor or apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the elevator, when it opens up directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So once somebody gains access to the elevator, activates the fob, the next stop is the apartment,
yes.
Right? Now you testified about an elevator video, the infamous elevator video.
Same objection as Judge.
You previously testified about the elevator. I understand now. You previously testified about the elevator incident where you say Miss Clenney was attacking Christian?
Yes.
Okay. You just have the video, right?
Yes.
What happened before they got in the elevator?
We don't know. Or I don't really recall what happened before.
You don't know what happened before that elevator video, correct?
Yes.
Did you interview any witnesses that told you what happened before that incident in the elevator?
No.
So all you have is a video.
Yes.
No context to what occurred prior to Courtney getting on that elevator, correct?
Correct.
Now, she seemed pretty upset in that video, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Obumseli is able to gain access to the control panel to get the fob, correct?
To To use the fob, yeah.
Right. And that fob would take him directly into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
So the only way to get Mr. Obumseli not to go to that apartment would be to not allow him to use the fob, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if Courtney wanted him in the apartment that evening?
Judge, that's speculation.
Again, that was about a month and a half prior to April 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you review body-worn camera footage of an incident that took place at the One Prieto condominium on April 1st, 2022?
I did, but I don't remember what was on it.
Would that video, if you can recall, would that video have depicted some officers responding to a domestic dispute?
Yes.
And in that video, do you recall Courtney explicitly saying, "I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli"?
Yes.
You didn't put that into any of your reports, did you?
Not yet.
Now, Detective, in April of 2022, you had been with the homicide unit for less than 1 year, correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, what was your assignment?
I was in robbery.
And prior to being a robbery, sorry, I cut you off. I didn't hear your response. You were a robbery detective and you were going to say something else.
No, that was just it.
Prior to being assigned to the robbery unit, where were you?
I was in the problem-solving team. I was in the problem-solving team in Overton.
What? I'm not familiar. What is the problem?
That's just a unit that proactively works on ongoing issues within the community.
Okay. And prior to that, I'm going to guess you were on patrol street?
Yes.
Okay. In a marked unit?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of your experience while being a police officer, did you run into victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Objection, violence.
Are you familiar, let me ask you this, when you're in the police academy or as part of your ongoing training as a police officer, are you trained to notice signs of domestic violence?
Same objection. Also, in proper opinion, I can keep going.
I'm asking if he's been trained or not. I understand. Have you been trained on detecting signs of domestic violence?
Yes.
Are you trained about what they call the cycle of violence?
Objection in 702.
As part of your investigation, you indicated that you also subpoenaed or obtained police reports from Las Vegas, Nevada, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about that at length with the state attorney on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And in your subpoenaing of those records, in addition to the police report, also came a statement, a sworn statement, by one of the hotel security officers. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
And in that report, well, let me ask you this. Did you review the body-worn camera of that incident?
Yes.
And I believe the investigating officer was Detective, or I think Officer Velasco?
He was an officer. I don't remember the name.
Okay. And this is the video, just so we can make sure we're talking about the same one. The video of the officer who first goes to see, I think speaks to Mr. Obumseli.
Yes.
And then talks to Courtney.
Yes.
But the first person he talks to is, I think, some member of the hotel security staff, correct?
Yes.
And when he approaches that individual gives him kind of a summary of what they have, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And what he says is security got called, right?
Yes.
Who called security?
I can't remember.
Well, was it Courtney or was it Christian?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Okay. If I told you it was Courtney, would you believe me?
Same objections as you.
So you don't recall?
I don't.
Well, we'll play it for you, or not for you, but we'll play it later.
Okay.
So do you recall that person telling you that his security people came into the hotel room and noticed clumps of Courtney's hair on the floor?
Yes.
Now, as a trained investigator, clumps of hair on the floor, would that indicate some kind of physical struggle to you?
Objection. Speculation.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
Now, in that interview, Courtney admits she threw a glass at Christian, right?
Yes.
The glass didn't hit him, did it?
I'm not sure.
Also in that video, Courtney tells the officer right before she's being arrested that she didn't tell him the whole story, right?
Yes.
Because she didn't want Christian to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
You testified as to the medical examiner. I think you indicated that in your interactions with him and reading his report, the manner of death was homicide, correct?
Yes.
By a single stab wound, right to the subclavian artery, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your training experience, even a homicide, right, can be justified, right?
Yes.
And initially, you didn't make any arrests because you were looking at this as self-defense, correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Now, you talked about blood spatter and droplets and pooling of blood, right? But you're not a blood spatter expert, correct?
No.
You were just recanting what's on the scene that you saw, right?
Yes.
And that the blood, as far as you're concerned, was consistent with somebody sustaining an injury and then walking around the apartment or running around the apartment, right? You don't have to look at the state. You can look at me when you answer the questions.
Okay.
Relax. Okay. Just make sure that he's asking the questions, the state will object, if they have an objection, I will move the words. I will rule that the answer is sustained and we don't need to yes.
Objection.
Grounds.
Several. Similar to the state's direct.
Right now,
So is the blood that you saw at the scene, I'm not asking for an expert opinion, but it's consistent with somebody walking or running around the apartment after sustaining an injury, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know, again, you weren't there when the injury occurred, right?
Correct.
You also mentioned in the Las Vegas video, body cam, I think that Courtney said, oh yeah, I threw a plate at him or something, some other stuff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Hispanic?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an abuela?
Jack shit.
Do you have a grandmother? I'll move on. Do you know what a chancleta is, detective?
Judge, objection.
I'll move on, Judge. I'm sorry. Now you also said you pulled Ms. Clenney's entire criminal history, correct?
Yes.
And you said it was a California case? That was
yes.
a DWI or DUI?
I think they call it DWI over there.
Right. And that was a case that the charges were dropped, right?
Right now I can't remember.
And the incident in Las Vegas, where she was arrested for battery, right? That case was also dropped, correct?
Yes.
also testified that you did a cell phone extraction of Mr. Obumseli's phone, correct?
Yes.
And you were capable to do that because Ms. Clenney gave you the passcode for that phone, right?
Yes.
She was cooperative with you during your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I offered to be cooperative with you throughout the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
I'd call you every now and then just to follow up, right?
Yes.
Or I would text you, right?
Yes.
And I even said, hey, look, if something changes in your investigation, let me know, and we'll go to your office. Surrender her, right?
Yes.
Detective, you, in extracting that cell phone, you testified on direct about text messages, specifically text message that took place on October 9th and 10th, I believe it was. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes.
And I believe those, basically in summary, you said that those text messages indicate that there was a physical altercation and Courtney hit him in the head with a phone, correct?
Yes.
There was a physical struggle, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what happened that caused Ms. Clenney to take that drastic action?
May I review my notes real quick?
Sure.
No, I don't remember right now.
Okay. And I think it was, again, this is State's Exhibit 4, is the text messages from October 9th, where he mentions that I think Christian says, oh, and stabbed me in my leg or something to that effect,
yes.
Right? In the follow-up text messages by Courtney responding to that, she never admits to stabbing him in the leg, correct?
I would have to go back to the messages for that section.
You don't remember?
No, not right now.
Okay. I mean, that would be something important, right? That you would have noted if she would make an admission of stabbing him previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Christian would harm himself sometimes by cutting himself?
No.
You didn't know that? In your interview of Courtney, did she not disclose that to you?
Objection. Still not relevant. And we're attached to the report.
Can you say it again?
Did Ms. Clenney, during the course of your interview with her, tell you that Christian would cut himself?
I remember that she said that he tried to hurt himself at one point, but I don't remember to what extent.
Okay. Now, the text messages on State's Exhibit 4, which I have up on the screen. Do you remember this text message, which came hours later after Christian describes being hit with a phone? Do you remember Courtney's response? It looks like 4:34 a.m., whatever time that was. I think this is in Las Vegas. Do you remember? If you decide to get, this is Courtney, if you decide to get security, call. I will let them know exactly what happened.
What's the question?
Do you recall?
If I remember that, yeah.
So is it fair to say that these texts don't say exactly what happened?
No.
And it appears to me Courtney's not afraid of telling somebody exactly what happened, right? That's her text?
Correct.
Now, you also have text messages from January 30th, which you went through with the state that talk about where he actually goes to the hospital and receives stitches, right?
Yes.
And he's cut across, his chin and I think you said his cheek, correct?
Yes.
Now, I think that was an argument over some text messages, right?
Yes.
Again, we don't know what happened in phone calls, perhaps, prior to the text messages.
No.
We don't know what conversations they may have had, correct?
No.
All we have is these texts, right?
Yes.
Again, this is where the state indicated that she said, "Oh, I hope you enjoy the hospital," something to that effect. I just hope you have time to cool down or think about your actions, right?
Oh, I don't know about cool down, but...
Well, hopefully, again, Courtney's text, hopefully this will give you time to think about your actions, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, cool down, those were my words. All right? Enjoy the hospital, right? You don't know what prompted her prior to these texts to send these, do you?
I mean, enjoy the hospital. Nobody wants to enjoy the hospital.
Right, but you don't know what occurred, right?
No.
Okay. Now, again, in the follow-up message, right? Courtney tells Christian, tell them your side, then I'll tell, sorry, I'm getting older. Tell them your side, then I'll tell them what happened. Right? She texts that.
Yes.
Is somebody who's afraid of the truth coming out, would they send a text like that?
Objection, speculation.
I'll move on. And his answer is that I'm not saying anything.
Yes.
Right? I mean, people could not want to say anything for a bunch of reasons.
Objection,
right?
will testify.
One of which could be that Christian doesn't want the truth to come out, correct?
Objection, speculation. Counsel testifying.
Then I think her next test is an LMAO, right? And then followed by you should, meaning she's asking him to tell whoever what happened, right?
Objection, speculation, best evidence, counsel testifying.
Can you repeat it?
I'm saying after the LMAO, her text says you should, meaning you should tell somebody what happened, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the logical reading of this, right? I'm not making this up.
Objection, counsel testifying. I just want to ask the court for counsel to stick to the ground.
Did you, I think you indicated that the photograph of his stitches pinged the GPS data associated with that picture, put him at Mount Sinai Hospital?
Yes.
In that area, right?
One of the injuries points at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Okay. Did you pull the medical record? Did you serve a subpoena for the medical records from Mount Sinai Hospital?
I did not.
Do you know if the state executed a subpoena for those medical records?
I don't know.
Do we know for a fact that that's where he was treated at Mount Sinai?
I mean, it pings right on top of Mount Sinai, so, and he was in the bed, and the picture shows that he's in a medical bed.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out.
There's no other hospital there.
It could be an urgent care maybe in that area. Now, you mentioned in those photos that Christian has raccoon eyes.
Yes.
And what is that to you? Dark circles in his eyes?
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily mean he was punched in the eye, does it?
Well, compared to...
Objection, speculation.
Well, he already has a laceration to the bottom of the lip and injuries to his face, so it's consistent with getting hit multiple times and also slashed in the face.
All right, Detective, you can't say one way or the other whether those dark circles are from a physical contact or maybe he hadn't slept for a long time, right?
definitely not that he hasn't slept in a long time. They're definitely injuries.
Do you know that Christian and Courtney were up at all times of the night? I mean, they were living kind of a party lifestyle, wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
There was drugs involved, correct?
Yes.
There's some text messages talk about Christian using cocaine with Courtney?
Yes.
Detective is part of crime scene responding to the apartment where this incident occurred. They also photographed certain items that had some type of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
And part of what they photographed were letters written from Christian to Courtney, correct?
Yes.
And in your assessment of those letters, would you say that those letters are an acknowledgement of his abuse of Courtney?
I can't remember.
Speculation, best evidence,
Did you see those photos?
I did.
Did you read them? Well, did you read the wording contained in those photos?
I read them.
Okay. If you look up on the screen, Defendant's Exhibit E, looks like this letter was torn up at some point. Is this what I'm talking about, the photographs of the letters?
Yes.
And there's highlighted sections in there, correct?
Several objections from the observer. Can we do this off?
Just kind of recapping, so there were some letters that were photographed and retained as evidence by your department, correct?
Yes.
And as the lead homicide investigator in this case, I'm sure you reviewed that evidence, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall these letters?
Yes.
Okay. And so Defense Exhibit E is what the government provided to us, that you seized, your department seized. And part of the letters, although it's ripped, says that he's guilty of gaslighting her, right, and mentally abusing her, right? Those are the words contained in this document?
I can't remember, so I don't feel comfortable answering that.
Okay, that's fair enough. Were you able to determine that these letters were written by Obumseli to Courtney?
Again, I can't remember. I read them that one time, and then that was months ago.
I'll move on. The court has these. The witness indicated he has no memory, so I'll move on, Judge. I apologize. Now, you testified as well as to some recordings that were made by Obumseli, where Courtney can be heard screaming, right?
Yes.
And it's actually, we've mentioned it as video, but it's a video file, but it's actually just audio, correct?
No, I think
Except for one that's in the lobby.
I think they're all video.
Well, they're video files, but there's actually no video because the phone is secreted.
Well, if you watch carefully, at one point he does take out the phone, and then you can see the defendant on the floor screaming.
Okay, the point of it is, the bulk of it is just audio, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Now, the person who recorded that is who?
The victim.
Mr. Obumseli, right?
Yes.
He knows he's being recorded, right?
Yes.
If you know you're being recorded, you're going to say kind of, what you want to say, right?
Judge calls for speculation.
That person has an advantage to know they're being recorded, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what happened before that recording took place.
No.
You don't know what happened after that recording took place.
No.
And that's true for the several recordings that are part of the evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
As part of the documentation that you pulled from the one Prieto his management company, you said you were provided incident reports, correct?
Say that again?
The one Prieto subpoena returned a bunch of incident reports, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was like a lot of them, right?
Yes.
Those are not your words, those are mine, but there was a lot, right?
Yes.
Too many, I think you said.
Too many.
Right? Which would show the history of some kind of domestic issues going on, correct?
Yes.
And one of those, again, was the body-worn camera from April 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And where Courtney asked for a restraining order, correct?
Yes.
And in that same video, right, one of the officers asks her if he's been violent with her in the past, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay, well, we'll move on. It's been admitted as an exhibit to the court. Now, you mentioned something about Christian's fob was 01027 and Courtney's fob was 01058. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, clearly, I think you testified that her fob became inactive in March of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know when she lost that fob, do you?
No.
Now, the day of the elevator video, you don't know if she had her fob on her, correct?
Correct.
She might have left it upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned you served subpoenas on Courtney's for her financial records on some banks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I think you testified it was $2 million.
Yeah, just
Is it
over 2 million.
It's over 2 million. It's not over 1.3 million.
No, I remember the total between both wire transfers. It equaled over 2 million.
You sure?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you want to review anything before you say that that's your final answer?
No.
Okay. Your efforts to locate Miss Clenney.
Yes.
Right? You remember testifying about those efforts?
Yes.
Right. You actually traveled to Hawaii, right? When you found out she was there?
Yes.
So you got a free trip to Hawaii.
Yes.
Paid for, the city of Miami paid for that, right?
Yes.
Judge.
So, before you decided to fly to Hawaii to effectuate the arrest of Ms. Clenney, did you lose your phone?
No.
So you had my contact information, correct?
Yes.
You never called me and said, "Hey, Frank, things have changed and we want to surrender Ms. Clenney," right?
Objection relevant.
Say that again.
You never called me and said, "Hey, listen, things have changed. Bring in your client."
No.
No? And Instead, you enlisted the U.S. Marshals to go get Courtney out of Hilo, Hawaii. And do you know where she was in Hilo, Hawaii?
She was in a rehab facility.
In a medical rehabilitation facility, right?
Objection. Testify.
She didn't flee to Hawaii, correct?
Objection. Actually, you know what? I will withdraw.
Yes. I mean, what was the question? Sorry.
Did you think she fled to Hawaii?
No.
She was there to get help, right?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
When you were in Hawaii?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you thought your investigation was closed? You're under oath, detective.
If I thought that she was under...
Did you tell her that this case had been closed by you?
That I was closed?
Yes, sir.
No.
And again, just talking about the phase 2 issues, do you recall me staying in contact with you? Maybe every couple of weeks or 3 weeks to a month I would contact you, correct?
Yes.
Judge.
Now,
More counsel needs to ask a question and get an answer.
Now, in reviewing the financial records, right, you're just reviewing the documents, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why she transferred those monies into her father's account?
No.
Do you know how much she currently has in her accounts?
Right now, no.
Yes.
Right now, no.
At when you got the subpoena returned, when was that?
I can't remember the exact date.
And what was the balance in her accounts?
I believe it was about $4,000.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, Judge. One very brief matter for the sidebar.
All right, so no further questions from Cross, from the defense. See if we can fast forward here a little bit. Is he talking here? He is talking.
The letter that the defense showed on the screen. Units. Does the city of Miami do exhibit 30? If it pleases the court, as discussed sidebar, the city provided the clerk an exhibit to just attach, which would include exhibit 33, which is an Instagram live video. Detective, I want to pick up a little bit where Mr. Prieto left off, and he discussed with you about not contacting him when a decision to arrest was made. When was your arrest warrant signed, if you remember?
I don't remember the exact date.
Would the warrant refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a copy of it?
I do.
Give me 1 second. Do you have a copy of the warrant? Oh, you have one? Oh, thank you. Detective, I'm giving you the last page of the warrant. When was that warrant signed?
August 4th,
okay.
2022.
You remember when the defendant was arrested?
Yeah, it was like a week later.
Okay. This warrant was obtained under seal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall why it was obtained under seal?
So no hints would be given to the defendant, and then they would flee again, flee anywhere else.
Okay, so you said flee again, or anywhere else.
Yes.
So I want to parse that out because Mr. Prieto asked you the question.
Counsel's testifying.
Mr. Prieto, on cross-examination, asked you the question, did you believe the defendant fled to Hawaii? Your initial answer was yes. He then asked you again in a different way. You said no, and then he asked you about rehab. So I want to redirect you as to that conversation. In the context of the defendant being in a rehab facility, you don't have any reason to doubt that she was there for some kind of help.
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that it's simultaneously true that she could have fled there?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Was that a concern and why you did not contact Mr. Prieto?
Yes.
Okay. You've been in homicide and robbery units. You agree that those units are highly investigative?
Yes.
In the context of those investigative units, does the city of Miami do everything by themselves, or do they rely on the prosecutor's office?
We rely on prosecutors as well.
And that's true for review of search warrants, subpoenas, and particularly arrest warrants?
Yes.
Okay. So let's walk through that. In the nature of a homicide investigation, how many have you participated where there have been an arrest?
Currently...
I'm talking about participating, so if you assisted as robbery or anything else.
Oh, in robbery too?
Yeah, all homicide investigations that you've ever assisted on, how many have been in arrest?
On homicide alone, about 6. 6 or 7 that have been, about 8 with that have made an arrest, and then in robbery, probably over 100.
And how many of those has the defendant asked to surrender themselves? Let's redirect. Let's redirect.
None.
None. Is a homicide a dangerous crime?
Yes.
Okay. In dangerous crimes, how do police approach the apprehension of a subject in that case?
As safe as possible.
Why is that?
Because a lot of the times they know that they're going to spend the rest of their life in jail, so they'll take any action to not go to jail.
Mr. Prieto discussed with you regarding quote-unquote cooperating with the investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you mentioned that you obtained cell phones and did search warrants on those.
Yes.
For Ms. Clenney, how many phones did you obtain?
2.
Okay. How many warrants did you execute?
2.
At any point in time, was the defense counsel contacted about the passwords to search those devices?
No.
They were not? At no point in time, the defense has offered or was contacted?
No.
In September of this year, the defense was not contacted for the Did the defense ever provide a pen for the phone?
No.
Have you been able to answer her phone?
No.
What efforts have been expended in attempting to answer her phone?
We have taken the phone to the Secret Service, and they have attempted to do what is called a brute force to be able to get into the phone.
With regards to the cases that the defendant has, one of which was the Las Vegas case, Mr. Prieto asked you about the posture of that case, and more specifically, whether it's been dropped or prosecuted or else. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The Las Vegas case, you said it was dropped.
Yes.
The victim in that case and the sole witness was the victim in this case?
Yes.
And that's now a deceased person?
Yes.
In the context of that letter, which you saw and the one time you reviewed it, was there any documentation of physical abuse by...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. In the letter that the defense showed on the screen,
yes,
that was torn in the middle, missing a chunk. Do you know what Christian Obumseli's writing looks like?
No.
Do you know if that was him that wrote that letter?
No.
It was certainly signed by a Christian Obumseli.
I can't remember if it was signed or not, but...
So you don't know if he wrote it?
I don't.
You don't know if the defendant wrote it?
No.
You don't know the context of that letter?
That I remember, no.
Okay. That letter itself did not document any incidents of physical abuse?
I don't remember.
Let's talk about some of the messages that Mr. Prieto discussed with you. He mentioned the October 9th, 10th, and 11th sequence of messages. And specifically, he showed the screen message where it says, "Tell them exactly what happened." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was that a threat?
Objection calls for speculation.
In what context was that message given?
Objection calls for speculation.
The message, "Tell them exactly what happened." What occurred immediately before that message and immediately after that message?
I would have to see the messages. I can't really remember right now, off the top of my head.
Sure, I'll just direct the court. The January 30th messages Mr. Prieto put on screen, the first message was said something to the effect about, "This will give you time to think about your actions," and then a second message shortly after it said, "Enjoy the hospital."
Yes.
That was the first message, "Think about your actions," was the first message after that time break you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so there was the argument that was documented over the overtime of the football game.
Yes.
There was a break in time. I'm not trying to offer anything, so tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm just trying to understand your testimony. There was the argument, time break, and then the first message was, "Tell them, think about your actions and enjoy the hospital."
Yes.
Okay. The defendant, like Mr. Prieto showed on screen, wrote LMAO. What does LMAO mean?
Laughing my ass off.
Okay, so the defendant was mocking the victim.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you read all of those messages, like beginning to end and all of them?
I did.
Okay, so in the context of processing those messages in those contexts,
yes,
is the defendant mocking the victim?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can opine.
Yes.
Mr. Prieto asked you about your ability to identify victims of domestic violence. So I want to talk about that. Victims of domestic violence, do they often cover for their abusers?
Yes.
Mr. Prieto even asked you about the Las Vegas incident where Ms. Clenney at the end said, "Well, I didn't tell you everything." Right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it uncommon for a victim of an aggravated battery to not tell the hospital what caused it?
Objection, Judge.
Redirecting. When you saw the body camera of the Las Vegas incident, the officer, before kind of really anything, went straight to Mr. Obumseli and read him his Miranda rights, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it uncommon for males to be perceived as the aggressor in domestic violence incidents?
It's not uncommon.
As a police officer yourself, is that often who you perceive to be the subject or the culpable party?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the case here?
Yes.
Okay. Such as in Las Vegas, where there was further investigation revealed the defendant was the aggressor, is that what happened here?
Yes.
And let's talk about how you got there. The arrest warrant. You said you've worked on 8 homicide cases. How many have been arrests in homicide cases? How many of those arrests were yours?
7 of them.
Okay. And on those, how many did you apply for arrest warrants?
Maybe 6 of those.
Okay.
In those contexts, is the state heavily involved in the writing of the arrest warrant?
Say that again?
Is the state heavily involved in the writing of an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Initially, for example, you perceived this to be a justifiable use of force before you got everything else?
Yes.
As part of your initial perception, is that the final call in that prosecution?
No.
Okay. What happens in a homicide investigation where you pursue an arrest warrant?
I have to sit with the state attorney's office, and we have to go through everything that has been found in the case to come to a conclusion.
Are you directed by the state to pursue investigative steps?
Yes.
As part of being directed by the state attorney's office to pursue investigative steps, does that include subpoenas?
Yes.
Can you write a subpoena?
No.
Can you issue a subpoena?
No.
Who do you need to issue a subpoena?
I need the state attorney's office.
Let's talk about Ms. Clenney's, the defendant's statement to you. Mr. Prieto asked you, and essentially she outlined 3 iterations of the incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And he tried to focus in on the part of the warrant where it said that there was inconsistencies throughout. So I want to go through that. The defendant gives, iteration 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
In iteration, for example, 2, did she give more or less details than in iteration 1?
2, she gave more.
Okay. So even though she told you a story for statement 1, she told you a bigger, more sensational story, statement 2.
Objection, Judge.
I'm just...
Counsel's testifying the facts on that.
Was the second statement, because you said it was more details, was it more or less sensational than statement 1?
More.
Okay. So, in that context, is her statement 1 consistent with her statement 2?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because she's adding more to the story.
Okay. Why does it matter that she's adding more to the story?
Because it helps us come to a better conclusion of what actually did occur, and it's filling in the gaps of the story.
And then statement 3 was that last recap where she takes a moment and talks to herself, right?
Yes.
So let's process through that. That one, that third statement, was she speaking faster or slower than her 2 prior statements?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was she kind of rushing through it, or... I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is, did she give more details on statement 3 than statement 2?
I want to say she was rushing through it because she was, I guess, getting annoyed that I kept asking her for the story again and again.
Why did you keep asking her for the story over and over again?
Because sometimes the more that we ask the story again, something clicks to mind and they remember a new detail.
And so you weren't essentially trying to trip her up, you were just trying to get
more information.
Okay. That third iteration, was it the same as 1 and 2?
I can't really remember too well.
I guess my point is, in every iteration, she told the story that she was grabbed by the neck, pushed against the wall, and then down. Got up, got a knife, and stabbed Christian.
Yes.
Or threw a knife at Christian.
Yes.
But each one of the 3 accounts were different.
Yes.
How we got there, I guess, was different.
Yeah.
The manner in which the defendant described in her statement being grabbed at the neck, forced against the wall, thrust to the ground, as Mr. Prieto was testifying, did you see any injuries on her that would corroborate any of it?
No.
We talked about the Instagram video ourselves, and Mr. Prieto showed a abrasion on her right shoulder, almost by the bra strap, and pressed like a circle on her wrists and her arms.
Yes.
In reviewing the Instagram video, did you see those bruises?
Yes.
So they predated the stabbing?
Yes.
There were these neighbors that Mr. Prieto discussed, and they provided the statement that you interviewed. One talked about running around a car, and one talked about an incident at a dog park. Do you recall speaking with Mr. Prieto about those?
Yes.
So let's talk about it. The person that's talked about running around the car, did that person tell you they saw what led to and what happened after that incident?
No.
Okay. Did that person understand the context at all, or tell you what the context at all was of that?
He assumed that he was trying to pull it out of the car.
Okay. But he didn't tell you beginning, middle, end?
No.
Dog park incident. That individual, did he tell you beginning, middle, end in the context of the incident?
No.
So I asked you those questions in the lead up to the surveillance video from February 21st. An individual that would see part of that video, that would be an individual who would say Christian is striking Courtney.
Yes.
Without seeing the defendant walk into the elevator, holding the door, and then attacking him beforehand, they are lacking context?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the search of the apartment, documents with the victims' names were obtained. And I'm bringing that up in the context of Mr. Prieto talking about the lease and who was on the lease. Are you aware that Mr. Obumseli is listed as a permitted occupant of that apartment?
Objection, reading.
I'm asking if he's aware that that is. You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. Is he a permitted person to enter?
Would I be able to look at the...
Yeah, you can look at if you have the lease. Guys, remember refresh?
Yes.
Was he a permitted person in that apartment?
Christian Obumseli.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the documents obtained as part of the crime scene documenting the scene, at any point in time did Miami Police locate an electric bill?
Sorry, say that one more time.
At any point in time did City of Miami locate an electric bill in the name of Christian Obumseli?
I can't remember.
Okay. If it did, it would be in the crime scene photos?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through, did you locate clothing belonging to a male?
Yes.
Did you locate his belongings?
Yes.
Mr. Prieto was discussing with you the defendant having, quote-unquote, kicked him out. As a fellow tenant of that unit, would she have been legally...
Objection, Judge, pause for legal conclusion.
Did she let him back in April 1st?
Yes.
Did she let him back in April 2nd?
Yes.
Did she let him back in April 3rd?
Yes.
Mr. Prieto asked about or discussed with you body-worn camera from an April 1st incident, so I want to talk to you about that. Have you reviewed that body camera?
I did, but I don't remember too much from it.
That's fair. Do you recall a conversation about a restraining order?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the defendant making a statement that she needed to get a restraining order before the victim got it?
I remember the restraining order part, but that's it.
Okay, I'll just direct the court to that. Do you recall a police officer asking the defendant whether she was under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll direct the court to that. Do you recall whether the police instructed her as to the circumstances in which of how to obtain a restraining order?
Yes.
And did the defendant state anything that would have justified the issuance of a restraining order?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did the defendant say anything that would have justified the restraining order?
I don't remember.
Objection, Judge, pause for legal conclusion.
Mr. Prieto discussed with you regarding clumps of hair in the Las Vegas incident. So I want to walk through that with you. Do you know whether that was human hair or extensions?
I don't.
Do
Do you know whether the defendant took them off herself or whether they were ripped off?
I don't.
Did, in the video, the defendant's hair appear to be disheveled?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be yanked, like missing patches?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how the quote-unquote hair, clumps of hair got anywhere?
I don't.
Now, Mr. Prieto discussed with you about blood at the apartment and specifically said the words that the droplets of blood was consistent with running around the apartment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, so since Mr. Prieto asked that, I'm going to redirect you as to that conversation. We discussed ourselves 1, 2, and 3 bloods. 2 were clumps. 1 was where the 2 guest bedrooms interlock.
Yes.
And the defendant was found cradling the victim. The second was a little bit further into that.
Yes.
Right, okay. So then the droplets of blood, where was that?
It led from the second pool of blood to the master bedroom and bathroom.
Okay. Through the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So because that pool of blood that we discussed was number 2, where the defendant was found, or the defendant and the victim were found, that was the conclusion of the droplet. Was that the conclusion of the droplet trail?
I'm sorry, can you start over?
Since we know that the victim and defendant were found at that second pool that we discussed.
Yes.
Is your testimony that the droplets, because it was running around the apartment, that was the conclusion of the droplets of blood throughout the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And more specifically, the droplets of blood begin in the kitchen, go to the master bedroom, back through to that second?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the calls, Mr. Prieto brought up how the defendant called 911. Do you remember that?
How, on which one?
How the defendant called 911 when Christian was stabbed?
Yes.
Okay. So, and we know that Mrs. Clenney, the defendant's mother, was on the phone with the defendant at the time of the stabbing, specifically the first call.
Yes.
Mr. Prieto made a very long conversation about how you didn't ask about the second call.
Judge.
But we'll get to that. So, as it pertains to the stabbing that's having occurred during the first call, that first call was for 6 minutes at 2:43. Was that
yes.
Right? Okay. So, Mr. Obumseli was stabbed somewhere between 2:43 and 2:49.
Yes.
Okay. The defendant's first call after the stabbing, do you recall who it was to?
To her mother.
Okay.
Her mother.
How long was that call?
I believe it was about 7 minutes.
Okay. And then after those 7 minutes passed, did she call 911 or did she call someone else before?
I can't remember.
Okay. I'll direct the court to the records. And then she called 911?
Yes.
So, in a nutshell, she waited 10 minutes before she called 911?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. It's facts, not in evidence.
I'm eliciting the fact to be in evidence. So let's discuss your conversation with Mrs. Clenney. And the court has the audio recording of it. But I want to kind of reverse do it. When we talked earlier, I asked you whether you knew anyone else was listening on the call, and you told me no.
Correct.
Did you find out whether someone else was listening on that call?
Yes.
Okay, who was that person?
Her father.
Okay. When the father interjected earlier, you said that the father interjected to say that Mr. Prieto was at the police station?
Yes.
Okay. That was essentially the first time where you became aware of the lawyer and everything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, this is, I'll object, this is outside the scope of my cross.
It's literally redirect.
So at that point, when you got up and left to go let Mr. Prieto into the police department, that ceased your interview with Mrs. Clenney.
Yes.
When you interview witnesses, do you interview them together or separately?
Separately.
Why do you do that?
So they don't share information with each other, and we can get two different understandings of their side of the story.
So, not having known that Mr. Clenney was on the other line of that phone, you don't know whether he was feeding her answers or not?
Correct.
Separate from that, now knowing that Mr. Clenney was listening in on the conversation, did you have any reason to further elicit any testimony from Mrs. Clenney?
No.
Now, let's talk about the two calls. Did you ask explicitly about the first call?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Clenney answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. At any point did she go on a tangent?
Objection on relevance.
Sure. While talking about the incident that happened April 3rd, at any point in time did she stop talking about the April 3rd incident and start talking about the week prior?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time after talking about how terrible the victim was, did she ever return to the date of incident?
No.
Okay. So Ms. Clenney not only didn't discuss the second call, but then she redirected
yes.
to a separate incident. Okay. Can the defense put on the text messages? The text messages that you showed from Mrs. Clenney?
The one you put them on?
Yeah. While they do that. About 404. So Defense Exhibit C are the screenshot of the text messages, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Prieto discussed with you how 404 is just because they were screenshot at Central Time and so on and so forth. So what time was police called?
I don't remember that time right now.
Would you agree it was before 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So all of these text messages were sent after the stabbing?
Well, I can't really tell.
Well, the first message 4:04 p.m.
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yes.
Okay, so do the messages kind of load reverse chronologically?
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that these messages were sent after the stabbing?
Yes.
You've reviewed the body camera in the case, yes?
Yes.
When the officer that first arrives and renders aid, what does he do to Ms. Clenney?
He separates her from the victim.
Is she put in custody?
She's detained.
Okay. Does she handcuff the victim?
Yes.
Okay, so did she have access to her device?
No.
Okay. So when Mrs. Clenney sends this message, please tell me what is happening, asking the defendant what is happening, the defendant would be unable to reply.
Correct.
Okay. So Mrs. Clenney, not knowing what happened and demanding that the defendant call her, then said, even though it was self-defense, don't say anything with the police without getting a lawyer first. That's what's in Defense Exhibit G.
Yes.
But that wasn't the message that you saw, right?
No.
The message you saw was the last one?
Yes.
The last message says, before it cuts off here, it is very important, ... Even though it was self-defense, you cannot say anything without an attorney ! Innocent people get in trouble all the time, right?
Yes.
Is that offering the defendant self-defense?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
So I want to talk to you about why you didn't talk to Mrs. Clenney and Mr. Clenney any further. After your investigation, etc., then you briefed the state, and that's where we were at. At some point, did you realize that Mrs. Clenney's statement was kind of inconsistent with everything we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Would her further statement have contributed anything either positively or negatively in your investigation?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because she might want to make up any more excuses or change something she says.
I'm asking because defense counsel crossed on the issue, and I'm asking him why he didn't do something in the investigation. So if counsel's going to make the lack of evidence argument, I can leave that.
All right, so just answer the question as to why this needs to be.
Why didn't you interview Mrs. Clenney?
Because I didn't know if they were going to try and make up a new story or change anything from that date of incident.
What about Mr. Clenney? Is that the same answer, I suppose?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
Why not Mr. Clenney?
About the same answer.
Neither, on cross, Mr. Prieto asked you about where Mrs. Clenney and Mr. Clenney were in relation to the defendant. And if I recall correctly, you said that they were in Texas and she was here.
Yes.
Were they witnesses to this incident?
No.
So they do not know what happened inside of the apartment?
Correct.
No further questions?
May this witness excused?
Yes. I'm not going to recross judges.
I actually have one question that I want you to either go back to, and I know a lot of people also involved. Can you go back again to the timing of the 911 protocol as it relates to the phone calls that the defendant was making? I'm just still a little bit confused about that. You said facts on evidence. I have a follow-up. Let me just make sure that I'm putting it all together correctly. So.
Sure. 1 second. Detective, I'm going to ask you to step down. Just to get through the screen.
And if you have questions about this, it's correct.
Yes.
Does the court want me to go straight to the exhibit, or does my PowerPoint slide? I'll go straight to the exhibit.
Yeah, please, please.
Can I borrow a pencil?
Which one?
The one in the box. Detective, I'm showing you what's in evidence as stated to the 16.
It's exhibit 1.
Well, sorry, exhibit 1 on the flash drive, exhibit 16, thank you, within the flash drive. Do you know what all of these columns mean? Okay, will you tell the court what these columns mean?
This is what was called. This is the phone call where it came from. This is the date and time of when it was made.
Okay. And this is not suicide time?
Correct.
What time is that?
It's UTC.
Okay. In April, how many hours ahead of time is that?
4.
Okay. You mean ahead, so that it's 3 over time? Minus?
Yes.
Okay. So this first column, 4/3/2022, 146, that actually, if I'm understanding correctly, is April 2nd, 2022, 9:46. So I want to direct you to the
one of the six out here is 911. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, so that's the first 911 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is the 17th and 18th slide I'm calling zero. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What time is the 911 call?
2057, which would put it back to 457.
With 1657?
Yeah, 1657.
So immediately before that, the defendant dialed this number 76-472-8232.
Yes.
And that was an 18-second call.
Yes.
Do you know who that was with?
I do.
Okay. Do you know if that was home or recent?
It could be.
Right before that, there is two separate calls. We see here one's 437 and one's 393. And then the defendant's number called 512-417-3408. Who was that? Who was that number called?
That is
Okay. So, again, two calls. One's 393, one was 430. Let's talk about the first one. The first one was at 20:43. What time did that land at?
That is 1640.
Okay, which is what?
It's 440.
Okay. So then there was 6 minutes, and then the next call was, again, to the defendant's mother for 4:30.
Yes.
Okay. As an aside, do you have multiple calls on that call?
Yes.
So would that explain why there's kind of extra calls overlapping?
Yes.
Right before these two calls, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 calls from 5127453582 to 214789953. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Whose number is 214789953?
That was the victim's call.
Okay. And then, so let's go from oldest to youngest. The first call in that chain is 1955. What time is that local time? 13. No, sorry. Okay. So 1555 is what time local? Okay. So 1555 is 355 local time. Is that the same time when Mr. Obumseli getting the elevator? Yes. So the defendant is calling the victim, and he's not answering. The defendant does that one more time, exact same minute. Do you agree? Okay. And then again 6 minutes later. Okay. And then finally at 20:33, he does get another call. This one's in. How many tell that this one's in? And then 5 or 3. Okay. Just for the record, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. What does it mean?
It means that I was call the police, but
So, just I guess put a pin in it. And how much time passed between the first call to mom and the defendant call to 911? So 2043 to 2057. I think math isn't our best option. Would that be 14 minutes? 14 minutes. Okay. I believe, I don't know if the court wanted me to inquire any more about that. Where did that fall?
So, going back, so the 911 call, and just kind of, without converting the time, I'm going to use the time here, it's a little easier because math is not your strong suit or mine, okay? It says 2057, there was a call from 911, right? And right before that, there was a call to the 512-745-3582, correct?
Yes.
This column here is the number called, correct?
Yes.
And what is this column here, the CPN?
I can't remember right now.
Well, let me just phrase it this way. There's two calls prior to the call to 911 to 512-745-3582. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So those are calls to Ms. Clenney's mother, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when Mr. Obumseli received that statement, correct?
No.
Prior to the call to 911.
Correct.
You don't know if it was during the first phone call or the second phone call, do you?
Correct.
So that's complete speculation then for you to say that there was a time lapse of 14 minutes before she called 911, correct?
I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. The stabbing could have occurred exactly at 2057, according to these phone records, correct? Right before the 911 call, that's when the stabbing could have occurred, correct?
It could have.
You don't know either way, right? You have further questions.
I do have very briefly to recommend. Mr. Prieto is a very skilled attorney, and he asked a bunch of questions where you said correct. No, I'm redirecting him on the very specific point. So my question to you is this. You don't know, obviously, because you weren't there for the stabbing.
Correct.
The reason that you know that stabbing occurred on the first call is because Mrs. Clenney said she was on the first call.
Objection, Judge.
Did Mrs. Clenney discussing the two calls only discuss the first call?
Yes.
And in the context of the first call, she said that the stabbing had occurred at that time. Specifically.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
So we know definitively that, according to Mrs. Clenney, the stabbing occurred between 2043 and 2049.
Yes.
So, the worst case scenario is 14 minutes from 2043 to 2057. Best case scenario is 8 minutes.
Yes.
So defendant again, before calling 911, called her mother, contacted the building, and then called them.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you both
As far as decisions,
Yes.
So, Judge, I did reach out to the medical examiner. I spoke to him. I also spoke to your judicial assistant. She believes that you have availability for Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock. And Dr. Hutchins is also available for that time.
That's good for the defense judge. Oh, 1:30?
2 o'clock.
She said 2. Or whatever the court wants. We're available, but I think your JA said
2. All right, sounds like they're winding it down. So yeah, this was all for a bond. I thought it was like an evidentiary hearing because that's all they were talking about was like evidence. But
1 o'clock, so we have plenty of time to finish.
yeah, they're just so they do carry this over to another day. I don't have that video. But here's a video for you guys to watch. This is her being interviewed. I'm not going to play this because this is on another channel. But she was. You guys can go check this out. She was being interviewed on this Muscle channel. So if you guys want to go check that out. It's like 10 minutes or something. How long is that? I'm not going to play it here. It's 16 minutes. It's on muscleinsider.com or Muscle Insider. So if you guys want to check that out. All right, so Sunny Bell. Sunny Bell has started, so we are going to pick up her. I'm going to end this. This seems to be, I think we're pretty much done here. Yeah. All right, so we're done here. Sunny Bell is a new trial that we're going to pick up on, and I would love it if you guys could come over. It started today. It's really hard to find, but we did find it. She's a 4-year-old that was shot. It's sad. So it'll be an interesting trial. It's coming out of Tampa Bay. So I was talking about it last week, and it was really hard to find, but we were able to find it. So with that, we're going to stream that at 5:30. So Aaron has a portal set up, so you guys don't have to do anything. Although, let me, here is, if you want to join us for Sunny Bell. So here's the link for Sunny Bell. There's the link if you guys want to join us. We're just going to do openings. Opening statements are like an hour and a half. I think it's like 45 minutes and 30 minutes, something like that. So it's not quite 2 hours, like an hour and a half or so. So if you want to join, hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to do that starting at 5:30. So we should be done, like 6:30 or so. And then we're going to pick up on the rest of day one, which is the afternoon, tomorrow morning at 8:30. And then we'll then we'll jump in on day two. So, Mike, yeah, love Sunny Bell. God, please let her rest in peace. So starting at 5:30, yep, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Take about a 15-minute break here ourselves, and feed the kittens and relax for a few minutes and 3 seconds, yeah. So, so we will pick back up on Courtney Clenney. Don't think we're done with her. We've gone through 2021 and 2022. Now we have to go through 2023 and 2024, and then whatever happened in 2025. So we still have like another 5 or 6 hours of Courtney Clenney to go through. So we are not done with her at all. We are absolutely going to be streaming her. December 1st it starts. No matter what we're doing, we will make sure that we are ready for Courtney Clenney. So we are not going to lose sight of her. We just were kind of filling space in between until Sunny's trial kicked in, so which it has. So join us at 5:30. I have about 10 minutes of news clips. We'll do a whole deep dive. It's only going to be like 10 minutes, but it's all the news clips, and I'll get you guys up to speed with that trial. So please join us at 5:30, which is about another 15 to 20 minutes from now. Bottom of the hour. If you're not in the East Coast zone, it's the bottom of whatever hour you're watching this in. It's the bottom of the hour. So I'll do about a 10-minute deep dive on the circumstances surrounding Sunny. So all that being said, I'm going to let you guys go from Courtney Clenney. Don't worry, we will come back to her once we have a break in between trials. We'll come back to Courtney because we still have at least another day of deep diving on her. So with that, thank you so much for joining us. As always, thank you to Aaron and thank you to our mods. You guys all do a fantastic job. I always leave you with little kittens. Got little Super Ball over here, and got some action back here. Got the little cheddars. There's Rafa and little Fed, Rafa and Fed or Cheddar. Got some girl. Let's see. I should probably come over here. Let me see. Ouch. Got the girls over here. Got some girls back there. Who's that? So Houdini is the darker one, and that's Sid. That's Sid back there. So there you guys go. Oh, Super Ball's waking up. Super Ball. She just did a stretch. You gonna come say hello? Gonna come say hello? There's a good girl. Oh, I turned my mic off. There's Super Ball. There's Super Ball. You gonna come say hello? You gonna say hello? Yeah. You gonna say hello? Say hi. Meow. Meow meow. You gonna say hello? You gonna come say hello? Nope. All right. She just wants some love. She just wants some love. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for spending your day with us. Please join us over at the next stream. We have a redirect set up, so you don't have to do anything. And we will see you in about 15 minutes. And again, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron for joining, for all that you guys do. And we will see you in a few minutes. And if not, if we don't see you at Sunnybell in 15 minutes, join us tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern. We're going to pick up on day 2. All right, guys. See ya. Bye.